No.
Okay. Yeah, that was enlightening. There's MP. What's going on? MP, you heard the hangout with the masturbating and shit.
Oh yeah, that was kind of weird at the end.
Yeah, he's still over there, I guess, arguing. So, um, somebody might want to send him a message because I mean he's complaining about getting interrupted. I said, well, I'll just open up a new hangout. But I guess he wants to take on whoever's because he's engaging Fiona, uh, or trying to at least. But some of the stuff that like the biggest issue that I had is what I mentioned earlier. That what he's doing is I call it pivoting, when he'll try to make a point and then he'll try to like turn the direction and throw in something else too and act like they're both one and the same and they're not. Like because when he says, okay, well,
Oh, thank God
the,
there's reasonable people here.
yeah, I was like, okay, I had to get out of there. So for him saying that, well, doing this action excessively is bad. I don't think anybody will disagree with him. Like that's not a, but by definition, the excessive means it's bad. And whatever,
That's true.
whatever number he wants to give, I'm willing to concede that. But what he also is trying to throw in is that, well, you're losing zinc and you're losing like some other nutrient. Like the fact that he said you're giving someone else nutrients, that implies that you can metabolize what you're what you're being given. Like that's the whole point of it being a nutrient. And I don't think that he actually understands that that's what's required when you call something a nutrient.
I think he's watched that porn. What's that porn show on HBO where the girl was like, "Hey, if you swallow cum, it's good for your hair. It gives you nutrients." I don't think she's an expert in the field.
No, yeah,
I agree with you there, MP. You don't take medical advice from pornography.
Yeah, he would have a point if you could somehow metabolize vaginal fluids through your penis, but I don't think we have that ability yet.
No, we don't.
So,
in fact, Rag, when you stated out that your urinary tract is not connected to your intestinal tract, and with what Kevin was saying, there's a very strange little fact I know because someone took the time to explain it to gross everyone out. When transgenders who want to have the genital reassignment surgery done and they get their fancy new vagina, there is a very small percentage chance that this fancy new vagina will link up and create what's called a fistula or a hole that connects to the intestine, and they will poop out of their new vagina. So yes, they could in fact ingest things through it.
I stand corrected.
Oh, that's horrible.
However, it's probably not going to happen.
That's just nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting, guy. What is Kevin trying to argue? Because Kevin sometimes tries to argue stuff, but has no point.
MP,
what are you trying to argue?
MP, I got in there right as the whole thing was blowing up. Apparently, if I understand, Antonio's hangout is where this started. And they were basically trying to make some dumbass arguments about masturbation and if it's a sin. And because they're all fucking ignorant twats, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And then it didn't just go down the slippery slope. It went down the slope and fell off the slippery cliff. and it became the clusterfuck that it is now. And Kevin is trying to explain like a moron. He just has to learn just to shut the fuck up at some point.
Yeah, no, I've had it with Kevin before too. If we were talking about objective morals, and he said the Bible's objective morals are "Thou shalt not murder," and I was like, "Well, that's not objective because if I was German in 1939, I wouldn't suspect killing a Jew would be murder." You know, I think he comes with these logical premises and then doesn't understand why they're easy to refute.
Yeah, I was hoping he would come in and explain a little bit better because he was upset that he was getting overtalked. But
yeah, because
he's even
he said
still
something
shooting
dumb
messages.
and there's 12 people and they're all yelling at him. He's an idiot.
That's is he still shooting messages saying, "I can't? Can you please let me speak?" And that's he dragging them right behind him. Come on to the open hangout. You can speak as much as you want. Are they still off air over there?
Yeah,
Is that what's
they're
going
off
on?
there. Yeah. He even tried to bring up the biblical passages about Onan. He's the guy who basically is supposed to have sex with a woman and then pulls out. And
That's the best birth control.
He completely fails to understand what the story is about. It's not about masturbation.
I thought it was doing about
It's
what
about-
God commands.
It's about not owning up to, not taking your responsibilities or owning up to your responsibilities of what you have to do.
What was the argument about?
Well, the issue is that he's trying to make two arguments for why masturbation in this context is bad. Which I got if he wants to assert that it's a sin because lust, all that, I got you. That's not an issue. People will argue for that. The issue that I had, and with a lot of people, is that he then tried to pivot and say, well, you also lose nutrients when you ejaculate, and then said, well, no, you don't. When you say nutrient, that comes under a few assumptions that it can also be absorbed and metabolized. What he said is just demonstrably false. You don't absorb nutrients through your penis. Your penis does not metabolize vaginal secretions, and a woman's vagina isn't going to really metabolize semen. Semen is actually going to throw off her pH, if anything. Another from personal experience. So I mean, it's not that's what he's saying is medically incorrect.
Translation, I don't think that means what you think it means.
Basically.
That's
Yeah, that was interesting. By having sex, you exchange nutrients. Fluids would work. So many different words would work. Nutrients, no. Just no.
I could.
I think he has a point he wants to try to put forth. I don't think sometimes people think about the words that they use when they're making these arguments.
But the problem is when you use a word that's that wrong, people will get hung up on it in a hot minute.
That's why they're still off air arguing about the word nutrient right now.
Probably.
He doesn't seem to be in there. G-Con, maybe you can contact him because it looks like he left a hangout. But I've invited him twice.
You've got whatever that raging grouch Oscar guy is, JD, Hannah, Fiona Red, and Jade.
Somebody else is asking for it.
It's kind of the kicker is that if he said, okay, I misspoke when I said nutrient, most of this would probably go away.
Yeah, have these people not learned yet from Ronnie? If you're wrong, just admit it. Don't start doubling down on it because it'll take another 2 fucking years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that what was Antonio. I think it was in Antonio's hangout, right? They was talking about masturbation, I think.
Yeah.
And so what did Antonio say? He said it was wrong, or who all said it? What they say about it? I didn't get a chance to listen to it.
Antonio was kind of just passively agreeing. I mean, that's no offense, Antonio, that's kind of what he does. But he he was hold on. I made a new hangout. One is in here.
Yeah, I just hit him up on text to his phone, so shit.
Okay. Oh, he's mad at everybody. Like I didn't even get a chance to engage. I was trying to ask him like what his point was, because to see if he wanted to actually say nutrient. It's like that. I was like, a quick anatomy lesson. Your urinary, I keep saying urinary. Your urinary tract is not connected to your digestive tract. Like it doesn't go that way. Like that's not how shit works. So I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. He's upset. They didn't let him speak. I was like, well, that's the whole reason I created the hangout, dude. So that you had a place to speak.
Yeah, so we can sit there and let you talk to your little heart's delight and giggle quietly behind the scenes.
I mean, if he's, yeah, I saw the video that Skylar Fiction made of it. It's though that was just weird. That's what kind of caught my attention because I watched a little bit of it when it first came on. And I was wondering, I was like, what is he talking about? And then Sam and I were talking about like what are studies that he could have pulled up, if he had a point. And I've not heard him mention any kind of study that shows like some malnutrition from some dude that's just completely like emaciated himself by jacking off or something. I don't know. Maybe there's some weird case where that has happened, but
I mean, if you were excessively jacking off, you could get dehydrated.
yeah, I mean, I guess.
So drink water.
Yeah, I mean,
or a whole bunch of nutrients.
Or I was going to ask him, is it better to recycle? Like, does the guy need to jack off in his own mouth and just recycle it? Does that I mean, is that a way around it?
It'll be a multivitamin, like a multivitamin. Now I see why they call it Mega Man multivitamin.
Oh,
Oh man. Okay, he's upset. They pissed him off.
I see he's typing hard on the side chat, but Kevin's usually good. Does he know you have an open hangout?
Yeah, I opened up another hangout for you to speak. That was the whole purpose of me making this hang. I barely got to speak to you. G-Con is in here and he agrees that masturbation is wrong, but he did recommend some semen recipes.
okay. Yeah.
I'll just kidding. I write that.
Yeah, man.
I mean, when has he come over here and been upset? Oh, welcome, EO, by the way.
Hey, Drag, what's going on?
Nothing much. I'm trying to be quiet because I think I keep waking up my wife. I can't hear myself with my headphones on, so I'm too loud. I was supposed to get off. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to bring
There's
up
a
the
solution
point.
for that.
I feel bad for the guy because he painted himself in a corner when he said excessive, because according to the very scripture he was going to use, if you ever look upon a woman for her lust, so even once is wrong according to the criterion he wanted to use. I feel bad, but can't you see the social evolution here? They used to say he was always wrong, and now he's already taken the position. He's already moved the football down the field. You guys see that?
Why
You
does it
said
matter?
ball.
Why does it matter?
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But this is like those shuffles I used to do when we.
You can get the guy all worked up just by saying sausage.
The thing is, it's kind of like one of those shuffles I used to do back in the day when I'd find somebody that was completely off their fucking rocker with a claim, and you just bring them in and let them just keep digging their own hole while you sit there quietly giggling in the corner. So far, he's one of those kind of personalities.
Shadow,
Right.
he was trying to be reasonable, though, compared to, like I said, this view was popular 20, 50, 100 years ago. I think he was trying to be reasonable, and I think he realized he painted himself into a corner. Didn't you find it much more reasonable than other people who show up?
Wait a minute. He also mentioned energy, or not energy, but your
Testosterone.
you lose nutrients. Stop laughing. You lose your T count goes down, but also your energy.
Actually, the way to get a higher T count is to keep masturbating.
Yeah, and higher testosterone also leads to baldness.
Mr. Pseudo, but
Hold
see,
on here. Go on.
I was just going to say, I think you guys haven't heard these arguments before, but I used to be a fundamentalist. This is all recycled crap from the 1800s, but he didn't.
Yeah. I'm looking something.
No,
up.
I've heard the exact things he's saying, and he's clinging to straws. But I think the people listening weren't aware that this is all recycled, literally word for word from the 1800s, late 1800s.
Yeah, it's the Victorian anti-masturbation devices crap.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it scientifically if it's wrong, but I do know biblically that there's a problem with it. So I would have took that position and stayed on that position rather than taking another route.
And frankly, it would have been better staying on that position.
And if masturbating made you bald, then I would have not a stitch of hair on my body. So I don't know about that claim.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, I definitely have the baldness thing going on there. But if you actually look carefully, let me turn my camera on for a moment here. There we go. If you look carefully, you can actually see it's a handprint for me face palming, listening to some of these arguments.
Or putting your hand on your head while you masturbate. You know,
No,
oh my
no,
God, it fits perfectly right there.
No, it does. It fits right here. It's that face palm. Yeah, I wore the hair off from face palming too much.
Isn't it well established that baldness is a result of not excessive, but high testosterone? So wouldn't that refute his argument?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why I wanted him to come in here so he could actually talk. And now he's all upset because other people didn't let him speak, and he's just going all kinds, all over the place. What did he say? I don't owe you a floor and a response unless I addressed you. I understand. What? Wait, I don't have a goal to get through to anyone. In other words, I don't see it necessary to gain any of you guys' favor or prove you wrong. I say nothing like that. Okay, well, he's in another hangout now. Well, okay. Is he Antonio's hangout?
Oh, it doesn't put the picture up.
No.
Does
To
it?
be fair, Drag, though, it seemed like this was the most contentious fight for airtime I've heard in several months. Though, like everyone was like really clawing and scratching to get on the mic, weren't they this time?
Yeah, it happens. It happened, and the Mike Hawk thing. It happens. Like, well, everyone wants a piece, and then no one wants to let go. And it's like, well, I kind of wanted him to address why he's pivoting like that. I know it sounds funny, but I want to know why, because that really wasn't addressed.
Whenever we hear a new and strange, fucked up claim, we always get like that, just clambering over each other, wanting to be the one that takes the first bite. Because that shit's tasty drama.
Have you guys put up any articles on it or
Wow,
something
and
like
I thought
that?
that stupid
Oh.
anti-masturbation cross was fake.
Well-
Nope, it's real.
He was going over an article with, I think, Fiona. I had walked away, and that's kind of why I wanted him to come in here, because I didn't catch what the article was. And now he's
Right.
says he's upset. Yeah, he's in another hangout. So,
All right,
something like
because I've heard that it is what you call it too though. That masturbation is too much excessive masturbation is not good. That's what I've heard.
Too much excessive anything isn't good, really.
You
Right,
can,
right. And one of the things,
don't eat like an excessive amount of lard.
Too much
Is that
water
good?
will kill you.
Yeah.
Right. One of the things that I've heard, personally, from either a doctor or nurse is it opens up your pee hole right there if you consistently keep on doing it excessively. It gives you a wider pee hole.
It's not accurate.
And,
That's how it works.
Mr. G-Con,
yeah.
Mr. G-Con, can I say why I think you aren't being completely honest? Because no one would say you're having excessive sex with your wife in a monogamous relationship. So that's why I think all of these
You say what?
I think all of these arguments are a little bit disingenuous because no one would say you're having excessive sex with your wife. Drake, can I ask G-Con about a question about something?
All right,
Do you remember your last hangout
Yep, go ahead.
with
Wait, hold on.
No,
let me.
I'll forget.
No.
Let me
Wait.
No, I'll forget.
Oh, go
I'll
ahead.
forget.
Go ahead.
Do you remember that you had to hang out with Hogtie and all those people, and you felt
Uh-huh.
defensive? I don't have a dog in this fight, but I actually learned something about genetics that day, and you felt they were picking on you. I just want to say, I got a free education that day, but you didn't look at it that way. I'm just telling you, I thought they were being really kind. Like I personally learned something in that hangout, but you were kept looking like you were being attacked. I just want to say, I don't know you. I'm just telling you, I got a free education that day.
What hangout?
The last one you did with Hogtie and a few of them. You don't remember? It was a couple weeks ago.
When I've been in a hangout with Hogtie, I think it hasn't. He hasn't let it go to the point to where it's like ridiculous. So I don't know.
There were two British guys. Remember, one was making fun of your colloquial use of ask.
That's
But-
Mark Anoia.
Uh huh.
No, but to be fair, if you guys listen to that, there was 20 minutes where they were going through some basic genetic stuff where I thought they were amazing for being so patient with him and explaining stuff. I really did. I thought they were being kind.
Anyway,
Yeah, I don't. Can you guys hear me?
now I can.
Yeah, I was going in and out. Yeah, I don't remember the hangout, but I think that I was making an argument about how the personal attacks and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about?
I was, and afterwards, the second British guy apologized to you, and then they spent 10 minutes explaining basic genetics to you, but you weren't. It seemed to me just nothing personal against you. It seemed to me you weren't having it. You weren't trying to listen.
Basic genetics about what? About intelligent design or what?
I think so. Yeah,
Because
they
I
went.
think I made an
Yeah,
argument of
yeah.
right.
Sorry, Drake, if I
I mean,
derailed this.
right, and I think that you probably would take that position, and that's fine because I mean that's cool. But even basic genetics tell you, you know, that there's some intelligence there. So I don't know. You may view it or interpret it different, so that doesn't matter. Like two positions, so hey.
But hang on, man. Are there two positions about gravity?
You say what?
Are there two positions about gravity?
And that I mean that's a you know there's not really, but what you're talking about is something different on how you interpret you know we both have to interpret it from a standpoint of ignorance because we don't know the origin of it. We're just trying to find out how it works. So we know that gravity is a law, and we know how that works. So you know you can't use that as an analogy. That's not really good enough, and that's not
No,
acceptable because
hang on. So I never thought I'd get in a position to talk to you, and I thank you, Drag. But I just want to tell you something. The same scientists who work with electromagnetic waves, which allow this conversation to work, they'll all tell you they're more sure about evolution than they are about gravity. The very same scientists.
I don't really care about what scientists say on that aspect because, to me, to be honest, if you don't know the origin of something, you just talking out your ass anyways. That doesn't matter.
Yet we're talking here using electromagnetic waves and pocket
All right,
supercomputers.
right. And we know whatever's going up. I mean,
Oh,
we know
okay, all
we
right.
know if you.
All right, G-Con, you're on a phone, right?
Yes.
Where does the phone come from?
Excuse me, but you cut me off to
But,
say that.
you don't know
Right,
where
but
the
let me,
origin of your
but hold
phone
on, but
comes
hold
from.
on,
So how do you know how to use it?
but we know the technology.
Do you know the technology?
Do you understand the point that he's alluding to?
You just stated that if you don't know how something works, you can't use it. You don't know how your phone
Right.
works. How do you use it?
It's still intelligence. You're still putting it together. Intelligent designer
You
put it
don't know
together.
how your phone works. How do you use it?
I go back to the manual. I go to the intelligent designer
No,
who
but
has
you
the
still
manual.
don't know how it works.
If I didn't know how, listen. If I didn't know how
How
it
does the
works,
cell phone network work?
Wait, hold on. Listen. There is a manual to go to in order to use this phone. If
Yes,
I
but
didn't
it
have
does
that
not explain
manual,
how the signal
right?
leaves the phone and goes to the other phone through a phone exchange system, does it? Your manual doesn't cover that part of it, does it?
Hang on, Headless. I think what he's trying.
But intelligence and code is still who I can go to and get that information from. Where are you going to get your information from? Exactly.
Gee, I was actually going to try and help you out there for a second, if you'll allow me to. You don't want help? Okay.
You don't want the help. Gee,
I dare you the floor.
You learn things from doing experimentation.
Right, I
Asking
understand that, but
questions and looking for
what
answers.
origin of the what? Can you tell me the origin of the universe right now? When you experimented on that? When have you repeated and tested and observed that?
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Exactly.
This is why people
Anyway,
in the
guest
country
of honors
voted for
here.
Trump.
Anyway, guest of honors here. Drag.
Yeah, I was in another hangout with Kevin, explaining to him that's why I created this hangout, because MP wanted to talk to him a little bit about the physician too, because he had watched a little bit of it. But I think EO too had a few critiques on just the argument itself, not the minutia. Is EO still here?
I think he left.
Oh no, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, he's there.
Okay, yeah, EO. Kevin's actually here now.
Oh, hi, Kevin. No, Dreg. I'm happy to just watch. I just want to say, Kevin, the reason I find arguments like this disingenuous is, well, let me start with this. You seem to be taking a moderate position, which I applaud, but you cited scripture. According to scripture, if you look upon a woman for her lust, you've already committed adultery in your heart. So there's no such thing as doing it one time and it's okay, or doing it a non-excessive amount, any amount of time. But I applaud this because I see this as a shift I see this shifting the field downfield. I think this is a positive sign because 20, 50 years ago, people would make the argument that it's never okay. And then the second point I wanted to raise was, I find arguments like this disingenuous because you wouldn't worry about the zinc depletion if you're having, rigorous and frequent sex with your wife. Your concern, I don't think, is about the loss of zinc. It's about the immoral activity outside of marriage. And I think Dreg's 100% right. You pivoted to a quasi-scientific claim to bolster your claim of morality. If I'm wrong, forgive me.
Okay, so basically, my claim was the moral part. Now, the first part of your question, could you repeat that?
Sure. My first part was, you would never say that someone's having, especially a newlywed, say, oh, they're having too much sex. Am I correct? Let's just be honest.
No, I wouldn't. No.
Okay. Then my second point is that really this is about, you think masturbation is immoral, but you did something interesting that I haven't heard in a long time or ever. You said that it may not be the worst thing in the world if it's infrequent, which is definitely a change in the position where fundamentalist Christians should have this position. And I applaud you for that. But according to the very scripture that you cited, anytime a man looks upon a woman for her lust, he's committed adultery in his heart. So even doing it once is immoral. And you didn't say that during the hangout, to your credit, but I want you to know that's at variance with the scripture.
Right. So basically, in the scripture is lusting after a woman. And I do agree that lusting after one woman in your heart is sin. The problem that this dude had, almost, I don't know his whole name, his name began with almost, was that anytime he lusts after a woman, should he go ahead and masturbate, or is that is good? He's basically saying that it's good to lust after a woman and to masturbate and act upon that. And what I was telling him was, if you're lusting after someone and then partaking in a physical action such as masturbation to fulfill that lust, how could you not look at that as being sin? So his problem was he didn't think it was sin at all. He thought it was okay.
Can we add the caveat to that it's okay to lust after your wife, your own wife?
Yeah, you can lust after your wife. The Bible actually says you can lust after your wife.
Two quick notes. I think that was a fellow that goes by Almost Atheist. I'm not certain that it was him, and I don't know him all that well, so I didn't recognize the voice. But I think that Almost Atheist was the guy that was in that hangout. And just a second note. I've heard Matt Slick talk with believers about this issue, about masturbation, and some people took the position it's a pretty serious sin. And he said there's really not much in Scripture about it. Although he took that same sort of stance, that like if you are, if your wife is involved in the process in some way, like he said, what happens if you have urges and your wife is incapable for some reason, she's injured or just has a cold, right, whatever, and she's involved in the process, either in the room, sort of participating in some way, or you're off in another city doing a speaking tour, which is funny because that sort of hits close to home for Matt. It was almost, like he travels quite a bit, and his view is that, he's not thinking about, the gal that came in to put a mint on his pillow at the hotel, right? He's thinking about his wife, and he says there's really not much in Scripture, but his best inference is that it can be an extension of your for your wife.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You can lust after your own wife. The Bible does actually is very specific on that. I believe there is a verse in Psalms or Proverbs. I could pull it up. Give me a second here. I can actually pull it up for you.
Yeah. Well, while you're doing that, for what it's worth, I'll throw my 2 cents in on that as a married guy. That I don't. I mean, Louis C.K. has a bit about thinking about his wife when he masturbates, and he insists that like no married guy does that, right? And it's not true. Like I think a lot of married guys do. It just becomes part of your sexual identity to enjoy thinking about your time with her. And my only kind of yield sign here, hesitation, would be that if you're as a married guy, if your masturbation habits is something that takes away from your time with your wife, you're doing her and your relationship with her a great disservice.
That I agree.
I mean, if you're out of the town,
Right.
yeah, if you're out of town and there's nothing you can do, like you can't, you know, you don't have a matter transference beam. You can't just beam her over to the hotel where you are, but you can think about her and call her up and tell her about it. Some women like hearing that, you know, whatever. But you can't, like, if she's, you know, working an evening job or something, you know, tear one off, and then when she comes home, you're asleep. Like that's, you got to be mindful that women like to have that participation. You know, I mean, I've often observed that there's a lot of value of when you get to the front door of your house, that the world is on the other side of the door. That when you're in your household with your wife, you being upset about something that happened at work is not cool. The world's on the other side of the door. And the thing is, you'll still fight with your wife about stuff. But then when you go into the bedroom, the rest of the house is on the other side of that door. And it's amazingly healing and restorative. I mean, I've just said the dumbest thing. I just snapped at my wife for just the goofiest thing, and I have to remember, or she's gotten mad at me about something. I'm just like, why do you, you know? And then you get into the bedroom, the rest of the house is on the other side of the door. That stuff can't be on your mind when you get into bed, because whatever happens next, and I'm not saying sex, I'm saying whatever happens next, needs to be in the context of, this is what we're here for. I'm not worrying that you got mad at me because you think I didn't rinse the soap bubbles off the dishes properly.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than angry cuddles.
Right. When you go into Proverbs chapter 5, it goes into the attitude or the interaction with strange women and them being evil and what they can cause to your household. But then if you go down to verse 18, it says, "Let the fountain be blessed and rejoice in the wife of thy youth." It says, "Let her be as a loving hind in a pleasant roe. Let her breast satisfy you at all times, and be thou ravished always with her love." And why wilt thou, my son, be ravished with a strange woman and embrace the bosom of a stranger? So you're right. I mean, the Bible is specific as far as saying that you can lust in your own wife. The main lesson that was told on Antonio's channel to answer Pseudo's, well, I don't know if it was Pseudo that was speaking earlier, or no, I'm sorry, it was EO.
It was EO.
Yeah.
I was
Also-
arguing with G-Con.
Kevin, did you just quote Solomon?
No, I quoted Proverbs chapter 5.
That's
verse-
Solomon, Kevin. You know that's Solomon, right?
Right. Okay, I'm bad. I didn't know if you meant Songs of Solomon.
No, but do you see the irony of him giving that advice? He had 700 wives and 300 concubines, or vice versa. Do you see the irony there?
Well, okay, if you wanted to put it that way, yeah. I mean, it's fine. But,
There is kind of a point there, but yeah.
but still,
The thing is, there are certainly inappropriate uses of things like masturbation as a form of release and what have you. But I think sometimes we need to assess whether that's a situation. I mean, if somebody's saying that, you know, they look at somebody, they want to masturbate, as long as they're not whipping it out and masturbating, okay, fine, you have an urge. You moved on. People have
Kevin, you
urges.
see-
It happens.
Kevin, you seem
right.
like a nice
I
guy.
understand that, but the question was him lusting after another woman. When he does that, should he partake in that act via the lust in his head from another woman? And we were saying no, because we already know in the law it says that if you lust after another woman, you committed adultery in your heart. That's what Christ said. So he was saying, let's say I'm walking down the street or whatever, I see another woman and I'm lusting after her or whatever. He said he will masturbate based on that lust to get rid of the feeling. And we're like, no, you can't do that. Now, I
You
told
meant
him
masturbate later, though, right?
Well, no, I told him, I said, now we're all men and we do have times where we just have the feeling and we just release it. But he was talking about when he is affected by the lust of the world. Like if he sees another man's wife, you know what I'm saying? Don't go home and masturbate to that man's wife.
He was talking about going home and masturbating, though, right?
Well, I don't know where he's going, but he's talking
that's
about
what
saying
I'm that's kind of what I'm questioning. He's not talking I have to masturbate, so he just whips it out there.
No, of
Assuming he
course.
goes somewhere else. I mean, he's already kind of committed the sin of lust at that point, right?
Right, but he was saying that he didn't look at that as being bad.
I don't think it's a compound sin to fantasize later.
Kevin, can I just put my 2 cents in? You seem like
Yeah.
a really nice guy compared to some of the people here. Can I just ask you something? In the grand scheme of things, though, is this really what you want to worry about in the sense of there are far worse sins like, I don't know, you pick gossiping, not taking care of the poor, violence, etc. It just seems to me when I see Christians get bogged down in this stuff, it just seems like really small potatoes. Am I wrong, man?
Right. No, you're not wrong at all. But the main thing here is I think you're missing the gist of the whole argument. The argument is not about masturbation being what level it is, being a major sin, and this, that, and the other. The claim was never made that, masturbation is a sin, so therefore don't do it. The key argument that was a claim that Antonio made and the other guys saying, masturbation is wrong, you shouldn't do it at all. Mike, what I came in is saying is, if your goal in mind is to serve the Most High God, and if our practice as a Christian is to be living sacrifices, meaning to have control over the lust of our bodies, we practice this in fasting. We practice this when we go off and we pray and we serve him equally. We cut ourselves off from other people. Or if we cut ourselves off from worldly lust and honor him with our bodies. I said, then you have to ask yourself the question. When you lust after another woman and you have an inclination to masturbate and you have an inability to control that, doesn't it question your capability in serving the Most High God? So my main message was you need to express control, not total abstinence, because it's not going to happen. Nobody's going to have total abstinence from everything completely. That's just not going to happen. We're human beings. But what it is required of us is to exercise our control over the fleshly desire. And that was my message to him.
Your message is, look, everyone on that hangout would have agreed with you, but I think Dreg's point is, I don't want to speak for Dreg, you shouldn't have pivoted to the science arena, because I think no one would disagree that that's the traditional Christian stance, and they'd maybe even applaud you for it.
All right, no problem. But let's go over to the science arena, or what I was talking about. The claims that I made were a couple. One of the claims that I made was that when a man masturbates, his T levels lower, he loses zinc and other nutrients. Another claim that I made is that when a male and a female has intercourse, her nutrients or her vaginal fluids exchange with the male. Likewise, he's exchanging his fluids with her. Not to say that they're metabolized in the sense of in the small intestine when somebody eats food and this, that, and the other. I'm saying there's an exchange of fluids between the two. The other claim that I made is that when you play sports or if you deal with any type of exercise of that nature, excessive masturbation or masturbation in general does have a tendency to lower your energy for performance. That's why a lot of coaches tell you, hey, try to lay off the sex, don't try to masturbate before a game or whatever like that before you get into it. And also I'll give him examples such as Aristotle and Socrates and some of the other philosophers. They actually saw that there was a benefit to abstaining from certain things such as sex or food in order to heighten their mental awareness. And that's the point that I was driving into him. If you're going to serve God with all your heart, mind, and soul, abstaining from those things for a time or having control of them will give you the ability to interact with him.
Well, again, you're slipping back to the scriptural issue.
I went back into the philosophical and the biblical, but let's stick with the scientific part. So is it true or not that masturbation can lower your testosterone levels as well as zinc levels?
It is not actually.
Neither of those things. There are literally no cases of anybody with a zinc deficiency or any measure of zinc depletion as a result of masturbation. Second, to whatever extent that masturbation has on testosterone levels, it serves to increase it.
And actually, long-term abstinence will reduce your testosterone levels.
That may not be a universal effect, but...
I just did some Googling on it, and it's showing here that long-term abstinence can, and there's your keyword, reduce serum T.
Anybody got any peer-reviewed papers on it?
On which part?
on what Hog Tie was talking about, as far as
Okay.
testosterone levels.
Okay, well let's do the zinc one first. So the claim is that that excessive masturbation would serve to decrease or deplete your zinc levels. So that's the claim. That would be the thing that has to be proven. It wouldn't be our job to go out and do a search to prove that zinc levels are unaffected by masturbation. So it's sort of you don't want to shift that burden. Having said that, you can go on to PubMed and do a search for zinc deficiency masturbation. And what you'll find in response is 0 results found. There's literally no study, no case reports, no documented incident ever of anybody suffering zinc depletion as a result of masturbation.
Right, right. But the claim that I made was not that people will suffer zinc depletion. All I said was that you do lose zinc when you masturbate. That's just a fact. So that's what I'm getting at. So you guys are strawman in my argument by basically saying that you have zinc depletion, which is nothing that ever came out of my mouth, either today in both of these hangouts, nor last night. What I was
well then why bring it up? Why bring it up? Because every time I sneeze,
right. So
every time I sneeze, I lose some zinc. Every time I sneeze, I lose some sodium.
Okay, right. I'll tell you why I brought it up.
Link on the right.
Because the reason why I brought it up is because the question that he posed was, the question that I asked him was, the example that I gave him was first this, with the flesh. I don't want to go back in the Bible, but I'm showing you how we got up to that point in the conversation. I said, now, if your flesh desires something excessively each and every time, do you think that you're going to answer that call each and every time? And he says, well, if I have to get a clear mind and this, that, and the other, I said, okay. So you're saying that, let's say your body's asking for this all the time and excessively. Are you going to answer it each and every time? And he's like, he didn't have an answer for me. He says, I understand what you're saying. So
okay.
Are you saying that what's up?
Well, you're running from the topic, and that's.
I'm not running from the topic.
No, I gotta say that's.
I just told you, if you listen carefully, Hog Tie, that I was going to give you the antecedent conversation about what we were talking about.
We've heard it. We've heard it, and okay, we've got a specific claim on the table, and it has to do with zinc levels and testosterone levels.
Right. So all I said was that when one masturbates, he loses T. His T levels go down, as well as his zinc. He loses zinc. Where in that have I said anything false?
Well, okay. Well, what do you mean? Okay. Well, he loses zinc. Yes, he's going to lose some number of molecules of zinc, but do his zinc levels go? Do his zinc levels go down?
Is my claim correct or incorrect?
Well, okay. Let me clarify your claim. Do his zinc levels go down? Do his zinc levels go down? If I were to measure someone's zinc levels before and after masturbating, do the zinc levels go down?
No, they wouldn't go down. What
well, then why
he does that? Right. So in context of what I was this is what you're not getting. In context of what I was talking about, if he does that excessively, he will affect himself health-wise.
Okay.
No, so Hog Tie, let me.
I'd like to ask Kevin a question first, because this hasn't been answered. How much zinc is lost, and how is it lost?
It's about 5 milligrams.
Okay. And how is it lost?
Basically, the body will allocate the nutrients to the prostate as well as the scrotum.
Okay.
For the production of sperm.
All right. So it comes out with the sperm and the
seminal fluid. Right.
Okay.
Right.
Wait, Hog Tie. I've already addressed this claim though, because you pointing out that there's some detriment, however minuscule, you've already conceded that in the first year marriage, you wouldn't care how many times he has sex. So you cannot use scientific evidence. You're really making a moral argument and trying to bolster it with scientific evidence, because if a man is wasting all that zinc from having sex with his wife, you wouldn't say a word. So your real issue here is with masturbation, nothing to do with the zinc lost or testosterone. And Hog Tie, did you notice that GCon just asked you, where's the scientific peer-reviewed papers? How come their side never, ever provides those in arguments with you guys?
Yeah.
No. Hold on. Well, let me respond to that. Now, reason why I asked that is because I think that it's best that we get something up before us and look at it, so we can look at it for ourselves, everybody on here, and see, because that's what I think that we should do. I'm not asking for no, because I don't know, but I'm willing to look at and see, can we find any information on that, because I've heard the same thing. I've heard that from doctors that too much excessive masturbating is not healthy for you at all. So I want to know, is there any peer-reviewed papers out there that we can look at that can help us with this subject matter?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly plenty of peer-reviewed papers on the topic about excessive masturbation. But then I would ask you this question: is it bad to engage in excessive water drinking?
Yeah.
Right, but that's right. And see what I'm saying here is that you're using a philosophical approach instead of really just looking at the information. Like you trying to win a debate, but we're trying to really get some
No,
information and that's what I see. You're
no, you
trying to
got
win
it
a
exactly
debate.
backwards. You got it exactly backwards. I'm trying to keep focused on the physiological and even psychological effects of different forms of sexual activity. And when I ask a question, what I'm told in response is, oh, well, what was happening in the conversation was this, and I was trying to address this theological concern, right? I'm trying to stay focused on the issue. Like when he asks, well, did I say anything wrong? When he mentions to think about how you lose zinc. Well, what does that mean to lose zinc? Yes, of course you lose molecules of zinc when you sneeze. You lose women lose iron when they menstruate. You lose lots of carbon when you scratch your arm and slough off skin cells. So what is it depleting in any way? Like if you measure the concentration levels, there's no difference before and after.
If I can step in here for,
I think.
But that's the thing that I was asking you guys at the end of that hangout today, when you guys said there's no, I said right. So when I put it in context of excessiveness, everybody was like, I couldn't find any peer-reviewed paper about excessive masturbation. Yet there are, I said, so none of you guys looked up or Googled anything and found anything about excessive masturbation. I have.
I just did say I did.
So no, I didn't say you. I didn't say hog tie. I said on the last hangout. So so I looked it up and I found scores of articles, blogs from doctors talking about excessive masturbation in males and its detrimental effects to them. Not just with testosterone and with his nutrients, but also with his mentally, with the neural system and all that other stuff. So it's like in erectile dysfunction and all this other stuff. So I told him, if the Bible says that the body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, and yet if you think that you can excessively answer the call of your lust each and every time, do you think that is for protecting your body and keeping your body as the temple of the Holy Spirit, or is against it? This is what I asked him. See, so when you guys say, oh, when he masturbates, he's not going to deplete his zinc. I didn't say, oh, I did not say at all that if he masturbates too much, it's going to deplete all his zinc. I'm saying that if you do a little something, you're losing something. So imagine on the scale of doing it excessively and a lot. That's what I was saying.
Okay, but again, I understand now you want to stick with the excessive thing, but even the excessive masturbation does not lead to a depletion of zinc or a deficiency of zinc or even a decrease in available zinc. Like that's the thing I find weird about it, is that you want to argue the science of it and you bookend it with a theological issue, and then when somebody says, well, you're mistaken on this science thing, you then say, well, I didn't mean this, I didn't say this. Like yes, excessive masturbation is bad, but not for the reasons you're listing.
Okay, so lower
testosterone. Right. Hold on, let me say this real quick.
So the reasons that I listed
let me say
was
this.
lower testosterone,
you guys...
energy, zinc, other nutrients, and on all these other things. You're saying it doesn't have an effect on that, and you saying there's no paper where you got this information from.
If I can sneak in for 1 second, per major fapping session, the maximum loss of zinc, it would be 1.2% of your daily allotment. Just because somebody asked earlier, I wanted to get that in there.
All right, so here's a couple of papers on research. This is, and I'm also mention a thing that Fiona had mentioned. Now, it is known that short-term abstinence of 3 weeks can slightly increase testosterone levels in young and healthy human subjects. And one interesting study shows a significant 145% spike in T at the 7th day of abstinence. So this is an example of non-excessive masturbation, or not answering that call each and every time, and how it could benefit the body significantly. It says now here, however, long-term abstinence of 3 months has been shown to significantly reduce testosterone levels. Now, we have to look at that study and see exactly what it is saying. But again, the argument wasn't whether or not a person should not masturbate or enjoy sex or anything for long periods of time. The argument that I was making was his control over his lust, which can benefit a man greatly. Like a man that's always controlled by his lust constantly, if he, let's say he masturbated every day, sure, you may say that that's not going to do anything to him, but a man who does it once every 3 weeks is actually doing far better as far as his body and his testosterone levels than the man who's doing it every day. It's actually healthier for that man.
Well, again, you're just wrong about that. Like, and I get that
Okay,
you'll bookend it.
I'll post the paper in the back chat.
No, hold on. You're switching what the claim is here. I'm saying you're wrong about that, referring to the claim you made at the end, that the guy who masturbates only once every 3 weeks will have better testosterone levels. Is that your claim?
Well, hold on. Well, yeah. It says HT shows a significant spike of 145% in T. So you saying that's not significantly better?
That's not what I'm saying, and I'm going to give you a little tip here. Every time you start a sentence with the phrase "so you're saying," the next words you're going to say are going to be wrong. So far, you're batting 0 at the plate with guessing what I'm saying.
No, bro.
So,
you just said that a person who masturbates once every 3 weeks is healthier in that regard, as far as T levels and everything else, than the man who masturbates every day. And I have a study here that's talking about that.
no, what the study says is that for somebody who has some routine frequency of sexual pleasuring, whether it's with a partner or with himself, there's going to be an endemic level of testosterone. And then during a period of abstinence, it increases. This is a reliable effect. You can have one study in this, you can have 100 studies on this. This is a reliable effect. It's actually very much true of married people in a monogamous relationship. That a period, in fact, it's weird because it's even heightened more. Okay, so, I'm sorry. If you had a week where a man sees his wife every day, but they don't have sex, there's actually going to be a slight increase in testosterone. If you have a week where the man and his wife are physically separated, so they're not having sex, but they also don't see each other ever for that whole week, you actually get a bigger increase in testosterone. But this is in the context of there being some amount of testosterone in the context of there being some amount of regular sexual activity. It doesn't mean to say that somebody who has sex or whatever has an ejaculation once every 3 weeks is going to have higher testosterone levels than somebody who has a sexual event once every day. Because there's other research on that point, that the sex of that frequency, sexual release of whatever form of that frequency, actually leads to higher testosterone levels.
Because you have to keep producing more and more semen.
Well, hold on. Let's read the abstract of the paper. It says the current study.
I'm screen sharing it.
Okay. It says the current study examined the effect of 3-week period of sexual abstinence in the neuroendocrine response.
Neuroendocrine.
Thank you. Response to masturbation-induced orgasm. Hormonal and cardiovascular parameters were examined in 10 healthy adult men during sexual arousal and masturbation-induced orgasms. So when you factored in the person's partner or his wife or him being with another one having intercourse, that is not observed in the study. The study does not deal with that at all. What this study is observing is men and their sexual arousal and masturbation. So that's incorrect. Another thing is that this does tie into what I was saying. As you can see, according to the study, it shows that these men weren't doing it to excessiveness. These was a 3-week period of abstinence. So because of these periods of abstinence, they were able to see higher levels of T within their bodies, and there were benefits to that. My argument wasn't that masturbation in general was wrong, but just that it was excessiveness. So again, where did you get the whole thing, Hogtie, about a person's wife and when he has sex with his wife or he's separated from his wife or around his wife?
Well, no, not from that study. There's plenty of other research on that topic.
Again, if you post the paper where you got it.
No, I can't. I'm on a mobile device.
You didn't get that. You didn't get that from the argument. You didn't get that. You didn't.
He just said
right. You didn't get that from the paperwork.
Talking about this.
No, I got that. I got
Right.
that from other research. And if you see, here's the thing that.
But you just said that's not what that paper is saying.
Right, exactly.
No, I'm saying that is not the subject. There's nothing in the subject of
Right.
that paper.
Well, I mean, we can
about this
rewind it
exposure to
back.
wife.
You just-
Shut the fuck
we
up
can
and let a guy
rewind it
talk,
back
will
on
you?
Shut
that.
up, G-Con.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, that's that. No,
He's trying to
really,
break me.
Man,
He's trying
now.
to
really,
break me.
because if I'm
He
trying,
mad now.
Shut up.
yeah, no, I am because you're interrupting, and that's enough. Okay. So I mean, and the thing is, you can tell other people not to interrupt you,
Right,
but the thing
'cause
is,
it's
we're
enough
being
of you
careful. We're
playing games
being.
and circular reasoning, man.
Listen, I didn't
Moment,
say that this.
Hogtie.
It's
G-Con, the last time you were in a hangout like this, you sat there and bitched and whined. Everybody was over talking and interrupting you, and now you are doing it yourself to Hogtie.
All right. Yeah,
Shut up.
All right. All right. Hold on. No more hostile responses. Let's just continue. Go ahead, Hot Todd.
yeah. Well, then people can treat each other with respect, and then we'll get respect. So no, I'm not at all making the claim that this paper addresses the issue of the absent wife testosterone bump. There's other research on that topic. And if you're really interested in this topic, then what we need to do is schedule a hangout, and we need to get a set of papers together and share those papers before the hangout so we each have a chance to read it, and then do the hangout and discuss for the benefit of the audience the things we learned from studying those things. But this crap about whipping out in a hangout and going, oh, well, I need you to find me a peer-reviewed paper on this right now. That's ridiculous, and you know it.
Well, that's what occurred with me in the last hangout, believe it or not. When I was in there explaining my case, there was an instant demand for peer-reviewed papers, and a couple of people on there said, well, I'm searching the site that has peer-reviewed papers, and there's no study on excessive masturbation. When I just pulled up a peer-reviewed paper on excessive masturbation,
Wow.
or the observation of non-obsessive masturbation, which is basically
Okay, I would-
the same thing. So what I wanted to say though is, I would like to say that I clearly heard you say, when I said that this paper is talking about the abstinence of it, you said that's not what this paper is talking about.
Well, then you're not a good listener, because that's not what I said.
That's exactly
said
what
this
I
paper-
heard. That's exactly.
This paper,
But listen,
no,
that's
this
exactly
paper.
what I heard. I heard the same thing.
Well, then you're stupid.
Okay,
This
I was
this
going to say
paper.
when.
No, don't
Hold on,
repeat
because
it.
This
hold on.
paper,
Let
you
me
don't wanna-
respond to that. 'Cause let me
G,
respond to that. Hold on.
Gee, just let him go, because he said he didn't say it. Then he's saying that we misheard him, so we're stupid. So
No, because when a person says, okay, I'm going to tell you what I mean, I'm going to clarify what I mean, then you let the person do it. You don't sit
Because
there and
I
go,
was gonna ask-
over and over again like that. Okay,
Well,
so
let
listen.
me respond. Let me respond to that. Let me
Oh, for
respond
fuck's
to that
sakes,
because
go ahead and
I haven't
respond.
got to
Go ahead.
respond yet.
Go ahead.
Now, I heard this. I heard the exact same thing because I was going to ask him, how did you read that paper that fast when he just put it in the back chat? You said that. We can rewind it back. I bet you $100. Matter of fact, you said that if we rewind it back right now.
No, I was
You
talking
want to put
about.
their money up.
Okay, you want to put $100 on
Put
the
your
fact that I
cash up.
said.
Don't talk about it. Put the
Shut the
money up.
fuck up.
Show me the money.
I'm gonna ask someone
Right.
else in the room to start
Right.
muting G-Con if he keeps doing that. But no, sure, I'll put $100 on. We're gonna make sure that the claim is really clear, because I'm not gonna have you shift it into saying that I said something else I didn't say. No, this paper doesn't say anything about the absent wife, so-called absent wife testosterone bump. But what this paper does discuss is what happens on a period of abstinence and an introduction of a period of abstinence. There's lots of research on that. If this is
well, to be more clear, it talks about a period of abstinence from what? Can you be more specific?
One of the problems we tend to run into with these studies is that it'll use terms like excessive masturbation or
Ah, man, he is not
extended
talking to
period.
you. He's not talking to you. He's
Yeah,
talking to
I'm
Hogtie.
talking to Hogtie. Can you please address what the study is saying specifically in the abstract?
Okay, well, again, I don't know this specific study that you're talking about. When I said, you could cite, seriously shut up. What I said was, if this is one study, that makes that point, it can be mute him. I want him muted. If he's going to do that, he's getting muted. That's bullshit. What I said was, this can be one study, or it can be 10 studies or 100 studies. There are lots of studies that address this issue. Remember, like, even if it was only one study, nobody would even care. This is a commonly known, oft-replicated finding about the impact of introducing a period of abstinence.
So I just went back and listened to it just real quick. I went back and listened to it, and he said, no, not that study. That was the first thing he said, and then G-Con cut him off.
Well, hold on. Well, no.
Where's my $100?
Let's
Hey,
hold
$100
on.
bucks.
Wait.
Hold on,
Here,
Hold on a second. Can you give me the timestamp?
go back 5 minutes. The first thing that he says is no, not that city. Go back. There is no. It's a live hangout.
What's the timestamp?
It's. I go back 5 minutes. When you go to the end, scroll back about 5 minutes from where it is now.
It wasn't 5 minutes ago.
It was 5 minutes ago.
Well,
No,
you know what?
No, it was not. No, it was not 5
Okay,
minutes
well,
ago.
scroll back.
Because I didn't even speak Dragnut. First of all, when he.
Right. So that's not the timestamp, bro. In fact, I'm gonna find it right now. I'm gonna place my first music.
Okay, but keep in mind now, okay, well, you've already lost it, and it doesn't matter because now you want to argue about this instead of arguing about the actual material. So when you figure it out, it's hogtiechamp@gmail.com.
Right, you see, we know how you're not a champ on this one.
You
You're not a champ on this one.
You can PayPal it to. Yeah, you can PayPal your $100 to hogtiechamp@gmail.com.
Here, I'll play it. Here we go.
Or his wife, or him being with another one having intercourse, that is not observed in the study. The study does not deal with that at all. What this study is observing is men and their sexual arousal and masturbation. So that's incorrect. Another thing is that this does tie into what I was saying. As you can see, according to the study, it shows that these men weren't doing it to excessiveness. These were a 3-week period of abstinence. So because of these periods of abstinence, they were able to see higher levels of T within their bodies, and there were benefits to that. My argument wasn't that masturbation in general was wrong, but just that it was excessiveness. So again, where did you get the whole thing, Hogtie, about a person's wife and when he has sex with his wife, or he's separated from his wife or around his wife?
Well, no, not from that study. There's plenty of other research on that topic.
Well, can you post the paper?
No, I can't. I want to.
Well, you didn't get that. You didn't get that from the argument. You didn't get that. You didn't get that from the paperwork.
No, I got that. I got that from other research. And if you see, here's the thing.
But you just said that's not what that paper is saying.
Which is not what he said. Clearly.
Hold on. Oh, wait. Dragnet, that's not it. You need to go back farther. Now, this is what I just said. This was 5-7 minutes ago. I'm talking about reason why Kevin addressed and said, hold on, where did you get that from? Because he stated at first. Now, if Kevin come back in here and bring that argument back 10 minutes ago, you're going to be looking silly. So you might want to stop the games right now and go back a little bit farther.
And one interesting study.
Drag, can you give me one good reason why I shouldn't hit this button right now?
No.
Give him an opportunity. I mean, he complains that nobody lets him talk and everybody's interrupting. And so I'm showing folks now. I'm giving.
Oh no, it's not the mute button. I'm just hovering over it.
It's he's honestly he's usually one of the more fair guys in this regard. I don't know why we have to get into a battle about, well, I heard you say this, therefore my memory is perfectly clear. When I know what I intend to say, I know what my thoughts are. If I was unclear or if you misunderstood or whatever else, then that's fine. Who cares?
I found the timestamp. If you go back in the video 11 minutes from now, if you go back approximately 11 minutes, you said exactly that. And if I'm lying, then you're free to do whatever you like and have the floor. But if you go back 11 minutes and listen to that, you clearly said that.
And I need $100 too.
Said what? Okay, hold on a sec. Make it clear then, G-Con. What before he plays it? What's your memory of what I said?
Just play it. That's all.
No. You're not pulling this bullshit. I've seen you do this before. Where now you're going to claim that I said something that I actually did say, but you're going to accuse me of having denied it. So you make the claim right now,
That's not what this paper is saying, this specific paper. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, hold on. Did you read that paper? Because he just posted it in the back. That's what I was
when you
thinking
say
in my
that,
mind.
hold on. Don't speak about it vaguely. When you say that I'm saying that's not what this paper is saying, what's the specific claim that I'm saying this paper doesn't say? Be specific.
All right, we'll go back. The best way to go back is hear it, right?
We can hear it. We can hear it. That's not a problem.
Me and you were having a conversation.
But we can hear it while you steady talking now. It's on record.
Okay, so what's the specific thing?
Right.
Hold on. No. What's the no?
Ain't nothing more specific than the record that we can go back to.
No, because listen.
Can I just play it?
Okay, hold on. Before you play it, I want to be clear about why this is a problem. Because it's very easy.
Listen, you're trying to win an argument or a debate, man. I'm done with it. This is petty, and you petty.
Well, then get out. Then leave. Just get out.
Now hold on. No.
If it's a problem, then get out.
Because he already got it right here.
Let me play something out here. When he's saying, when Hogtie would be saying this paper, it'd be whatever paper Hogtie was talking about at the time. Any of the links that are posted inside here. Wait. Any links posted inside the Hangout, he can't see. He's on a phone. So he couldn't be talking about anything that you linked in here.
Let's go back and play it. Let's go back and play it.
Before, if you go back even further to 11 minutes, I already mentioned that I put the paper in the back, and I'm mentioning the study.
Did you put it in the external chat? Because the external chat he can see links in, not the internal.
I see it right now. I see. Hold on. I see it right now. I'm on my phone.
I'm gonna go and confirm this.
Because when you go back in that timestamp, you sharing the screen with the study on the screen.
All right. Hold on.
Well, it doesn't matter. I can't see it anyway.
Okay, right. So
hold on.
All right, Kevin.
I can see it.
It was on
guys.
The screen.
Kevin. Yes, Kevin did put a link in the outside chat 12 minutes ago. For a PubMed article.
Okay, and that's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
And that
because
is,
I'm already telling people.
Guys,
Kevin.
Let me just say,
Kevin,
because I'm the one who said it, right? Can I just make my own?
May I?
Please.
And this is the article that Drag was screen sharing.
Right.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. The paper that he has in the back chat. Let me ask Drag. Is Drag here? Drag, is that the link that I posted in the back chat? Yes or no?
Yes, one about the endo.
Okay,
yes, the endocrine response. Yes.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, he just admitted. He said yes. Okay. Now, when I was talking about that study, Hogtie's response says that's not what this study is talking about. What it's talking about is etc. And he went on to state that it was talking about man's interaction with his wife during intercourse, his abstinence from his wife, and in that connection there. What the studies talk about is specifically masturbation, as it is in the title. And then when he said that was what it's talking about, I proved him wrong. He said that's not what I said. And
there it is. No, hold on. That's fine. That's fine. We got a specific claim now. Okay, no, let me be clear about this. Let me be clear. No, hang on. Let me be clear about this. My concern about this thing about when people say, well, we're going to go back and play a clip, it's very, very easy for someone to say, well, you said this, and you actually do say that I said something that I actually said, but then you also claim that I denied it, right? So what I want from you guys is a specific statement about what it is you think I said. Okay. Now, everybody just heard it. Kevin says, hold on, Kevin says that it's my claim that this paper talks about the absent wife phenomenon. The absent wife testosterone increase. So you need to now show that I very clearly said that this paper, the paper that apparently was being screen shared and linked here and there, that I'm already telling you, I wasn't reading that paper. I'm on a mobile device. I'm not even looking at the screen. Okay. You need to now play a clip that says, I'm saying this paper says that, and it better be clear. Okay, give her.
Hey man, you sound stupid as hell doing this. I just want you to know that,
test audio, and I want to see if you guys can hear this.
We'll have better testosterone levels. Is that
little louder.
Okay.
Little louder, please.
Well, yeah, it says it shows a significant.
Can you hear that?
No, we can't hear that, Kevin. I wish.
Okay, hold on.
I wish we could get Drag. Let's get Drag to go back. Get Drag to go back because he was quick to go back with that other one. Let's go back, Drag.
Can you go back? Yeah, Drag. Can you go back? Well, this must be much further than. Oh no, actually, the timestamps are pretty accurate. Can you go back 17 minutes and 25 seconds? Back 17 minutes, 25 seconds, not 17 minutes and 25 seconds.
I need that 100 too.
Well, you're not going to get it because I know.
Right.
Remember, the specific claim is.
Saying you're wrong about that, referring to the claim you made at the end. That the guy who
Go back 18. No, actually, to get some full context, go to.
The problem is the longer we talk, the more it moves.
Hey, go to 19 minutes back. Can you go to 19 minutes back, Drag?
That's 20 minutes.
Zinc, other nutrients.
All right, cool.
On all these other things, you saying it doesn't have an effect on that, and you saying there's no paper where you got this information from.
If I can sneak in for 1 second, per major fapping session, the maximum loss of zinc it would be 1.2% of your daily allotment. Just because somebody asked earlier, I wanted to get that in there.
All right, so here's a couple of papers on research. This is, and I'm also mention a thing that Fiona had mentioned. Now, it is known that short-term abstinence of 3 weeks can slightly increase testosterone levels in young and healthy human subjects. And one interesting study shows a significant 145% spike in T at the 7th day of abstinence. So this is an example of non-excessive masturbation, or not answering that call each and every time, and how it could benefit the body significantly. It says now here, however, long-term abstinence of 3 months has been shown to significantly reduce testosterone levels. Now we have to look at that study and see exactly what it is saying. But again, the argument wasn't whether or not a person should not masturbate or enjoy sex or anything for long periods of time. The argument that I was making was his control over his lust, which can benefit a man greatly. Like, a man is always controlled by his lust constantly. If he, let's say he masturbated every day, sure, you may say that's not going to do anything to him, but a man who does it once every 3 weeks is actually doing far better as far as his body testosterone levels than the man who's doing it every day. It's actually healthier for that man.
Just wait for it. He's going to get right into it.
You're just wrong about that. And I get that.
Okay, I'll post the paper in the back, Chad.
No, hold on. You're switching what the claim is here. I'm saying you're wrong about that, referring to the claim you made at the end, that the guy who masturbates only once every 3 weeks will have better testosterone levels. Is that your claim?
Well, hold on. Well, yeah, it says introduced study shows a significant spike of 145% in T. So you say that's not significantly better?
That's not what I'm saying, and I'm going to give you a little tip here. Every time you start a sentence with the phrase, so you're saying, the next words you're going to say are going to be wrong. So far, you're batting 0 at the plate with guessing what I'm saying.
No, bro, you just said that a person who masturbates once every 3 weeks is healthier in that regard, as far as T levels and everything else, than the man who masturbates every day. And I have a study here that's talking about that.
No, what the study says is that for somebody who has some routine frequency of sexual pleasuring, whether it's with a partner or with himself, there's going to be an endemic level of testosterone. And then during a period of abstinence, it increases. This is a reliable effect. You can have one study in this, you can have 100 studies on this. This is a reliable effect. It's actually very much
gee, gentlemen,
married
what a
people
shame.
in a monogamous relationship. That a period, in fact, it's weird because it's even heightened more. Okay, so sorry. If you had a week where a man sees his wife every day, but they don't have sex, there's actually going to be a slight increase in testosterone. If you have a week where the man and his wife are physically separated, so they're not having sex, but they also don't see each other ever for that whole week, you actually get a bigger increase in testosterone. But this is in the context of there being some amount of testosterone in the context of there being some amount of regular sexual activity. It doesn't mean to say that somebody who has sex or whatever has an ejaculation once every 3 weeks is going to have higher testosterone levels.
Okay, Drag. Okay, Drag.
Drag. Yeah, you can pause it. You can pause it, but hold it, Drag. Wait, Kevin, before you go, hold on, Drag. You're going to have to pause it, but go back and put the playhead back again, because he's about to misrepresent what I very clearly said, and we're going to have to play it again in about 4 minutes. So be ready to do that. Go ahead, Kevin.
Go ahead, Drag. Or you want me to respond, or you want Drag to go ahead and play it?
No. We'll argue about it, and we're still going to disagree.
No problem.
And he'll have to play it again.
So in the study that I read, I clearly said that the study was observing males who masturbated and are abstinence from masturbation for up to 3 weeks, and how that significantly increased T levels. Your response was, that's not what the study is saying.
No, that's not what you said. Hold on, you're gonna have to back it up like 5 minutes then. Back to another minute before that. Hold on, because hold on a sec. What you said, the thing that I said was specifically wrong. You said this study tells us that people that masturbate only once every 3 weeks, that is their routine, only once every 3 weeks, will have higher testosterone levels. I said, no, that's not what this paper says. This paper refers to the introduction of a short-term period of abstinence. That is, it's right there in the abstract, just exactly as you read it. I was going by what you said. So somebody's having routine sexual whatever activity.
Okay,
and then hold on, because you're changing what you said.
No, I'm not. Hold tight. Look at it clearly. Is this study observing those who have sexual abstinence, or is it studying the masturbation-induced orgasms?
This what? Say that again.
Okay, is this study looking at sexual abstinence with intercourse, or is it looking at masturbation-induced orgasms?
They're talking about is the same thing that they do.
Well, hold on, no. But that's exactly what I said.
No. What you said.
What are you talking about? I said.
No. Okay. Okay. Then stop interrupting, and you'll know what I'm talking about. What you said initially. I'm talking about going back in the clip. So you read that out. You read out a part of a paper, which I haven't read. Part of a paper that talked about the introduction of a period of abstinence, right? The language they use in the part that you read, and I was only going by what you were saying, was that a short-term period of abstinence. That is to say, the way I interpret what you said, again, I didn't read the paper. I interpreted what you said from what you read in the paper, that these are people that had some routine sexual activity, whatever it may be, and then they introduced a new period that is a not routine thing, a short-term period of abstinence.
No. It says clearly in the abstract, the current study examined the effect of 3-week period of sexual abstinence on the the guy pronounced the word earlier, my
neuroepinephrine.
Apologies, response to masturbation-induced orgasm. That's exactly what I said.
No, that is not what you said. That is not what you said.
Yes, it is.
Hold on. 1 week. You specifically said 1 week. I'll go play it again. You did not say
I said
3 weeks.
3 weeks, dude.
No, you did not. You said 1 week.
Regardless.
Play it back.
Regardless, hold on. Before we play it back, we want to be clear about what I said and about what you guys claimed that I said. So the paper says that they introduced a period of abstinence, what they call short-term abstinence, and then it made some findings to do with endocrinology in those people. You then said we can hear that. Whoever's playing it through, we can hear that, and it's super annoying. So he's going to play it while I'm okay.
Yeah.
You go ahead, play it.
Can you not do that? Okay. So anyway, so the paper is talking about the introduction of short-term abstinence. You concluded from the paper, or at least what I understood you to have concluded, was that people who have the routine of masturbating only once every 3 weeks have higher testosterone levels. And what I said was that conclusion is wrong. That is, your stated conclusion doesn't match what's in this paper. Then I went on to describe to you why that was a mistake, because this paper talks about the introduction of short-term abstinence and how that creates a short-term bump in the testosterone levels. Then I said, well, you could have, this is a reliable effect, that people who have routine sexual activity, whether it's abstinent, through whatever means, that when they stop, there's an increase in testosterone. You can have this paper, again, the one I haven't read, or 100 papers or whatever, because this is a reliable finding. And then I went on to describe the phenomenon of the absent wife testosterone increase. And then you guys made the claim that what I said was that this paper talks about the absent wife phenomenon. And I said, no, I didn't say this paper talks about the absent wife phenomenon. I pinned you down on it. I said, I want you to be clear about what you're saying. I say this paper says, and you said that I said this paper talks about the absent wife phenomenon. We just heard the clip played through. It's very clear that I responded to the sentence you read out and then said I talked about other papers and mentioned the absent wife phenomenon mentioned in other papers. So from that, right. GCon owes me $100.
Listen. Hold on. I think you talked long enough. But here's the thing, dude. We asked you for a paper. Do you have a paper on the absent wife phenomenon? Yo, Pseudo, really, man. You can mute your mic, dude.
No, hang on, wait. No. The specific topic we're having right now was whether or not I misrepresented what was in this paper, or whether or not you guys misunderstood what I was saying. Right? That's what we're talking about now. Now you're saying, well, no, wait a minute. I want you to show us the paper. That's you changing the topic.
When I stated what the paper is saying, you responded saying that's not what the study is showing.
Because you're wrong.
Well, okay. What claim are you saying that I was wrong about?
Okay. Okay. My understanding of the claim, and I want you to correct me if I misunderstood your claim. As I understood what you read that part of the paper out, and then after you read it out, you said this proves that somebody who masturbates infrequently has higher testosterone level. And I'm saying you're wrong about that specific claim, because that is not what this paper says, as far as I can tell from what the portion you read out loud. That's not what this paper says. I then went on to talk about the absent wife phenomenon, and you guys claim that I said this paper talks about the absent wife phenomenon, which is not a claim I made.
Wait, okay, Hogtie, you have the paper up on your screen right now. Can you please read from the sentence, these effects?
I cannot read. What I have on my screen right now
I
is
asked
your...
Hogtie. I mean, I'm sorry, not Hogtie, Dragna. Could you please
Okay,
read
yeah.
Just out of curiosity, do y'all notice that the first half of that thing you had replayed, he was agreeing with you and then put in a counter after the fact? Did y'all catch that?
Well, I'm still noticing the thing about how all of a sudden their claim that I had said this paper talks about the absent wife phenomenon and there's $100 riding on them demonstrating that, somehow that's not the topic of conversation anymore. That sort of evaporated.
Yeah, it's like a half an hour back now. Okay, so what's going on?
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
so the claim that was made, I said that men who do not masturbate as much, or they have a 3-week period of abstinence, they'll have a higher level of testosterone. He said that this paper is not talking about it. And what I would direct your attention to, if you will go to the paper and actually read the latter half of that paper, you will actually see that it's stating just that.
No, actually, what he said was that that's correct, and then he went on with a counter. But he initially agreed. He said that is accurate, and then counter with something else.
No, hold on.
No,
That's
he
not what I
said that was not correct.
I said, no, he made a claim, Kevin made a claim about somebody who masturbates at most, once every 3 weeks. And I said that claim was wrong. He's now making a claim that comports a little closer to the paper and is acting like that was the claim he made earlier. So no, I didn't agree with his
Bro,
his
it's in the paper. It's right there in the paper. It says
No. Listen, Kevin.
Although plasma testosterone was unaltered by orgasm, higher testosterone concentrations were observed following a period of abstinence. These data demonstrate that accurate abstinence does not change the neurodosing response to orgasms, but it produced elevated levels of testosterone in males. So so in the paper is saying that. I said that men who abstain for periods of 3 weeks seem to have higher levels of T.
That was not your original.
That was incorrect.
That was not your original claim. Now you're making a claim that comports a little closer to the paper.
That was the claim.
Okay, and then you also made another claim that I had said that this paper talks about the absent wife phenomenon. And GCon agrees with you on that. And GCon agrees with you so much that he bet $100 on it.
I asked you, can you show, I said, if you're going to say that it's incorrect and you brought in the absent wife phenomenon, what I was arguing against was, how are you going to say that the paper I posted with my claim in it was incorrect, and yet you're talking about the absent wife phenomenon, which was not observed in this paper. Let's say you did talk about the absent wife phenomenon. That phenomenon is not observed in this paper. What this paper specifically talks about is the response to masturbation-induced orgasm. That's the topic of what we're talking about. You're talking about something that has not been.
Then we asked him what paper.
Right, and exactly. I said, where did you get that from? So if you're going to say my paper is incorrect and then bring in an example of the absent wife phenomenon,
hey man, you shouldn't have put this. You need to stop, man. Stop it, man. Before we go back and pick it up and embarrass you later on, man. Stop it.
Okay, wait a second. So are you? Is it your claim now, GCon, that you are going to be able to find a clip where I said that this paper, it was my claim that this paper talks about the absent wife phenomenon? Is that what you're saying?
I really don't see what this dude is not getting here.
I can't really hear you.
I don't know what those dudes are not getting here.
Man, that the claim that I made was incorrect. Yet the paper says exactly that. You talked about the absent wife phenomenon on how that can happen, but the absent wife phenomenon example is not in this paper. So how then can you say that what I said was incorrect, which is in the paper, and you use an example that's not in the paper to say that it wasn't there?
Okay.
Do you not understand that?
We might be ready to play the clip again, but I'm going to give you the low level flyby again. Okay, so listen carefully, take notes if it helps. You read aloud a portion of the paper that describes what happens.
Right. I read the portion of the paper dealing with masturbation. You are talking about an example that deals with intercourse. Do you see the significant difference?
No, I'm not interested in having you change the topic to the difference.
No, I'm not.
between-
I'm not changing the topic. That's exactly what I was saying. The example that you use, is it masturbation or intercourse between a male and female? What was the example that you used? What was the basis? Was it masturbation or was it intercourse with a female? Please answer that.
It doesn't make a difference.
It does, because the topic that we're talking about here is masturbation. And you're using an example of intercourse between the male and the female. And I asked you, okay, if you're saying my claim is wrong, but yet my example is in the paper, yet you're using an example that's not in the paper, where are you getting your information from? That's
but your first claim, they're downstairs. Your
But
first
whether
claim,
it's masturbation or intercourse,
Really?
you get the same
We're
effect.
really gonna play this game?
no, it's not. No, what we're going to do, what? Just one sec, guys. What? Okay, good. Because again, so I'm going to give you the low-level flyby again, and again, if it helps, take notes. The first claim you made was that somebody who abstains, like as part of routine, at most they have, an event like once every 3 weeks, and you were claiming that that's what this paper says. My response to that was say, no, that's not what this paper says, because it talks
Okay, wait a
about
minute.
introducing-
Let's back that up, Hogtie. You're
And
saying
then he went so far to say, even if I slipped up, I make a mistake.
Right,
He went so far to even say that. Now he changing it. This is ridiculous.
Okay,
man.
G-Con, you want to go double or nothing on that claim?
That a man that abstains from masturbation for 3 weeks does better than a man who does it every day as far as his levels of T. That was my claim, correct?
Okay, say that again.
Okay, could you please repeat what you said I said?
That somebody who I don't remember exact words now, but it was the idea was that somebody who only has some event like once every 3 weeks has higher testosterone levels than somebody who masturbates every day.
Okay,
and I said that's not true.
Okay, let's stop right there. The study that I posted in the back that Hogtie has on the screen, what is this study observing?
Again,
Oh,
I don't have it on my
listen,
screen.
Listen.
Listen.
What the study is saying.
I don't have it on my screen.
Okay.
What I'm going by
Then why would you say? Then why would you say what the paper said? Then
what I'm going by is.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, what I'm going by is what you read about it, and it talked about the introduction of a period of abstinence, and that's what I was responding to. I then went on to say that there are other papers that discuss this phenomenon of a sudden reduction in activity levels and how that causes a short-term increase in testosterone. You then went on to say that I was claiming that's what this paper said.
You said that paper.
No,
Hogtie. Listen carefully what you said. I posted a paper in the back. Yes, I did. That's true. The paper in the back argues on my behalf. You're claiming that you're not able to see the paper, yet you make the claim that what I was saying was not true without observing the evidence.
Because it was read to him.
Because I was responding, as I said several times now, I was responding to exactly what you said the paper said.
Right, but if you don't have the paper, how would you understand the whole matter of what I'm saying?
Let me explain it this way. Let me explain it this way. Because I was responding to exactly what you said the paper said. Okay, so here's the problem. If I brought in a paper that I said, I had a paper and it said that they studied a particular type of chicken and it was Rhode Island Reds, and they looked at the shape of the eggs these things laid and they measured how oblong they were. And after reading aloud the abstract, I said, so there you go, folks. I have just given you a paper that proves that all chickens lay eggs that are cube-shaped. Mm-hmm. Somebody could quite rightly stand up and say, well, no, wait, that's not what that paper says. From what the portion you read, they studied only Rhode Island Reds, and they described egg-shaped eggs. They didn't talk about cubes. So that's the parallel here. You read aloud something.
So wait a minute. So wait a minute. So what did the paper?
Man, that sounds
ridiculous.
You digging yourself in a hole more and more.
Here's very easy. Did the paper specify the height of the men? No. Did the paper specify the race of the men? No, it did not. Did it specify any type of dietary background or health issues in any of these men? No. It just uses the blanket term healthy. Now, when I made the claim, I posted the paper in the back. When I said verbally that men who abstain from masturbation for periods up to 3 weeks have higher levels of T in them than men who do it excessively every day. You said that's not true, but you did not see the paper in the back. So first off, I wanted to know the basis on which you said it was true. Then you used an example of the absent wife phenomenon. And then I said, wait a minute. How are you saying that the paper is not true when, one, you did not see the paper, you didn't read it? Number two, the paper says exactly what I am saying if you read the bottom half of that paper and what its conclusions are. And three, the absent wife phenomenon had nothing to do, it has something to do with intercourse or relationships. The subject that we're talking about is masturbation. So I'm asking you, where did you get the idea that what I was saying was wrong without first looking at the paper, which agrees with me?
Okay, Drake, have you got the clip loaded up? I think now's a good time to play it through because he's asked me the same question about 6 times now. I've answered it. So why don't you play the clip again and we'll see how much his memory has drifted.
It just quickly, when he does play the clip, make sure you note that he does agree with a portion of what you said prior to putting his counter in there.
It's like 45 minutes.
A philosophical approach instead of really just looking at the information. Like you're trying to win a debate, but we're trying to really get some information and that's what I see.
No, that's exactly backwards. You got it exactly backwards. I'm trying to keep focused on the physiological and even psychological effects of different forms of sexual activity. And when I ask a question, what I'm told in response is, oh, well, what was happening in the conversation was this, and I was trying to address this theological concern. Right? I'm trying to stay focused on the issue. Like when he asks, well, did I say anything wrong? When he mentions, I think, about how you lose zinc. Well, what does it mean to lose zinc? Yes, of course you lose molecules of zinc when you sneeze.
Yeah, that's way
you lose, like women lose iron when they menstruate. You lose lots of carbon when you scratch your arm and slough off skin cells. So what is it depleting in any?
Yeah, wow, we're like a mile away from it there.
Yeah, that's way before that point. What you want to do, Dragnut, you want to go back 25 minutes.
It's only 25 minutes away?
You can try to find the part where I open my big dumb mouth.
Actually, it may be a little bit before that. I would say maybe you're right. Maybe it's around 30. I would say 27 or so. 27
30.
Yeah, it's right before.
Another thing is
that right before.
This does tie into what I was saying. As you can see, according to the study, it shows that these men weren't doing it to excessiveness. These was a 3-week period of abstinence. So because of these periods of abstinence, they were able to see higher levels of T within their bodies, and there were benefits to that. My argument wasn't that masturbation in general was wrong, but just that it was excessiveness. So again, where did you get the whole thing, Hawkeye, about a person's wife and when he has sex with his wife, when he's separated from his wife or around his wife?
Oh, it's way before that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we talked about anything regarding that.
Before we go through this entire hangout again,
Yeah.
back. Kevin,
I mean, what was the original fucking point?
No, I just want to make a point here. Kevin, you know about Ronnie, right? True empiricism.
Don't know about Ronnie? Yeah, what about him?
Okay. About a year ago, he made a statement where he was wrong. And people tried to correct him. And he wouldn't let down. And he doubled down on it. And it went on for an entire year. Don't be Ronnie.
Okay.
Okay.
You're telling
You
me not to be Ronnie
you need to
because
speak that to
Ronnie
Hall
made it-
tied
you're
in.
You're talking about Ronnie making it.
G-Con, I can say it to you too.
Well, hold on.
Right,
You're
you need to
talking
speak
about-
that to
hold on, bro.
Hall
You
tied
can't.
in.
Don't do that, man. Just because we're believers and whatnot, you can't say that.
I know. It's not because you're believers.
Stop there.
Just shut
That's
up.
ridiculous.
When you
That
double
is
down,
ridiculous.
when you're wrong, and you
Hold on,
double
hold on. You're
down,
talking to me
double
or G?
down, and double down, it's not because you're a believer.
So atheists are never
Shut
wrong.
up, G-Con.
No, hold on. Let's not go there.
Right,
Let's not go there.
you just
Hold on,
a
let's not go
chicken
there.
with your head cut
Yeah,
off.
could I-
That's all you is, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's hold on. Let's calm down. Okay. I'm not familiar with what
Okay,
true
basically,
empiricism does and this and the other.
Let him
as far as-
go first.
let me speak here. What he did was he made a statement where he was wrong. Now, it was a minor little mistake. All he had to do was accept that he was wrong and correct and say, I was wrong. And get corrected or understand how he was wrong. But instead, he doubled down and said he was right. And he wouldn't let go of it like a dog chewing on a bone. Now look at what he looks like. after an
Okay, so
entire
what does
year
that
of
have
this
to
crap.
do?
Well, I'm
What does
saying
that
is
have to do
right
with?
now, you're at that very early stage of Ronnie before he doubled down.
No, bro, don't try to do that to me, man.
I'm not.
This
I'm
is
trying.
all that
I'm
was
trying.
said.
I'm
Hey,
actually trying to stop you
Pseudo.
from doing it,
Your name is Pseudo
so you
Borito.
don't
Listen,
look
Pseudo.
like Ronnie.
Okay,
Pseudo, listen.
can I
What was
go
said
ahead,
was
Kevin? Yeah.
this. What was said was this. I was saying the first of all, people in the back chat are saying stuff like, ask Kevin and Ron if they masturbate, or they're trying to push the masturbation is evil. That was never ever.
Don't worry about that. Go on to your point. Don't worry about that.
I wasn't in Antonio's hangout, so telling me anything about it is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't there.
So
I never
argument
watched
that
it,
I
and
was
quite
making-
frankly, I don't care about
So
Antonio's
don't let
hangout.
This don't have anything to do with Antonio's hangout. What he just said. That's people in this back chat. What are you talking about?
Well, the people in this back chat, they can talk about whatever they want to. They're not in the
Right. No. But that's what he just mentioned. He just said that. So I don't know why he mentioned Antonio's hangout for what? Why did you do that?
Now I was in Antonio's hangout when we was talking about this masturbation.
No. That's what I'm saying. But you just said that people said that ask LeRon. I wasn't in Tony's hangout, so I don't know anything about
Right,
that.
I
I
know.
only know about
Yeah.
Right. So when you stated that, you're talking about this hangout in this chat, not Antonio's hangout. I don't know
Right,
why.
exactly.
Oh, who cares?
Brought that up.
Yes, we're talking.
Who cares? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. People they're making childish comments. That's fine.
Right, that's fine.
Don't
Okay,
let your
but the main thing here is the claim that I made was that men who masturbate to excessiveness does not have high levels of T as those who abstain from it for periods of time.
All right, I want to bring something up here, Kevin.
Let him finish because we're
all right.
not doing to them what they were
show
doing to me.
him
So.
something though.
Ah, Cicero.
Please. You see the link that I put in the chat around? My clock says 10:40 p.m. Are you on a phone?
Your clock says 10:40.
Well, I'm in Eastern time zone. My timestamp's on the side chat.
How's your timestamp? Wait a minute. This is
because it may go on time zone. So if you're in a different time zone, the times will be different.
Yeah, but it's in the East Coast. It should be.
What does it
11:22.
matter? What does it
No,
matter?
no, because I did it an hour ago.
Oh, okay, got you.
This has gotten kind of the
I
point of
wanted
being
you to
silly.
scroll back. Okay.
Now,
The reason why I want you to look at this is from WebMD. Okay, section number 3. There is no normal amount of masturbation. So how do you define excessive?
And that's what I was trying to get to earlier, is that in these studies, when they talk about things like excessive masturbation or what have you, they don't tend to actually qualify that, so you know what they mean by excessive or frequent or infrequent. It's just words. They don't give you, X number of times a day to try to qualify it, and that's one of the problems we keep running into.
So when
there is a you're saying that there's no normal amount of masturbation.
there is no normal amount. So if somebody masturbates once a day,
right.
once a week,
do you know
12 times a day, as long as it does not impact their ability to lead their life, it's normal.
No problem. Do you know about chronic masturbation? Do you know what that is?
That's when it becomes detrimental to your life.
Right.
But you see, you're not talking about that.
Right. Hold on. But are you basing?
And the article you put up wasn't talking about that either.
Okay. Are you basing excessive masturbation? Okay, excessive masturbation is the example that I made with the dude that if he does it so many times, he can cause some things with his body.
Now,
now the article is talking about those who abstain from sexual activity and don't masturbate as much. And that there's a higher level of testosterone in those individuals who don't deal with the activity as much as, say, someone who does it every day. That's what the study is talking about.
Kevin, let me jump in here. Hog tie.
So,
Kevin, let's just grant let's grant the point of your argument. We've been talking about, let's say, for example, you're correct. I don't think you are. Let's say you're correct. You're acting as if testosterone levels were the supreme good, the summum bonum.
Yeah, you sound very low.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you do, yo.
Okay. You're acting as though testosterone levels were the supreme good or measure of character or biological health. Throughout history, all the great dictators, people who have had multiple wives, even if we grant your point, and I think you don't have a medical leg to stand on, let's grant your point. Testosterone levels aren't the final indicator of health, character, or whatever. So I think no matter which way you go in this argument, I just want to give you an out. I think, honestly, Kevin, you never thought you'd have to defend this view. I thought you thought it was an in-house Christian chat. Am I wrong about that? I don't
You said
think
what
you ever
now?
thought you'd be called to task on this.
In-house.
No,
use it,
no, not
in-house
at
Christian
all.
chat.
Not at all.
Yeah.
I didn't think that. I didn't think that I wouldn't be challenged on this. See, the misunderstanding is this. When you guys pulled me into the hangout, the first hangout that I was in, the basis was, number one, Kevin thinks masturbation is evil. Number two, Kevin thinks that excessive masturbation leads to the depletion of zinc. Number three, Kevin says that the more a person masturbates, it can have some effects on the body. Now, the third one is true. The first one, I never stated that masturbation was evil. Again, on the basis of that, we're talking about on the biblical context and morality and what makes it evil. The light that I painted masturbation was not something that is necessarily evil, but that the desire to lust after a woman and to follow that act can conflict with one's desire to serve God. That's what I was saying. So, right. And the second point was, what Hawktie was trying to argue when I first came in his hangout was that excessive masturbation will deplete zinc, which is something I never claimed. The things that I claimed that were detrimental in the hangout with Antonio in regards to masturbation was that, one, it can lower your energy. That is a fact. It can lower your energy significantly. Two, not masturbating can cause one to focus a lot more clearly. It will allow them more clarity in thinking and dealing with things instead of having a desire to watch porn or indulge in some type of woman lustfully and having to deal with that type of thing. It's a whole lot of benefits that non-masturbating will do. And the example that I gave the dude, I said, look at a lot of testimony from men who follow a regimen called no fapping. I mean, I know that sounds like a joke, but it's actually something out there that people practice called no fapping, and they have testimonies on how it benefits them.
Kevin, have you ever heard of a guy named Dr. Kellogg's or Dr. Kellogg?
No, what's up with him?
Okay, he is the guy who did invent the cornflake cereal.
This is a great story.
Yeah,
go ahead, but this is a great story.
He was really against masturbation as well.
And to Pseudo's point,
and he believed in having a bland diet. That's why you're eating like cornflakes, and like that'd be like no spicy food. Oh yeah, he was also a big vegetarian. He did a lot of water therapy, like basically take you to stop your lustings or your self-abuse. He would take very cold baths. Okay, this all comes around the late 1800s, early 1900s. And you're repeating stuff that's like almost 100 years old now.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
If you go
Kevin, you are.
If you go to
you really are.
Right. Hold on.
And guess who else really picks up on this stuff?
You just mentioned something that this dude, Doctor.
Guys, come on. Really? One at a time, please.
Okay, listen, bro. You just mentioned
Seventh-day Adventists.
Okay, you just mentioned something that Dr. Kellogg did years ago.
He was a
in
quack.
his observations, right?
They also put on chastity belts when they sleep so they couldn't whack off when they were sleeping.
Okay, listen, bro, you're not listening to me. What you're doing is you're trying to equate what I got my knowledge from Dr. Kellogg. That's not where I got it from. I didn't get it from Dr. Kellogg.
I didn't say you did.
I didn't get it.
I said,
right.
No, he didn't say that. Come on.
Him.
Bro, okay, so why'd you bring him up?
Because people have been saying this shit. You're basically repeating something that's almost 100 years old now that was said by a quack.
Nah, bro, stop with that. Because you're putting it in the way as though I got it from that century of thinking.
That's not what he said.
I'm not. That's not where I'm getting it from. So why even bring it up saying this is what Dr. Kellogg said? To say that, oh, it's so old since he said it. They use these different tools and different methods for sexual abstinence. Therefore, this is where I'm getting my logic from.
Saying something has been long since debunked is not saying the same thing that you got it from them. That's not the same thing. You're equating the two.
Okay,
Kevin, may I ask you a question then? Where do you get this from? Are these your own thoughts or was somebody else telling you them?
Various places. My physician, for one.
Your doctor, okay.
Yes, my physician, for one. My coach, for another. Reading books from different philosophers and things of that nature as far as the effects of not masturbating and things of that nature. A lot of dealing with men forums and men health, and I do a lot of workout. I used to bodybuild, so I'm 6'4", I'm 265 pounds.
Okay.
I used to do a lot of lifting, and when we lift or when we do our sets, or when I have my Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, I have my leg day, my back day, my chest day. Masturbation was not a good thing as far as when it came to me keeping up with my ATP, my energy levels, as far as when I worked out. I have a naturally high level of testosterone. I also have a naturally high level of certain amino acids and things of that nature. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I have a high level of that. My bad. I'm distracted by some messages on my computer. But in all of that, in the physical nature, when I play sports, when I lift weights, when I talk to my physician, I actually asked him the question. I said, I want to throw this at you. I know this is kind of embarrassing, but is it possible to masturbate too much? And he was saying that although there are some studies that show that there are some benefits to masturbation, like say every now and then you can do it to increase the health of your prostate, or people say that they have studies that reduce urinary tract infection. He says, but to assess this every day, you can have effects like lower energy, testosterone, things of that nature can occur. He says, so it's not a good idea to practice that daily if you can, or excessively or anything like that. But it's just really just, that's what he told me. He says, are you doing that? I said, no, this is a question I wanted to ask you. But he basically was saying that it can be some bad and there would be some good. Now, what I was talking to the dude last night, I think as you say his name was Almost Atheist or whatever like that. I was highlighting that not only are you abstaining from this thing because it will conflict with your relationship with God spiritually, but there are some effects that it can have on your body as far as energy levels, lowering your T levels and things of that nature. And that's a fact. I don't understand why. That's the argument of this whole thing.
If I can slide in here for a couple of moments, excuse my phrasing there. But the reason why you've been brought into the last hangout specifically was because because of the claim that these people were exchanging nutrients. Now, you might have meant a different word in there, but nutrients was certainly the wrong one, and that's why you were initially brought into that other hangout.
Yeah.
The rest of the stuff was all kind of secondary to that. Now, as for testosterone and what have you, excessive masturbation.
Yeah.
It's known to have a relatively negligible effect on testosterone levels in general. What it does have an effect on is your levels of unbound testosterone. Now that I know a little bit of your background, you should know the difference between bound and unbound. So what it does is the effect it has is that you have less useful testosterone because it inhibits your ability to process and use that testosterone.
Yeah, and sorry, before you respond to that, Kevin, I want to say something about the first point, because I was wondering about that myself, about the nutrient thing. What they were, it seemed to me that what you were implying, and sometimes people react to what they think you're implying and not what you actually said. So, sometimes they want to ask, or they really should give you a chance to make it clear. So it seemed to me what you were implying was that people who have many orgasms in a day from masturbation will suffer some impairment or deficit, some sort of a loss.
Right.
But that's not observed. But remember, so then I think somebody says, well, what about somebody who has sex that many times a day, like the newlywed effect? What about somebody who has sex that many times a day? You're saying, again, don't let me misrepresent it. I'm asking you if this is what you're saying. You're saying, no, that's not a problem, because whatever it is he would be losing, he actually gains back because of the exchange with his wife. Is that what you're saying?
In a way, when a male, I actually heard this in the forum and also in the discussion, that when a male has sex with a female, her nutrients or her vaginal fluids are exchanged with the male.
Okay, yeah, that is true, but you don't absorb it and use it like food.
Now hold on, let me. Damn it! I think my connection broke up.
You're okay, Hog Guy.
Okay, yeah, okay, because see, that's the sort of thing that then people react to and go, is that really what he's saying? Because that's patently wrong. That's very straightforward wrong. Because you don't gain anything back. Like whatever your body loses due to ejaculation, you don't gain it back by having been rubbing against a woman before you ejaculated. Like, yes, she produces stuff and she loses stuff, but you don't gain that benefit. It doesn't go into your body, save for what amount you might swallow if you're performing oral sex on her. Your body doesn't reabsorb her vaginal fluids through, your body doesn't reabsorb zinc, for example, from her vaginal fluids through your penis. So it sounds like that's what you were suggesting happens. And we find that very funny. So if that's not what you're saying, you're going to want to get some distance from that implication, because that's what it sounds like, and it's pretty silly.
And the response to that room was, dude, is this really what he's saying? And if that's not, that's cool, but it's what we thought we heard.
See, I would even add to that, and apologize, something broke up, so if I apologize if I'm talking over somebody. Well, what I would add to that is there's actually significantly more fluid loss and nutrient loss, nutrient consumption during sexual activity than during masturbation. Sorry, I don't mean sexual activity, I mean intercourse costs you more resources than masturbation does.
All right, sorry about that. My phone died, and
oh man, I hope you caught that, or at least most of it.
Probably not, because I don't know when he dropped out, but
yeah. My phone died, and I had to join in with my laptop.
Okay. Did you hear me say the thing about how this is what people think you're saying, and you're going to want to get some distance from that? Did you hear that line?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me repeat that part, because I hope that was sort of illuminating. When I asked you the question whether or not you felt that so masturbating causes these loss of nutrients and resources from a man, and then people asked you, oh, okay, well, what about if a guy has just lots and lots of sex with his wife? And you were saying, well, she replenishes him in some way. And I was saying, to pick up where I think about where you left off, I was saying, it sounds like what you're saying is that if he just masturbates, he loses those nutrients, those resources, those materials. But if he has intercourse, then he gains that back from his wife because of her vaginal productions. And I'm saying that's ridiculous, because she also produces, she gives off fluid and proteins and nutrients and everything else, but not to the man's benefit, because he doesn't absorb any of it except for the amount that he might swallow while he's performing oral sex on her. But I was making the point that when you said that, it sounds like what you're saying is that he would lose some amount of zinc, for example, by his ejaculation, but he would be gaining back that zinc by absorbing it from her vaginal secretions through his penis. And that's silly. So if that's not what you were saying, you're going to want to get some distance from that.
Yeah, what I was saying was basically from a sexual, like I said, it was like a form or like a speech, and they were talking about during intercourse, when a woman secretes her vaginal fluids, there is an exchange of fluid that's actually beneficial for the man.
How is it beneficial for him? How does he gain that benefit? Like how does it get into his body and nourish his body?
Right. So there's a paper out there, or a study out there, about the psychological effects of the vaginal fluid.
Okay, but that's psychological.
There's also some observations and studies of people looking at vaginal fluids beneficial to the male during sex. Now, one of the studies that they have found is that orally, they're saying that vaginal fluid can decrease the chances of heart disease, as well as it also decreases the chances of cancer, some type of cancers.
Okay,
that's
all interesting. So you might want to, might want to put your mouth on that.
Yeah, let's
all interesting. As much as I can. All interesting, Kevin. All interesting, but please don't run distance from my question. Okay, I'm saying that when you said that they have intercourse, that it's different than him masturbating, because whatever he may lose, he regains from her. And then I made the point that you gain nothing from her vaginal secretions except for what you might ingest while performing oral sex. But you're making it sound like that somehow these nutrients are absorbed through the penis, and that's silly.
And
so this is the point when you say
that's, yeah.
Yeah, and so there is no, and in fact, here's the funny thing about it. You actually use more of your body resources during intercourse than you do during masturbation. So if your actual concern is, and this is why we're asking you this, I don't think your actual concern is how much fluid or how much zinc or how much testosterone. I don't think that's really your concern, which is why a lot of us find it silly that you're sort of willing to let this be your hill to die on. Because if your actual concern was the zinc or the fluids or the proteins or whatever else that he loses, know that you lose more through intercourse than you do through masturbating. And that amount, by the way, is just trivial. Your body functions just fine. Like, sorry, is it your position that men absorb zinc from vaginal fluids through their penis? Is that actually your position?
That's never something that I said.
Okay, that was the inference that people took from what you said, and that's what needed the clarification.
Yeah. Right. What I said specifically is that if you do have sex with your woman, at least you're getting something back.
But you're not.
The benefits.
But you're not.
Right. So no, I was not wrong. It was just your understanding.
No, he went psychologically on that. He didn't clarify it enough when he initially said it.
If you have sex with the woman, because all this absorbing and stuff, and then when I heard what's her name, the girl with the Scottish or English accent,
Fiona.
Fiona. When she said,
and it's Scottish, don't ever call her
right.
English.
She said, and I was trying to respond to her. She said, so are you telling me that the lower intestine, which breaks down nutrients and absorbs nutrients, this is how it's going to do it? This is pure wrong. And when I was trying to respond to her, everybody was jumping in trying to say that I was trying to say that. What I was saying was, when you have a wife and when you are enjoying sex with her, you are getting more of a benefit out of that than to masturbate excessively. If you have sex with your wife excessively, there's some type of benefit that you get from her. Her nutrients from her body.
No.
That creates the vaginal fluid does benefit you.
No.
Not at all.
Can I ask a question? How does it benefit you? You know, like, so for instance, you said that it has a protective effect on heart disease, but how did they actually measure that? Because I could imagine that someone who's sexually active is just going to be less likely to have heart disease for a variety.
Right. The heart disease claim actually came from a claim on oral sex.
I was in the middle of a sentence.
You hang on, Sam. You're breaking up pretty well. That's part of why I didn't know.
Sorry. Well, I mean, how did they actually measure this, and what is the actual effect? Because I'm not convinced. I mean, correlation doesn't equal causation, so I'm kind of skeptical here.
Okay, I didn't hear that last part.
Yeah, he said correlation's not causation, but I don't think that's the point. I think everybody's focusing on. Okay, let me say this. You say that there is a benefit to having sex with your wife. And I think we all agree with that. That's one of the first things I said when I came in here. There's amazing benefits. Right. In a moment, actually, I'll give you a research finding that has to do with people having heart attacks during sexual intercourse. I'm going to save it for now because I don't want to derail this part of it. But there's some really interesting research on that. But when you start to describe the benefits, you mention the word nutrients. Okay, so now Tuesday, you're saying these benefits are psychological. Totally agree with that. You didn't say that yesterday or the day before, but today it's psychological. Completely agree, 100% sold on that. But then you go on to say, and nutrients, as if somehow the vaginal secretions are of a benefit to a man through intercourse. And that's the point. When you were saying that, I don't want to interrupt you, I don't want to derail you, but you were saying all these various facts, right? Fact 1, fact 2, fact 3, fact 4. You get to nutrients, I pipe up, I say no, because you're wrong about that. There's no nutritional value to vaginal secretions through intercourse, unless you believe they're absorbed through the penis, or perhaps the scrotum.
Hawkeye, could he be talking about oxytocin? And just really quickly, I wonder if he doesn't understand, he's very subtly making the argument that premarital and extramarital sex is better than masturbation. I wonder if he understands that's the implication of what he's saying.
I was going to go there. That's a good point. Oxytocin, no, because it's not, oxytocin can't be communicated. Well, maybe he is, I don't know. Well, I should let him answer it then.
No, I'm not. Oxytocin could be created a number of ways, not necessarily through sex.
No, but it's present. Oxytocin and beta, help me out. Epinephrine, not epinephrine. Oops, I'm losing one.
Norepinephrine, prolactin.
No.
Endorphin.
Endogenous opioid system. Endorphin. Thank you. Beta endorphin. Endogenous opioid system was what I was going for there. Are produced through sexual release, even if it's not complete orgasm. But there is some good evidence that you actually get it in higher levels through mutually gratifying. There's actually an endorphin release that happens in men when they detect that their partner is having an orgasm, even if the man doesn't. The same is true for women. They actually have a bit of an endorphin release when a man has an orgasm, and they don't. So it actually, I mean, in terms of the endogenous opioid system, you do have a leg up, pardon the expression, from sharing your sexual encounters with a loving partner, as opposed to masturbating or being with a partner you're not in love with.
Just a side note here, when Kevin mentioned that vaginal fluid prevents cancer, I actually did find an article about that. It's a very shitty article, but it is an article.
Well, I'll never get cancer of the face then.
Unless, of course, you're Michael Douglas.
I don't know what that means.
He blamed his throat cancer on Congolinus.
Okay, are you guys familiar with fluid bonding?
I'm not. Go ahead. What is that? Oh, Sam's trying to get in, but
yeah. Actually,
no,
EO
I posted an article in the back too. It's an article
chat.
that's interesting. Yeah, in the back chat. You might want to check it out. It's very interesting. There's some interesting stuff in that thing. You know, what vaginal fluids and stuff can do just as well. It also can stimulate electrical charges, it says, in the body of the both people.
Does it say anything about nutrition? Does it say anything about nutritional benefits for the man through intercourse?
Right. Yeah, you guys are twisting nutritional. When I say nutrition, I'm not talking about this person's eating like a protein bar or they're getting back.
All right.
It's not like, oh, I invested $100. I expect that $100 back with interest. No, it's not what I'm talking about. When I say nutrition,
not in the person eating like a pussy bar or something.
The woman herself, when she secretes vaginal fluids, she uses a various amount of nutrients from her body to produce those fluids. I wasn't saying anything about like the man has sex with a woman. He's getting zinc, copper, iron, magnesium, protein. That was not the claim that I made at all. I'm saying is that he is benefiting from her nutrients, from what she's doing.
Okay, Kevin,
which can be many ways. Which could be many ways. So the example that I was making to him was, if you're going to obey the lust and do what you want to do, although I know this is a biblical statement, I'm gonna get to the scientific part all the time. Don't worry. That he's gonna do that to excess. There is more of a benefit if he has sex with his wife, within union, under God. There's more benefit to having sex with his wife than just masturbate excessively and have sex with your wife excessively.
So you're shifting. You said he benefits from the nutrients.
Yeah, he does.
How does he benefit from the nutrients in terms? So he's losing nutrients
in many ways. In many ways, he benefits from nutrients. There's mental benefits that he gets. If he's having sex with her and they have a fluid exchange and things of that nature, there's fluid bonding that occurs. That is something that is observed in psychology. The fluid bonding with one another is actually very healthy. It actually will prevent, if you're just having sex with just your wife, STDs and stuff like that, and sexually transmitted diseases.
Wait, you've changed the topic. No, wait. You've changed the topic.
Radical change of topic.
Yeah.
This is a red herring. So go back. Hold on, Kevin. Go back and defend the point because you have shifted the goalpost. We're not playing football. We're playing British soccer now. So getting back to the point, you haven't addressed the claim.
You're
it's healthier to have sex.
Dance, dude. Come on.
It is healthier to have sex with your wife. Yes.
No, wait. We weren't talking about if you're monogamous. No. You were talking about, you made the subtle implication, you're walking away from it now, that it's better to have sex with a woman than masturbate. So by your logic, it is better, you left the religious realm and went into the scientific realm. By your own very arguments you've been advancing, it's better to have premarital and extramarital sex than masturbation.
No, it's not. That's not what I'm saying at all.
That is what you said.
No, it's not at all. If you do you read the Bible at all?
No, hold on. No, not the Bible. Hold on a sec. Because again, you're making
he just made a claim of something that I said it is not true.
Right. Okay. What we're trying to,
and I'm asking him, does he read the Bible?
Okay, but Kevin, the problem. I think what we're trying to
man, you guys keep doing this, man. Can we stick to one thing at a time? He just said something.
Says the guy who's. We've been talking about zinc for more than an hour, And you've been changing the topic to everything
No,
else.
I have not been taking the topic.
Zinc
I just
nutrients.
stated.
Kevin,
I just stated.
This is what
out of
Ronnie
my
was
mouth.
doing.
I was about to say this. When I meant the nutrients from the woman, I didn't say that he absorbed those and metabolizes any nutrients. I just said that.
Why don't you just stop using the word
you're-
nutrients then?
Yeah,
Because
stop using the word
obviously it's
nutrient.
throwing
That's very
people off.
confusing to what you say.
Like, I know it's a
How is it
sciencey-sounding
confusing?
word because it has a specific meaning when you're talking about human health. When you're talking about human health, nutrient implies that the person is absorbing this chemical and integrating it metabolically. Like that is something that is
nutrition.
implied.
Right,
Yes.
but after I just okay. So if you have a problem with me using the word nutrient, I'm telling you that you just probably misunderstood what I was saying. I was just speaking.
Kevin, you've been
I was telling
using
how
this word now
her
for
nutrient-
hours. Even
I
in the
was
other
also
hangout with,
when
even in the
I'm
other
speaking-
hangout, you kept using it.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you. So okay, I'm not saying whatever you guys are implying or think that I said. That's not what I'm saying. Now, if you have a problem with me using the word nutrient, then I guess you have a problem with me explaining things, which is fine. If you don't want me to use that word anymore, fine. But when I was describing it to the dude,
It's
what
not about
is your
the
problem
word.
now, Hawkeye? You're still you're still trying to pin me to that description, and that's not what I was saying at all. I just said
because we're okay. I'll tell you honestly what we're
because
going for here.
What, Hawkeye? What are you whining about
Because what we're going for here is a bit of okay. Seriously, stop that.
Okay.
What we're going for here is a bit of conversational honesty. Now, you had made the claim. You had made the claim that sorry, you're gonna see me join twice here. Nobody flip out. It's not a sniper. You had made the claim that men suffer these basic nutrient losses, and I even asked you about it again today. About is there some benefit from from the woman also secreting these things? Does that somehow stave off this nutrient loss? And you said yes. So what that means is that there's some nutritional benefit from the woman's
what have
vaginal
I said?
secretions.
No, repeat that. You said you asked me
about 15 minutes ago.
No. You didn't ask you. So you're saying you asked me when the man loses those nutrients and the woman has a vaginal fluids that secrete. Am I getting something back? I did not say that's what occurs.
Strictly speaking, he was saying that the man benefits from it. However, he was not stating.
Thank you very much for honesty.
Okay, if I may, please. However, he wasn't stating how. But the problem that we're running into here is due to the fact that you're using the word nutrient. That word has certain things rolled into it, certain connotations and assumptions and implications.
I clarified that. In the last hangout, I clarified that. I was saying.
Yeah, and I also
Fiona misunderstood what I was saying. Everybody misunderstood what I was saying. When I was explaining to the dude, I remember explaining her vaginal fluids, what she secretes, her nutrients. And I guess you guys took that as, oh snap, he's saying that he's absorbing it through the penis and somehow he's getting
that's kind of the implication, so you might want to choose a different word.
Right, but then when I made the correction, like, well, okay, if you guys have a problem with making that claim, then I shouldn't have used that word. But what I meant was what she secretes has more of a benefit for a man than a man that would just sit there and necessarily masturbate on his own.
But
I already stated that. So when Hawkeye tried to come in and say I'm being dishonest or
no, I didn't say that. No, stop it. I didn't say that.
I'm not.
I didn't say that.
I already accepted the correction.
You are being.
It's like what in the world?
It doesn't also, I don't want to see this sort of pinned only on the use or misuse of the word nutrients. And we do this in these discussions all the time. We don't want to nail somebody to say, oh, well, you use this word and it actually means this, because we get into these, we got to this whole degrade dissolve thing that's just never going to end. So, but it wasn't about that. It was your specific claim about the actual benefits of the vaginal secretions when they're applied to a penis. Right. And I'm saying, and you were specifically talking about the nutrient loss and fluid loss and protein loss and everything that happens when a man has an orgasm. And I had even made the point, you actually lose more of those resources during sexual intercourse than you do during masturbating. But it doesn't matter because it's a trivial amount. It's who cares? But you were at the time sticking to your guns that there's some benefit of the vaginal fluids, like nutritional benefit of the vaginal fluid during intercourse, that it staves off this problem of how much the guy loses during an orgasm. And I'm saying you're wrong about that. And then I pointed out, as sort of politely and calmly as I could, that it sounds like you're saying we absorb zinc through the penis. and you disconnected, so I repeated it, and then you came back and said, no, that's not what I'm saying. And that's good. And that's the point when we should just put that issue behind us. Okay. So
clarification provided.
Yeah, and that's fine. Okay. But the thing is, then instead of just saying, okay, well, like instead of just sticking with what you know and talking about what your understanding is of scripture or how these things are important, then you said, well, no, what I meant was psychological benefits. You didn't mean psychological benefits until you just started talking about it a few minutes ago. And I agree with those psychological benefits. As I mentioned, what was the first thing I said when I came on the mic in this hangout was, I do think there's something very restorative about sexual expression between loving people, whether they're in the same room or not, or however it happens. Like it's a good thing. So, I mean, Kevin,
if I can sneak in here for 1 second, I just want to reference my favorite book, The Little Prince, just for a moment. There's a scene when he's sitting there and he's met the fox, and the two of them are going back and forth. And the fox says to the little prince that first you must sit there and say nothing, because words are most often the source of misunderstanding. And I think that reminds me of what's going on here.
Well, there's attitudes behind it. Sorry, I think G-Con wanted to say something first.
All right. What you think about it says stimulates the electrical charges between cells.
What are electrical charges?
He's got
it says
the outside
advantages of
chat.
vaginal mucus.
It stimulates electrical charges. It helps the
What is
energy
the source
flow
on this?
and the chi and whatever.
Right, Max, I'll put it in the background.
It
says advantages of vaginal mucus, and then it says used to Max, you can take care of them pimples through vaginal discharge on put a little bit on your face to get them pimples out your face. It says stimulates the electrical charges between cells, prevents prostate cancer, serves to digest food. If you suffer from constipation, vaginal discharge helps incredibly. It says strengthens your teeth and bones as high. But this is an article that I put in the background. I don't know. Y'all can look it over or whatever.
I didn't. So this is
the
from
hell kind of
Barely
site's that
Doc.
from?
Hold on,
What
guys,
is-
hold on.
This is like sex ed 2.0.
Well, I mean,
Well, no.
I'd like to say that just looking at this source,
There you go. You can check it out again there.
yeah,
in
it's
case you
not.
missed it.
It's not looking crazy. I mean, like it doesn't look like it's crazy credible, but I need to take a look at it more.
I don't know, that earthworm style. That's just good
Yeah.
science. Yeah, it is.
Right. And that's right. That's all I'm taking. Before take a look at it and see, and see if we can
Okay.
find some information on it. You know what I'm saying? Look it up.
Yeah, I mean, there don't appear to be any citations here on the actual website. So, like, I'm a little bit skeptical of these. Like, whenever I see things like prevents X cancer, serves to digest food, and there's no,
Yeah, I'm
there's
with
no
Sam.
citation behind
Did you
it.
read the,
Okay,
right, did you read the
G-Con.
part? Did you read the part
Yeah.
when it says scientists at St.
Yeah, yeah.
Austin University, North Carolina, USA, from 6.5 months ago are exactly? Did you
Okay,
read
well then
that?
why don't they give the source? Then why don't they give the source?
Okay, all right. Look, G-Con, I'm going to say something here.
I'm just saying that you
This
just look
website,
over the information
no,
we
just
counted
listen,
out.
this website may say what you're saying, but their little earthworm style article, their little earthworm picture here, if you look very closely at it, it says college humor.
Oh yeah.
And it's from a website
Right.
called lolberry.com. Berry.com.
Right.
Well,
I understand
Now,
that.
hold on,
but I'm asking-
stop.
hold on.
I'm talking.
Okay,
They're
go ahead.
also advertising T-shirts from Teespring. I have an ad for tires. I come down. I got an ad for HostGator.com web hosting.
Yeah, so
Okay.
not-
Those
not-
ads, so.
Right.
and then I've got an ad at the
Let
bottom
me
for.
respond
No,
to
I'm
that.
talking
Yeah,
still.
but
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, because
And then I go
you
all
ain't
the way
talking
to the
about
bottom
nothing.
here. I got more stuff on WordPress hosting. This doesn't
If I-
sound like a medical site to me.
If I
Right,
may,
but hold on,
I think
wait. Let me ask you this
please,
question. Hold on,
please,
hold on,
G-Con,
let me
one
ask-
second before we get into that.
Alright.
I
Okay, go ahead.
suspect that this site might be a gag site promoting women.
Right. Yeah,
This
that was
sounds like
very.
this sounds
important
like
what you said.
bros trying to find ways to get chicks
no,
to have sex with them.
This okay. Wait, hold on. This is what I'm asking you. I'm asking you this right now, because in this article when it says it stimulates electrical charges within the cells, is that a true statement or is that a false statement? Let me ask Max that.
That's cool. I got a great answer for it.
Where's? I don't think there's a Max in this room.
Yeah.
Max ain't in here.
No.
No.
Oh, Sam.
No.
I'm sorry, Sam.
Yeah, let's just go with the generic Jew names for the. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Right. No. I thought. But yeah.
I
but,
don't know how exactly it would change the electrical barriers in the electrical potentials in cells. I don't really see why that would be the case.
Well, actually, would it be a good thing or a bad
Right.
thing?
So hold on. Let me ask you a question. Are you sure about that? Or is that your definite answer to that, or what?
I said that I don't know. So I mean, as much as
all right,
I
well,
don't
now-
know is a definite answer.
I don't
All
know.
right.
Now, what about
Hold on.
I can answer
I
hold
got
on,
a point.
now-
G-Com,
hold on,
I got a point.
Let
to make
G-Con,
here.
let G-Con
Wait,
do
hold on.
this.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Chicken with his head cut off.
Okay.
Let me. Oh, sorry. I got a question for you, Pseudo.
Yeah.
Reading this article, would you make the same claim as Sam would make? Are you
This
sure?
article's a bunch of like horse bunk?
No, I'm not talking about the article. I'm talking about the statement that was made, because you can look at certain things.
Okay. Like I was trying to say here, I hit the back button, like the home button on the article, and it takes me to the website's main page. Okay. So
right, hold on. Let me ask you this question again.
Actually, no. What Headless is saying is incredibly relevant.
Let me ask you the question again.
What I'm saying is relevant here.
Does this article listen, in this article, when it talks about sexual sex, this vaginal fluid stimulates electrical charges within each party, I believe that's what it says. Is that a true statement?
It said within cells.
Between
And
cells.
Between
cells. I'm sorry.
Gets into the
between
cells. It doesn't explain that.
Right.
Now, what I was trying to say
Hold on,
is,
no, wait.
I'm not finished. G-Con, shut up.
Right. It's like you avoiding the question. I'm asking.
No, I'm trying to actually answer it for you. You won't let me answer it.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Therefore,
real quick.
shut up.
What we should do? Okay, G-Con wants to talk about the electrical discharge between cells. I think that's what we're talking about. Pseudo is insisting that what he's going to say addresses that point. So since he's insisting, we should trust him a bit. Let Pseudo make his point, and please, I hope it's got something to do with the electrical discharge thing.
Well, one, I have no idea how a vaginal discharge will somehow facilitate electrical exchange between cells. I have no idea how that's even going to work. What I'm trying to point out is the validity of the article because of the website it's on. If you go to the actual home page.
Okay, so it's not on topic.
No, wait a minute.
I'm gonna agree with G-Con on this one.
No, it's the validity of the article.
It's a crap article. We all acknowledge that.
Yes, because as I go down to their homepage, they have crap on how to make money at home, online business fails, self-training can lead to success, how to earn money online in 28 ways.
Whatever. Be that as it may, the point is they might be referring to an actual scientific study without listing what the study is.
Then I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Okay, I do know.
I just simply don't know how that's even going to work.
Yes, I do know what the direct answer to this is.
Yeah.
So hang on, go for it.
Okay, so G-Con, what I want to ask, so again, the statement is, so this is advantages of vaginal mucus. Number 2 is stimulates the electrical charges between cells. So G-Con, before I answer that one, I want to ask you a question. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that we would stimulate electrical charges between cells? Is that a good thing for health or a bad thing for health, or what does it mean?
You'll have to unmute. I muted him because he kept talking.
Well, it's for G-Con when you can unmute. There you go. Go ahead.
There he goes.
Right. I'm not sure. I just know that there is a exchange there. So I don't know if it's they saying it might be beneficiary or it seems that this article saying it is beneficiary or beneficial.
It literally says advantages of vaginal mucus, and it lists 7 things. Number 2 is stimulates the electrical charges between cells. And I'm saying, is this a good thing? They list it as an advantage. So what's your understanding about electrical charges between cells? Is this something we want in our bodies?
I mean, I know we do have electrical charges within our body, but I don't know if it's, how does that affect us vaginally?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a perfect.
My hand's up.
Yeah.
Is that a static electrical charge?
You say what?
What kind of electrical charge are we talking about?
Headless.
That's what I'm
serious.
saying.
What
That's-
kind of
hold on,
electrical
that's
charge? What cells are we talking about?
Right. Hold on. Who is this Hogtie talking? Or who is this
Well,
talking?
Pseudo's jumping in all the time. He's
that's headless.
Right. So, well, hold on. Well, hold on, Hogtie. I'm asking you. I don't know. I'm asking you a question. It's not to ask me to ask me a question. I'm asking you. What is this article saying? What is that talking about? Don't ask me no question. Just answer the question.
okay. Well, I wince at calling this thing an article. This is just some web page that somebody threw up. The idea that
Right. So,
vaginal
is it
mucus,
true or not?
it is definitely, flatly, 100% not true, completely false, and ridiculous and laughable. Because
Okay.
if there is an electrical, like a charge, so an electrical potential between adjacent cells, then the charge jumps the gap, because your cells are in water at all times. Your body conducts electricity. So if you have an electrical charge in your, well, you know the old trick when you walk across the carpet in the wintertime, and then you put your finger to the doorknob, you're going to get a shock. The reason is because the static charge that builds up in your feet immediately goes through your body, and now your whole body has a charge relative to an electrical potential relative to the doorknob. So when you touch the doorknob with your finger, not the feet you rubbed on the carpet, that charge is now available, because anytime you have two cells that are side by side and there's electrical potential between them, the spark jumps the gap. The only place that there's a need for, let's call it electrical potential in the body is in the case of nerve cells. And it's a great misunderstanding that people have that nerve cells conduct electricity, that signals are like electrical impulses through the body. That's not the case. The message from one nerve cell to the next is entirely, 100% completely a chemical message. So when you talk about the electrical functioning of a single neuron, what's happening is there's a electrical potential between the outside of the neuron and the inside of the neuron. It's actually the inside of the neuron is actually strongly negatively charged relative to the outside of the membrane. And when there's an impulse, what happens is these gates open and there's a sudden flipping of that electrical potential, and then it gets to the end. And when it hits the very end of the neuron, that causes a release of chemicals into the gap that then stimulates the next cell into firing. But there is no electricity conducted along a nerve. So if you take, and the nerves are the only cells where that electricity thing is important at all. So to get to my point is, again, I tried to kind of rush through what's a pretty complicated topic, like electrochemical potentials in the body. It's a pretty complicated topic, but my point is there's no such thing as electrical charges between cells. So when I read some piece of crap pseudoscience article on the internet that includes the phrase advantages of vaginal mucus, it stimulates the electrical charges between cells. That's bullshit. That's like saying it helps gate your chi properly. It's gibberish. It's garbage. Does that answer your question?
It's a satirical site, not a scientific argument, man. That's the point.
You may as well be drinking radium water at this point.
Hogtie, can I jump in here? It's even worse than what you're saying. Let's grant him that the article is correct. What they're claiming now is then great. Vaginal secretions are good for you. We should all be having sex with women. But now what they'll do is they'll do a slight pivot. They'll jump back into the Christian realm and say, no, that's not what Scripture says. So this shows really the dishonesty and consistency of the argument. They want to jump back and forth between Scripture and science when it suits them.
I think that's a step too far. I mean, this is just an article promoting
that's the thing I wanted to respond to. I was quiet the whole time, but I was looking for who made that claim earlier. Who was that was just speaking?
That was EO.
EO.
Okay, EO. Can you ask the question that you asked earlier, because I forgot what you asked?
Okay, so let's grant everything you're saying, that sex with women is better than masturbating.
This article. Hold on, EO. This article. We're talking about this article, not what Kevin's saying. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm claiming. So great. I'm all on board. Sex with women is great, and vaginal secretions are good for you. The central claim was that masturbation is bad for you, and it's more beneficial to have sex with women. That's what they've claimed throughout. So what I'm saying is, let's grant that argument. Then let's grant that argument. So I agree with you 100%. So none of us should masturbate. We should all have sex with women. But you don't want to go there, and what you're going to do is jump back to Scripture, which is intellectually dishonest.
Okay, right. So the claim that you're saying that I'm making is that masturbation is what now?
You've claimed several times that sex with women is better than masturbation. Have you not?
Actually, EO, hold on. EO, can I ask a small favor here? Because I think you were making a good point, and I think this is also a good point, but I don't want to lose the first good point. So, as a favor, can I ask? Can we finish up this point about vaginal mucus?
My bad.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's your topic. If y'all want to continue talking about that, but then me and EO can continue after that. And,
Yeah. So
to
I mean,
address that.
the claims being made here repeatedly that vaginal mucus has all these wonderful benefits, and this one, just to go over the list really quick again here, used to pimples and blackheads around the body. I'm not screwing up reading that. Used to pimples and blackheads around the body. 2, stimulates electrical charges between cells. 3, prevents prostate cancer. 4, serves to digest food. Vaginal mucus serves to help a man digest food. Get that. If you suffer from constipation, vaginal discharge helps incredibly. 6, strengthens your teeth and bones as high levels of calcium having vaginal mucus. Again, I'm not screwing up reading that. That's literally what it says. And 7, improved functionality of the kidneys. What this means is that we should seek to get some substantial quantities of vaginal mucus into us or onto us or something, which the guidance here would be that what I should be doing, I mean, if I wanted a lot of vaginal, well, I guess I'd have to have a lot of unprotected sex with prostitutes, because there's only so much vaginal mucus available to me from one partner who works 2 jobs and has to help raise kids. So I should, so, these types, I mean, obviously when GCON found this quote unquote article, right, this is called needle in the haystack research. Is that you want to, it doesn't matter what the wealth of information says about the health benefits or dangers of being exposed to vaginal mucus, because he's helping his brother in Christ make this argument that vaginal mucus is actually good for men. He finds this ridiculous article that makes these ridiculous claims, like about charges between cells and that sort of thing, not realizing that, as EO is pointing out, one conclusion of this would be that we need to, just like it's good to have bananas in your diet, we should have vaginal mucus in our diet, without comment on where this vaginal mucus comes from. And I think Kevin's point has been the point that I agreed with right from when I first walked in the room, is that the benefits from being exposed to your wife's vaginal mucus is entirely psychological and arguably spiritual.
Well, I found
Vaginal
another
mucus has
article.
nothing to
Several articles. I found another article and
Hog
several
tie.
articles.
Okay, well, why don't we let EO, GCON, why don't we do this? Why don't you post another article that you feel backs up the claim, even though I don't think this should be your hill to die on.
All right, let me finish. Let me finish. Now, I think that you're wrong in that. I just think that you need to look it up. I mean, I think we can actually do a search online and just look it up. Put in vaginal mucus stimulates cells, and then you'll find many articles on it actually.
Vaginal discharge stimulates electrical charges between cells.
Charges, yes, between cells. So let's look it up.
Okay.
No, what Hogtie explained is that that's not physically possible based on what actually happens in the body. It's not nothing. It's not just that it's wrong; it's that it can't even possibly be right.
Okay. My hands up here. My hands up here for Hogtie. Hogtie.
Hey, I was wondering.
Hold on, Kevin. Just a contradiction in the article. Number 6 was that it helps your teeth and bones because of the high calcium. Number 7 was it improves your kidney function. That's a contradiction. Okay, calcium, yeah, it does help your teeth and bones because of the calcium. It doesn't help your kidneys because high calcium can lead to kidney stones.
But I mean, to be honest here, if it's not a real paper, we really don't know the specifics as to how much calcium. And
well, I'm just saying, just based on what it's saying. If it's gonna,
that's like drinking milk. I mean, drinking milk is good for your bones and stuff.
But how much milk do you drink? You drink enough milk,
but, I mean,
you can get kidney stones.
It's a fake article either way, so who gives a shit?
Yeah. Well, we should
let you.
Okay, but I wanted to. I don't know if you guys are still on the article or whatever, but I wanted to get to what EO was saying.
Yeah, we shouldn't be on the article anymore. But
please, let's move on.
Okay, EO, if you can, please, could you go ahead and restate your question?
Okay, so you stated several times throughout this hangout, and let's keep it on topic what you said originally.
Yeah, no problem.
Excessive masturbation was bad. Then you pointed out that we have all these benefits, and let's be charitable. Let's say that there are all these benefits from having sex with the woman as opposed to masturbating. I think you did make that claim. So please don't bring up the Bible.
There are benefits to
yes,
intercourse.
I'm granting you that. I'm granting you that.
Well, I was just agreeing with you.
Okay, so please, can you, without going back to the Bible now, follow the syllogism? If sex with women is better than masturbating, then we should always have premarital, extramarital sex than masturbating. Now, you can't refute that because you just claimed that sex with women is better than masturbating. So now what you're going to do now, and everyone knows it's coming, You're going to go back to scripture. And that's what I'm trying to say. This is the problem when you conflate science and religion. Had you stayed within religion, you'd be fine. But now what you did is you said, let me try to bolster this claim. And I see this all the time with creationists. As soon as they find something they like in science, they use it, but they never look at the overwhelming mountain of evidence against them. So all I'm saying is I like you. I'm not trying to attack you, but just look at logically what you've said.
Right.
If
There's no problem at all.
If sexual congress with a woman is superior to masturbation, we should always have sexual congress with women. But the truth is, and I think most priests and every holy figure would agree, that it's better to masturbate than have out of wedlock sex or extramarital sex. So by just a simple reductio, you're wrong.
Okay, right. Okay, so before I'm saying wrong, let's go through all of your points. So first off, you're saying that my claim that it's beneficial to have sex with a woman or your wife, which is what I said specifically, than to masturbate. That is true that I said that. The next thing that you say is then we should have extramarital sex. Where do you get that from?
No, that's okay. First of all, a couple of claims. You didn't say you're now changing the goalpost. You weren't talking about monogamy. You weren't talking about wives. And I didn't say you should. I'm saying by your argument, if sex with women is always better than masturbation, then we should be having any kind of sex we can with women.
Right. So again, wait a minute. Hold on, man. It's a conversation between the two of us. Please hold on. Okay. So here's what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying that I'm saying that when sex with a woman is more beneficial than masturbation. Cool. But now you're saying that if I am to have sex with the woman as a Christian, what must I do?
See, no offense, buddy. You already lost the argument. You went back to the
Hang
Bible.
on a second.
No, I have not. I have not, bro. You can't. No. What you're trying to say is that me saying that a man can have sex with a man having sex with a woman is more beneficial than masturbating does not mean he can sin and have extramarital sex.
Okay,
that does not mean that.
Leave extramarital sex. Just keep it to premarital sex, then, Kevin. Fine. If that bothers you so much.
Right, but again, you're making the claim that I'm saying that then premarital sex is something we should be doing.
No, let's follow logically what you said. Sex with a woman is better than masturbation. So by your logic,
so then how do you, wait. You guys, let me step in here for 1 second. EO, take a couple of deep breaths and slow down a little bit. You're kind of running towards the finish line. You guys take it slow and take your time and relax a little. It's all good. I know you're kind of new on Hangouts.
Right. So EO, you're saying that because I believe that sex with a woman is better than masturbation, how does that justify premarital sex?
So no, I didn't say that. Choosing between the two, which according to your logic, it is better to have premarital sex than masturbate because there's more benefits from premarital sex.
No, it's not. No. See, what you're doing is you're taking a secular view in what I'm saying. If I'm making a claim that it is better to have sex with a woman than it is than having masturbation, then how is that me equating that to me saying that everyone should have premarital sex, or you should have premarital sex rather than masturbating?
Kevin, I predicted it, and I will thank you, Shadow, for the advice. I am new to Hangouts, but everyone should.
Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
You asked a question. No, you asked a question. That's not fair.
Right, I did ask a question, but I'm okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. So, I predicted that you would not be able to complete the argument without referring to the Bible. You just said secular. You've already lost the argument. And that was my point from the beginning.
No.
Yes, it was my point.
Stop with that, dude. You can't do that. You can't say as a Christian that I'm saying that having sex with a woman is more beneficial than masturbating. Therefore, I approve of premarital sex or extramarital sex.
If I may,
in place of masturbation. I didn't. But the point was never that having sex with a woman should be in place of masturbation and unlawfully at
Kevin,
all.
I didn't say you said that.
I don't get how you make
right,
that claim.
Kevin, both of you for a moment here. Kevin, then what you should be stating.
That's like me saying,
Kevin, if I may.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm
trying to help you here.
What? No, listen. Okay, go ahead.
So let him talk.
I'm trying to help you here. Your statement that
he doesn't want it. Just let him.
Your statement shouldn't be having sex with a woman is better than masturbating. It should be having sex with your wife. Then EO can't make the counter statement that he's making because you're being more specific in your language. If you say just a woman, then yes, that would lead to premarital sex and also
I'm repeating
sex.
What he is saying.
Okay.
Okay, what I said in a hangout yesterday with Antonio,
we were talking
I'm
not talking about
headless. Headless, let him run with it. Headless, let him run with it.
Hold on. Okay, listen. it should be obvious already that I'm talking about your wife, not just a woman. Okay, I stated that many times. Your wife. Even when me and Hogtie were speaking earlier, I always mention your wife.
All right.
Now, what he was trying to do was say that, okay, just in his basic, in his basis, having sex with a woman is more beneficial than masturbating. Therefore, you should have premarital or have extramarital sex. No, that's why I am going back to I'm repeating what he's saying, and I'm clarifying what I am saying.
Okay,
I would say when I say having sex with your woman, I'm talking about your wife, because I base this on the context of what it says in 1 Corinthians 7.
Okay, so Kevin,
Okay?
that wasn't clear, and now that you've clarified,
That was your claim. You said woman. I said wife.
Okay. Kevin,
hold on,
Kevin, hold on a second. Kevin, he was now giving you an acknowledgement, and you shouted at him. Okay, this is part of how the conversation goes off the rails. So can we let EO make his acknowledgement?
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind, and I'm going to kind of throw down here for a moment in defense of not just EO, but anyone that's new to Hangouts in general. A lot of time when people aren't used to this kind of form, they'll come in, and when it's time for them to talk, they'll get kind of excited and they'll start kind of racing a little bit through things, and you just got to be a little bit more patient.
It's exhilarating, isn't it?
When you're new to it, yeah. After a while, it just gets boring, but hey.
Thank you, Shadow. Thank you, Hogtie. So, Kevin, a couple of points. If you're talking about your wife, I could even almost agree with you, although that's another discussion about whether it's healthy. It's actually a way of staying monogamous, as Stefano said. But that's another discussion for another day. If you want to restrict that, I have no quarrel. But I will point out, and everyone can hear me, the issue I'm having is you wanted to use science to bolster your claim, and you're kind of keeping one foot in both arenas. And I think a lot of people would find that intellectually dishonest. Sticking just with the science, and you went back to the secular claim, and I think, I don't want to speak for Hogtie, but I think that's the problem that we're having, is that you want to go back and forth between the different realms, and that's one of the issues you're going to have. That's all I have to say.
No,
that is exactly.
I would say. I would say that when you deal with science, you can show through evidence that certain things are beneficial. Speak on how you should apply those things ethically. Science does not determine ethics. Science does not say what is good and evil and right or wrong. All science do is provides the facts and what it is studying or observation. So if I am giving you a scientific study or explanation or statement that states anything regarding a fact, then it should just be this, that. But to append that scientific statement to what I think in ethics or about the Bible, you cannot do that. So if you're going to say, oh, scientifically, it's proven that sex with women is more beneficial than it is to masturbate, you can't then turn that around and say that, well, let me go ahead and compare this to your ethics. You can't do that. Because science doesn't make claims on ethics. It does not.
Okay, let me address that if I can.
I will ask you.
I thought you were done.
Right. So I will ask you this question. Would it be more beneficial? Okay, let me ask you this question. According to the science, it'll be more beneficial for you to, I think, and I'm just saying this, but just to prove my point, it is more beneficial for you to cook and eat your children than to starve to death. Is that scientifically true? EO?
Okay.
Hold on. I'm going to let EO answer.
We don't need an answer to that one. I think we know the answer.
Hold on. He asked me a question.
That's fine. But I want to address. Kevin. I want to address Kevin's point.
Wait. Hogtie. I'm dealing with EO.
Hang on. I know. Settle down.
You're interrupting our conversation.
I want to address what you said, but
I am talking to EO.
But you're insisting that you go through this thing with EO. So can we please let him go through this thing with EO? Okay.
Okay, that will require you to be quiet. So EO, according to science, is it more beneficial to eat your child than it is to starve to death?
Sure. In fact, I just read a novel where in the Black Plague in England or in Germany, in Europe, they actually did that. I'd like to say I'd never do that. But this is a phenomenal red herring because I would have never started the argument. According to Scripture, we shouldn't eat children. I would start with sexual morality.
It's not a red herring, and I'll show you why. I'll show you why it's not a red herring. Because the basis on one eating proteins and nutritions and absorbing carbohydrates to survive, according to the science, is more beneficial for that organism not eat at all and to die. So according to the science, that will be more beneficial. However, how then can I take that claim of science and then say, according to your ethics, then instead of me starving, I should cook and eat my child?
So how I would address this,
That doesn't make sense.
I would address this with, I would have made the claim from secular morality that you shouldn't eat your children. I would have never tried to go into the religious realm, and that's my point. I really want to hear what Hogtie had to say. If I can.
Well, right, but again, you're absolutely right. But again, you're looking at ethics and morality, right, which has nothing to do with science.
Well, let me address the point you're making. Because I think the point you're making almost is arguably a bit mundane, that we shouldn't draw our ethics from science. Although I shouldn't say it's mundane, because maybe that's one of those things that shouldn't go without saying. I think sometimes we need to remind ourselves of that. Science doesn't guide ethics, but
No, it does not.
I think the problem that hopefully that's something we would agree on, and maybe it's worthwhile reminding each other of that. I think the problem we have, Kevin, is that when you're making a point about ethics or about morality, the right way to live and that sort of thing, you then say, well, we can look at the science to obtain certain facts, and those facts might inform our moral reasoning. We don't derive everything from science, but we need to look at facts. Now, I'm reflecting on what you said here a couple of minutes ago before we got into the whole baby eating thing, but you said we need to look at science to get some of these facts. Where we really get tripped up is when somebody says, okay, well, look, I'm going to tell you something about morals, and now scientists tell us that jelly beans fall from the sky, and from that we can derive the following bits of moral reasoning. And then somebody's going to stand up and say, wait a minute, what scientist says jelly beans fall from the sky? Now, I went to a particularly bizarre example, but this is what, and I think EO has been telling you, and out of fear for speaking for me, I'm going to tell him what you were saying, EO, was exactly right. This is my concern, is that once you try to use facts derived from science to support an argument you're making ethically or spiritually, but then you get those facts wrong, you now mire yourself in a discussion about the truth of those facts or the justification of those facts.
Okay.
And it actually costs you the opportunity to bring the ball to the goal line in what is your actual argument.
Okay, very good. So here's the thing. You just stated yourself that ethics is not, it can inform us on how we can apply our ethics. Science does not lead us, but it can inform us on what we can do as far as our ethics. Now, if you look at science and you're looking at a claim, for instance, I just found an article. It's actually a published article at DOI.org from Stuart Brody and Tillman H.C. Kruger that shows research of prolactin.
Just one
in
second.
this protein.
DOI is a document object identifier. It's not DOI.org is just what you use to identify that digital object.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But if that's the case, then
I don't want people Googling DOI.org because it's not going to lead you anywhere.
Oh, that's no problem. But what I can do for you though is I can go ahead and put it's from Biological Psychology. And it's a book, Biological Psychology, Volume 71, Issue 3 in March 2006. And the exact study is listed between pages 312 and 315. I'll put the link in the side chat there. But here's what I want to do. So we can observe scientific facts, but scientific facts does not determine ethics. What EO tried to do was he was saying, well, based on your scientific research or lack thereof, his opinion, he's saying that how then can I say that we shouldn't have extramarital sex? But again, he's trying to append a scientific study and research to my ethics. Now, that's something that should not be done. Just like the example that I gave about the baby. According to the science, it would be more beneficial for an organism to absorb protein, carbohydrates, and different type of nutrients by eating their child than to go starve or to starve to death, right? But when you look at ethics, does it mean that you will carry out that act? No, it does not. Likewise, if I am saying a statement that it's more beneficial to have sex with your wife, or as he put it, more beneficial to have sex with a woman rather than to masturbate, how does he then make the jump from that to making putting an ethical claim on my mouth that it's okay to have extramarital sex or have marital sex before marriage? So that does not make sense.
Can I defend that? So hold on. I was pointing out a reduction ad absurdum, but if I can, I want to say how this whole thing started because it seemed like a lifetime ago. You were basically claiming, and you backed away from this, about the zinc loss. Then you said about low testosterone. Sam and others have said that this is wrong, but this reminds me of, and stay with me because you made an analogy, I'm going to make one. This reminds me of young earth creationists when they find things like Dr. Mary Schweitzer's paper or polonium halos or tree rings, some years grow 2 rings or some nonsense like that, then compared to the billions of papers in support of evolution, they find these tiny scraps. And then when you show them things contrary to this, then they just ignore it or they refute it. And to me, that's exactly what's going on here. And I just pointed out reductio ad absurdum. I think most people understood it. I'm not saying you claimed that. That's all I had to say.
Right. So let's get on the claim that you're saying about younger creationists. Younger creationists, what they do is they do go into scientific articles. They do grab things that benefit what they are saying only, not looking at the entire matter and then going and arguing their point. That's not what I'm doing here. What I am strictly doing is that I am just looking at different claims that we can see in science that there are more benefits to actually having a wife or having sex with your wife than it is to masturbate. One of those actually posted in the back. The article that I posted on the side chat does not argue anything strictly different, totally different that negates the point that I am making. It is strictly talking about what I am saying right now. So to make that example of me being like a younger creationist and only grabbing a bit of something and ignoring everything else, because I'm familiar with the thing with Mary Kay Schweitzer. I'm familiar with polonium halos and the decay rate of those different isotopes and things of that nature. Those things, that has nothing to do with what I'm saying here. For instance, I'll read the abstract here. Research indicates that prolactin increases following orgasm are involved in a feedback loop that serves to decrease arousal through inhibitory, central, peripheral, and probably peripheral processes. The magnitude of post-orgasmic prolactin increases, thus a neurochromal index of sexual satiety. Using data from 3 studies of men and women engaging in masturbation or penile, vaginal intercourse to orgasm in vaginal intercourse in the laboratory, we report that for both sexes, tested for prolactin changes in a non-sexual control condition, the magnitude of prolactin increase following intercourse is 400% greater than that following masturbation. The results are interpreted as an indication of intercourse being more psychologically satisfying than masturbation, and discussed in the light of prior research reporting greater physiologically, physiologically satisfying than masturbation, and discussed in light of prior research reporting greater physiological and psychological benefits associated with coitus than with other sexual activities. So, coitus, thank you. So basically what I'm reading here, if you look at what prolactin is in men, it says in high blood prolactin concentration infers with the function of testicles and the production of testosterone, the main sex hormone, and sperm decrease. Low testosterone causes decreased energy, sex drive, muscle mass, and strength and blood count. So prolactin interferes with the function of the testicles and the production of testosterone and sperm decrease. So it has an effect on the man, and there's a benefit to that.
Okay.
If I can slip it in here for one moment, please.
What was the relevance of reading that abstract? Because I think we all agree that it's more beneficial. I'm in the middle of a sentence. I let you finish that entire thing. So, I mean, with all things being equal, is there anyone in here within reason that doesn't think that someone in a committed sexual relationship in a safe situation that is better than that having sex is better than masturbation from a health perspective?
No, I think we're all agreed on that.
Right,
the reason why, to know why
does anyone have
right, Sam, the reason why I read that was to show that the article was not trying to argue anything different. It wasn't trying to argue anything different.
But that's just the abstract, right? It's not the entire article, and I still don't see what the relevance is of reading the abstract.
If I can slip in here for a moment, if I can do a recap, shifting things ever so slightly. Essentially what was said was, well, if there is more benefit to actually sleeping with a woman than masturbating, wouldn't it follow that it would be preferable to sleep with a woman, period? To which the essential response is, well, that may logically follow. I think on an ethics level, it only really applies to being with your wife. Is that kind of a fair recap for both sides here?
Yes. So can I say something?
Hang on, Kevin, would you concur that that's kind of a fair recap?
That is more physiologically and psychologically satisfying. Yeah.
But on an ethics level, you disagree with the action. That's kind of where we're at. Okay, cool. Just making sure that
No, that's not what no, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that the science does not determine my ethics. Just because something is more physically satisfying and more psychologically satisfying doesn't mean I have to perform an act unethically or something that gets my ethics to benefit from that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to go with.
There is a path. There is a path that I can follow ethically to follow that without having to do it unethically. So he was trying to link I was making based on the science to what I would do ethically. And that's
But he already conceded that he understands that there's a division between science and ethics. So I don't think rehashing this.
Right. So
really
if he's doing that,
I'm in the middle of a sentence. You've interrupted me every single time that I've tried to speak. Like, I'm sorry, but there's a way that we can conduct ourselves in society. Okay. So he's already conceded this point. We've all agreed to the basis of this point. Can we move on?
Yeah, so I mean, but that would just show that he's wrong about.
We know,
so,
okay. Like, does it help the conversation to rub it in his face, or can we move on? Because he already admitted he's wrong.
No, I wasn't trying to rub it in his face.
He has a response.
So
Leo has a response here.
Okay, so thank you, Sam. And point one, I'm not qualified to address the biology of this, so I'm happy to defer to people like Sam and Fiona in the literature. I will say this though, I honestly feel you've shifted the goalpost, and I conceded the point for your revised point. Number two, even if we accept your testosterone point, I don't know that you've shown your point, but I want to raise a larger question about this. Kevin, I know you're a deeply spiritual man. Is there any amount of science, let's say all the science came and said, masturbation is something every man should do 10 times a day. I still guarantee you wouldn't support it. And that's the larger point I was trying to make a claim. And this is why I find this so disingenuous. No matter what science said, you would still use scripture as your primary authority. Am I wrong about that? Just hold on. Just like
give me an example of that.
Wait, no matter, just like the young earth creationists, no matter what science says, they would still hold to what scripture says, the fundies.
Okay, so can you give me an example of me doing that?
So what I'm saying is, now even everyone here, even if your article, I'm not sure what you prove by saying that, first of all, Sam and Fiona in the other hangout have said that it doesn't lower your overall testosterone in the long term. But let's grant that it does. I mean, that it does. What I'm still struggling to understand is there any amount of evidence, supposing all the literature was against you, and according to Sam and Fiona and everybody in that hangout, all the literature was against you, but let's say it wasn't. Would you consider, what I'm trying to get at is, what's the point of bringing in science if no matter what, you'd still claim the scriptural position? That's what I'd like an answer to.
Okay, can you please repeat that question part, please?
Suppose, just like the young earth fundies, no matter how much evidence you give them, they'll still hold the scriptural position. What I'm saying is it's fundamentally dishonest to even try to use scientific papers to bolster your position, because if the shoe were on the other foot, you would never admit the claim anyway. You'd always stick to scripture.
Okay, so the significant difference between what younger creationists do and what I'm doing here is this. Younger creationists, for instance, will say this. Science, the consensus, does not agree that the earth is young. Therefore, I'm going to only pick out the material from out of their papers to prove my point that the earth is young, and ignoring all the information that the earth is old to support my position that the earth is young. That is dishonesty. You can't use someone's paper that's arguing, for instance, that the earth is old, or how old the geological arrangements are in the earth, as far as when it comes to canyons and layers and sedimentary rocks, igneous rocks, and different dating methods, and then use only a portion of that to argue your point. That in itself is dishonesty. And then linking it in to try to say, okay, the Bible's saying that the earth is only 6,000 years old, then go with that. What I am doing here is fundamentally different. What I am saying is that, well, it seems that there's more of a benefit to having sex with your wife than it is to masturbate obsessively. So I'm saying if one's going to do one of those things to excess, it's better to be married than it is to masturbate excessively. So that's according to the science. Now, when I go to my ethics, I can apply my ethics separate of that. I can say, you know what? It's more beneficial for me to have a wife than it is to masturbate. Therefore, I'm not going to sin or have sex with multiple women and this, that, and the other because I feel like it. I'm going to do it the right way. I want to date someone. I'm going to court them. I'm going to get married. I'm going to have children with them, and I can enjoy that within the bounds of my marriage. So therefore, I'm honoring what the Bible is saying in my ethics, and I'm also honoring what the science is saying in that benefit. So I don't understand how you're making the two.
But wait, hold on. So
Hold on.
during that
Before you
hangout,
go, just one weird thing happened there. You had asked Kevin a question, and then you sort of made a statement, and then ended it with a question. And then Kevin asked you to repeat the question, and then you repeated your statement without repeating the question. So if I can, I'm going to repeat the question for you. You said, what if there was scientific findings that showed that you actually had more health benefits from masturbating? I think he said 10 times a day, but let's be reasonable. What if the science said that the more you masturbate, the healthier you are? Would you then be telling us that we should be masturbating more? That was the question you asked.
Yeah, but I haven't seen any article that
No,
says
not but. The answer is if. He's asking you if that's what the science said. Would you be in here telling us that science says it's healthy for you to masturbate a lot, so you should all be masturbating? Is that what you would be telling us if that's what the science said?
Right, but again, this goes back to my original.
No, not right.
I never said.
No.
I never said.
It's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical, and it's a yes or no question.
Right.
The answer is
no. I would not be in here telling you guys to masturbate.
Okay, then he had a. So your answer is no. Hold on a second.
No. But that's not. I'm not. It's not based on. It's not based on.
No. I'm not going to let you run from it, okay? Because he asked you a yes or no question. I repeated it for you, and then the answer to a yes or no question is never okay or right. It's either yes or no. So you're saying no, you wouldn't be telling people that. So then his follow-up question was, then why are you making an issue of the science? If the science if the scientific facts aren't guiding your ethical choices, then why would you, and this is him saying this, not me, why would you then want to discuss and argue over the science if the science isn't important to you anyway?
Right. So what he was asking was as though I was using the science to support my ethical stance. I am not. And all I have done is observe the science, see that was a fact, and all I would do is say that's interesting. That's a benefit. Now, would that have any weight on my ethics? No. I will still go ahead and get married and find a wife according to my ethics. Now, let's say if there is a paper out there, masturbation is good for you. You can do it. It actually lowers stress. It does this, it does that. And I heard those arguments before, but still, would I then say, well, masturbation is wrong? No, I won't. I will still do with my ethics. I will advise people go and get married and have a wife. The argument here, never was out of my mouth that masturbation is wrong, or that it's that doing it once in a while or once a month or something like that was bad for you. The question was morally. My ethics tells me that lusting after another woman in my heart and masturbating as an expression of lusting after that woman is wrong. This is the discussion we had in Antonio's room, that doing such a thing was wrong. I never said that masturbating in and of itself was, as soon as you do it, God's going to strike you down, or you're going to go to hell because you've been masturbating and whatnot. Let's say there's an article out there, again, that says it's beneficial. It will have no bearing on what I have to do in my life. Now, let's say I'm married, and let's say I'm lusting after my own wife and I'm masturbating after her. There's people that do that now. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You're lusting in your wife. So the thing is not masturbation alone, is whether it's beneficial for you to be in a relationship, lusting after your wife to do so, or to be doing that willy-nilly off of anybody on the internet.
I have some great answers to that, but I think EO has been trying to break in with a response. So I do want to talk a bit more about the science. Go ahead, EO.
I'm not a urologist in real life, and I'm not going to play one on this hangout. I'm happy to defer. He made a couple of claims there. My understanding of the science, and please, Sam and Hogtie, speak up, is that there are studies that show it actually a fair amount is healthy for you, even if you're married, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just going to stop there. I don't know enough about science, but it seemed to me the entire point of TST, you guys all said that the science agrees with the science is against him.
Stop you for a second?
Sure.
So I looked through PubMed this morning, prompted by the clip of the hangout that I saw from Skylar Fiction. And one of the issues, and I don't know if Hogtie agrees with this, is that actually there aren't a ton of studies on masturbation and health effects. A lot of them were with reference to specific conditions, but there was a shocking lack that I saw really of substantive work on just sort of normal sexual behavior vis-a-vis masturbation. Now, what I will say is that one of my best friends, his mom is a sex therapist, so I've actually asked her about this. But she says it's just part of a norm, like the consensus of the field is that it's part of a normal expression, within the bounds of normality. It's an expression of sexuality, but that's about as far as I could find just looking through the peer-reviewed literature. So I don't want to make strong claims about it.
There might be more than you're aware of, but let's make a broad and arguably unfair division in the literature, in the health sciences literature, between those articles that are mostly psychological or psychiatric in nature versus those that really refer to physiological health issues. There's nearly nothing on the physiological health issues thing. It's really not a significant concern. There are a few studies that are case study based about people who receive mechanical injuries from unusual masturbation methods. But setting those aside, because that's not really what we're talking about, right? We're not talking about implements that might cause injury. We're talking about just somebody having a wank because they're in the mood for it, right? There's really not much there, but there's quite a bit on the psychological side of it, and with an increasing number to do with what is colloquially, oh, that's a terrible word, called porn addiction, where there's general developmental concerns for people who develop their masturbatory habits in a climate where internet porn, which is very diverse, and that's not a good thing, is readily available. There's actually some indication that masturbation in exposure to that porn actually impairs proper sexual development. But to go back to the physiological thing, the reason there's next to nothing. You got to keep in mind that a lot of, when you look at the physiological health sciences reports, a lot of them aren't written by scientists. They're written by physicians, and I always make that distinction. Physicians are not scientists. You call them doctor, but most of them are not PhD holders. And a lot of that stuff is motivated by case studies. So if there's any significant number of cases that are associated with something like with masturbation, there's going to be a ton of papers on it. And there just really isn't with masturbation because, like as I say, it's not really a significant physiological health problem. I think Kevin wanted to say something on that.
Yeah, so I think the point that you made was pretty good. Like for instance, the addiction to porn. It goes within the boundaries of ethical, but the obsession to that, the chronic masturbation, someone who's obsessed with porn and they just every day opening up the web browser, wanking like all the time, doing that can have some effects on them, as you just stated, with the sexual maturity. It also has some psychological effects as well on the person. So in that environment that you're talking about, in that environment of lust, right? That's a bad environment for them to be there. Whereas on the ethical side, the Bible actually talks about how to direct that, right? How to direct such a feeling of lust and everything like that. That's why I mentioned 1 Corinthians chapter 7. But does that mean that I can't apply my ethics to the facts that they're about masturbation? Yes, I can. If I find out that masturbation is beneficial, great. But still, according to what you have read or what you know about, I don't know if it's by experience or what. And sorry if I'm sounding confusing, but when you mix in masturbation with the obsession with porn, that can create a very bad environment. Very bad environment. However, let's say you take that masturbation and let's say it's within the environment of your wife, or you lusting after your wife. I think that is a better situation, personally, than one who is in a situation when they're dealing with porn and things of that nature. I think that is much better. But again, the Bible actually doesn't make a claim about masturbation at all. The only claim the Bible makes is about lust, how one's heart is directed and what they are doing with it, with the heart. It's always with the issue of the heart. The only time the Bible talks about masturbation at all would be the story in the Old Testament where the man was told to procreate with a woman to continue the line of David, and he did not. And when he had sex with her intercourse, he pulled out and spilled his seed on the ground.
No,
he was struck dead.
No, the story of Onan is no. That was just Onan. That was just he just withdrew. That's not masturbation. He just withdrew. Like whether or not he stroked.
Right.
Right.
I will say that's the only thing in there.
He was with a partner. Yeah.
I think the better way.
That would be the only thing in there with.
I think the better way to
anything
approach
regarding
it
spilling
would have
your
been
seed
to say the closest you get to masturbation is, and that would have prevented.
Oh
any
yeah, okay,
objective-
right. So that's what I meant to say. Thank you for that correction. But I mean that's the only thing that you will get to close to spilling your seed or anything close to masturbation or anything of that nature.
No, wait. There's some verses in Leviticus about nocturnal emissions and purifying yourselves. But Kevin, my problem, and I've enjoyed this discussion, but my problem is you've already kind of copped to it. Epistemologically, if nothing would ever change your mind on an issue, and I want to be careful how I say this, I think it's intellectually dishonest to bring up science if you wouldn't use science contrary to your position. So what I'm trying to say, be careful. Please listen to me.
Oh,
you've already
great
conceded this point. You've already conceded this point. I tweeted it, Hawkeye. I'll share the link. If no amount of evidence will ever change your mind, it's really fundamentally dishonest to bring up the science because you wouldn't use it if it contradicted your position. And that's what I'm trying to get at. That's been my point from the beginning.
Actually, I think you might be looking at this a little bit backwards. What he's doing is he's presenting a position and then deferring to science to try to get some support for that position for the sake of a very specific audience.
No, I think that's exactly his
was
point.
Different. I don't know that he would have done that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly EO's point. But can you remember that exact sentence you said about if your position wouldn't be different if the science were different?
Yeah. So no, my point is, and this is a common theme throughout these discussions. If no amount of it's an epistemological issue. If no amount of evidence would change your mind on an issue, then why would you? Isn't it fundamentally dishonest to go into another realm? Because no matter what, you're not going to stop believing in Jesus. You're not going to stop thinking that adultery is wrong. By the way, Kevin, just so you know, I'm happily married in a monogamous relationship. I love my wife, and we all agreed with your point, but I don't think that was the original point. At least it wasn't clear, and I apologize if it wasn't clear. But I have an issue with this. And I have an issue with this. So if, for example, and please forgive me, you sound like I told Dragnot in the Facebook chat, you seem like a really nice guy, unlike some of the guys. But take the flat earthers. They claim that if you take them into space and they see the curvature of the earth, they'll think they've been drugged or that Satan's giving them a delusion. What I'm trying to say to you is, if no amount of science would change your mind on this position, then why are you bringing up the science? To me, it's epistemologically dishonest.
Right. Okay. So again, going back to the example you made of the younger creationists, and I love the example you brought up with the flat earthers. Right. The claim that I'm making is not anything that will be. How should I put this? For instance, flat earthers and younger creationists will come up with claims, right? And they will say, well, no amount of science is, they don't really appeal to the science correctly. They don't really look at the science and look at the facts and actually look at the entirety of the matter before making their decision. It doesn't have any influence on what they believe, but rather they go to it to try to support their position, which is wrong. Flat earthers, they go to, well, if you drop a 1 kilogram object at in 9.8 milliseconds square, and we can't really prove that there's gravity, and you can't really prove the Cavendish experiment and this, that, and the other, they will use that to try to falsify the round earth theory, support their thing, but yet they haven't looked at the entirety of what gravity really is and the math concerning gravity as far as measuring from the radius of the earth and all that other stuff. What I am doing is my basis is ethics. My basis is the Bible. What I go to the science for is not to say that the science supports my position in a way of, how should I put it? Well, let me put it like this. I'm not using the science to try to prove that sex with your woman is better. Well, I am using to prove that sex with your woman is better than masturbation. However, the science will not be my basis. I can go to the science and say, are there benefits to having sex with your woman rather than masturbating? I can find those benefits out there. Say that in the real world, the environment in which you have pornography, lusting after other women, that environment, I just know socially and scientifically that's not a good environment to have that desire. I'm just gonna put it like that. Especially with my people, for instance, I'm using my people, for example, African Americans. HIV runs rampant, AIDS runs rampant with us. Another thing is the homosexual community. I won't really comment much on that, but there's an issue with that as well, and they advocate protected sex and things of that nature. But
I'm sorry, Kevin, you can't.
The environment itself.
You can't get HIV from masturbating. But anyway, Kevin, I can improve on one.
No, I know that. I know that. But
I think this is kind of becoming a little bit of a monologue, not.
You are touching a lot of bases. Yeah. Did you want to ask your? I have a point I want to make, Sam. Do you want to ask your question first? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Mine's really quick. Kevin, are there instances where science does actually conflict with something that you hold as a biblical belief?
No, I'm thinking about it. Not that I know of. No.
Would you accept a scientific finding if it went against your biblical belief?
Yeah.
Could you give a hypothetical, maybe something that's an open question in science, that if it got an answer that wasn't biblically to your liking, then you would accept it? It could just be a hypothetical, but I'm actually curious because, I didn't want to say anything, but when EO brought up creationism, you're an ID proponent, for instance, and you do claim to be enthusiastic about science, and I don't doubt that. But we're talking about that. That's a very, very fringe view, right? And so if we're in the business of accepting the consensus, without, within reason, it just seems kind of odd because you can play lip service to whether or not you would change your mind and it would be unbiblical, but I think that's a little unfair if you haven't done it in practice. I can think of a time when science has changed my mind on I can think of the time when
Down syndrome?
How do I say that I've changed my that I've changed like an ethical viewpoint based upon the facts changing, right? So an example was Oscar Pistorius. I used to I ran track in high school and college. I'm a fan of the sport as well now. And Oscar Pistorius was a paraplegic who ran in the Olympics, and I thought, this guy doesn't have an example. What a inspirational story. He's a congenital amputee. He's known as the Blade Runner. And, when science would just come out, I said, this guy shouldn't be able to compete because he gets a mechanical advantage from these prosthetic legs. And I changed my mind on that issue. That's just one example, but I was wondering, is there some hypothetical where you could see that being the case?
If we, by some odd reason, had 100% absolute certainty of the entirety of our universe, even beyond the membrane of space, and know everything, and know that there's absolutely no force or no God or anything like that, then that will be probably the heavy hitter right there. What I said, right?
But I'm asking for science specifically rather than something.
How about a specific claim, like the common ancestry of man and other apes? Do you think that conflicts with the Bible? For example, do you believe that man is an ape, like that we share common ancestors with the other great apes?
Right. So I mean, the evidence can go both ways, though. In that's not something that's
it was a yes or no. It was a yes or no question. The answer isn't right or okay. Do you believe that man shares common ancestry with the great apes?
In way by design, yes.
No, that literally. Okay, do you believe that you and I have a common ancestor?
Yeah.
Are you and I cousins?
Yeah, by some form of ancient human or archaic human.
Okay. Do you believe that we are? So we're cousins. Do you believe that we are also cousins with the chimpanzees and bonobo and orangutan? We literally have a great grandparent in common.
Right, but I don't believe that there were chimpanzees and bonobo, or there were common ancestors that we share with chimpanzees and bonobos, though.
So your answer is no. You don't believe in common ancestry.
Right, but that common ancestry goes
several
ways. If it's common ancestry in the light of Darwinian evolution, and saying that we have a common ancestor in which bonobos, chimpanzees, and other primates come out of, in the family of human beings and Neanderthals and other types of that nature, then no, I wouldn't agree with that. But when I say that we have common ancestors,
Okay, that would be an example of what Sam was asking for, that if it turns out that there's scientific evidence that the scientific enterprise leads us to believe that we share in the same way that you and I, if we go back through our family trees, we're going to have to go to great, however many great grandparents. We're going to find that you and I are, 197th cousins, 72 times removed or something like that. But there's going to be your great grandfather is going to be my great grandfather. We actually have literal common ancestors. And then if I ask you, well, do you think, so we're guided to believe by the scientific enterprise that if we go back far enough to great grandfather, we're going to have the same great grandfather as the great grandfather of some existing chimps and bonobos these days. So there's an example sorry.
But a lot of those studies in regards to that say that the split occur like what, millions of years ago. I mean, like maybe like 13 million years
13,
ago,
14,
or about 6 to 7 million years ago, or something like that.
Yeah, we'd say 10.
So, right, 10 or so million years ago, right? So, like I said, there are studies that show that we do have common ancestry with chimpanzee, bonobo, and whatnot. But there are a lot of arguments that try to state that they are questionable. For instance, chromosome number 2, the fusion of chromosome number 2. There's a lot of studies out there by geneticists on both sides who argue very good points as to why it could be from common ancestry and why it cannot. When we look at the compatibility of DNA between chimpanzees and humans, meaning the amount of DNA is identical, we can either look at that evidence as being that we came from common ancestry, or that the source in which we come from, for that same body plan, which is 2 arms, 2 legs, 5 fingers, 5 toes on each appendages, 2 ears on both sides, binocular vision, a nose in the middle, and the mouth, that those same anchors of genetic traits can be used in another organism. But none of those things actually blow it out the water for me as saying this is what occurred.
So
Sam,
I just wanted to say something. Kevin, isn't that unfair to say? So you gave it's unfair to say that there are scientists, quote unquote scientists, on both sides. We're talking about a very, very fringe group that really is basically non-existent in the literature. In the specific instance of human chromosome 2, because I've had the unfortunate, as I know that Hogtie, his jaw clenched the same way that mine did, and how upset we are with that being mentioned, because we've hashed over that a lot. That's really only a single scientist who works for the Discovery Institute,
retired scientist
who wrote a blog post about it, versus a really overwhelming amount of literature.
Right, but there are more
again, in the middle of a sentence. So again, that's not a fair way to present this, and it seems like my perception is that you're presenting it in a way that is a little bit more friendly to your position, for what seemed to me to be obvious reasons, but I don't want to ascribe a motive there.
Right. So the thing is that what I said was actually a true statement. There are scientists on both sides that actually argue for the chromosome number 2 fusion and argue against it.
No,
now,
there's one
if you want to point out, if you right. So the difference, what you're saying is that there's more scientists who agree with the consensus that we do, that the chromosome number 2 is true, then that doesn't show anything.
Well, no,
at all.
I want to say I don't want to be straw man here, so I will stop you here. I don't want to be straw man. I don't rely upon the number of one. There's only one scientist that I've seen write anything critical of human chromosome number 2, or other people that write things that are critical always source back to this same scientist. As Jeffrey retired. It doesn't matter. We call him a scientist. Doesn't matter. But I don't appeal to the number of scientists as being an authority. It's the literature, right? It's who's publishing. And as it stands, there are no peer-reviewed articles that are against the fusion of human chromosome number 2. And I could, if I printed out all the papers that are in favor of it, I mean, man, we'd have a 20-pound stack right in front of you. So again, it's not a fair presentation. So it's, you know, I don't like. I mean, do you not see where I'm coming from here?
Yeah, I do, but it's not true. So, for instance, who's the name of the retired scientist that came up with this?
Jeffrey Tompkins.
Jeffrey Tompkins. Okay, and you're saying that no other scientist has ever looked at Jeffrey Tompkins' claim and critiqued it and agree with it?
I have not seen that.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple on YouTube, a couple of interviews. There's actually a couple of papers I could find. I don't have the names right here, but I don't. That's not true. That only one person who was a scientist was the one that came up with this. Only one.
And also,
that agreed
he
with
didn't
it.
publish in a peer-reviewed journal. I'd also like to remark.
The real point is that you have, you know, pretty well everyone agreeing on one thing, and then you have this remarkably small. Then you have this remarkably small fringe group.
Right, but again, he just said that he's not appealing to the number of scientists that agree, but yet now you're talking about remarkably small what? See, so you guys are double talking.
Actually,
on one hand, you're
there's no double talking.
Okay, let's talk not about number of scientists. 0 citations versus a mountain of citations. There are no peer-reviewed papers that are critical of human chromosome 2 fusion.
And actually, this isn't double talk because I was trying to make a secondary point, which is that we have people come forward with fringe opinions all the time. And we generally know to be skeptical of people that are on the fringes, whether it be of science or history or anything.
Yeah, and what Sam's earlier question was, like before we went to the example of common ancestry, Sam's question was, is there anything, like any scientific finding, any opinion that is established in the literature that you disagree with? And you paused and said, well, no, not really. That's why I'm wondering if it would help Sam's question to choose a particular example, such as the scientific conclusion. So the conclusion in the scientific literature, this isn't a matter of debate. This is the conclusion of the scientific literature. You can say that they're wrong, but that was actually Sam's question, was do you think they're wrong? So for example, one conclusion in the literature is the common ancestry of humans and apes.
Right.
Apes, and you're saying that you do disagree with that.
Right, exactly. I did. The example that I brought up was the contentions of human chromosome number 2. Do we have scientists that agree with Tompkins? Yes, we do. So what I'm saying is that there are
not
arguments
in the peer-reviewed literature. So no.
What?
Not in the peer-reviewed literature. So if we restrict this to the most rigorous, when I'm talking about the scientific community and the consensus from now on, I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about the literature, right? I'm talking, you know, as imperfect as peer review is, it's much better than a popularity contest. You know, and so I'm appealing to the literature. There are no peer-reviewed articles that are critical of the fusion.
So Sam, can I jump in here? In the same,
yes.
It's funny you chose chromosome number 2 because even a layman like I can see that it matches up perfectly, but then scientists like Sam can actually look at the nucleotide bases and say that it matches up perfectly. So that's a really curious example you chose. But Kevin, let me appeal to you. In the same way that you think it's a settled question that the Earth is round and that the Earth is 4.56 billion years old, the scientists in the literature, you're presenting it as like some sort of like home and away homecoming football game. It isn't like that. It's like one person on one side and a billion people on the other side. But leaving that aside, in the same way that for you, the age of the Earth is a settled question and the shape of the Earth is a settled question, I think Sam and Hogtie will back me up here. Scientists, it's a settled question that common ancestry happened. What is it? Proconsul is like, or Aurora and Sahelanthropus. I mean, we have the transitionals, we have homology, we have embryology. It's not just molecular. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I would agree. It is completely a settled question. The only thing that I would change in what you said, well, except that you used I in the never mind. The only thing I would change in there is that when you say, well, it's like 1 versus all the other scientists, it is actually 0 versus all the other scientists. There are people who have been scientists at some point in their life and are not now, who hold this opinion, but there are 0 expressions of it in the literature. Right? They're not. I mean, if somebody can hold, like you can take somebody like Hugh Ross that believes in God. He doesn't write papers. He doesn't write scientific papers on his belief in God. Scientists hold a wide variety of opinions. Scientists as people hold a wide variety of opinions. But what Sam had asked about was about scientific conclusions. It is a scientific conclusion that we share common ancestry with the apes. To put an even sharper point on it, it is a scientific conclusion that human chromosome 2 is a result of a fusion of 2 ancient ape chromosomes.
No, he didn't. No. What he was saying was.
Hogtie summarized what I said.
It wasn't based on a
perfectly.
scientific conclusion.
Hogtie summarized my
but
question
again,
perfectly. So I would appreciate it if you addressed his point.
Problem. If there's arguments on both sides that give valid points as to why it can or cannot, then no, it doesn't make it solid for me.
There aren't arguments on one side, though.
consensus.
We're talking about the peer-reviewed. We're talking about the peer-reviewed literature here, Kevin.
Right, but again,
we're not talking
again.
That's
I
the standard.
I don't go with the consensus. I look at the arguments. I look at who makes valid arguments. If Jeffrey Tompkins,
but there are
the
no
scientists, make a
arguments.
valid argument about chromosome 2, I'm going to appeal to that.
You have one side
And
that
if the other side is making
doesn't make any arguments, though. We're referring to the peer-reviewed literature here, right? We're like, there is nothing that prevents Jeffrey Tompkins from publishing any that would be, a prohibition on him publishing his supposed research on human chromosome number 2.
Actually, I have to rescind the comment I made earlier because I decided to be nice and grant things the benefit of the doubt. But after actually doing a Google on it, it's only referenced on the Institution for Creation Research, creation.com. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And apparently Tompkins never published his data.
Because there is no data, right? It was just him taking screenshots from public genome browsers, which I'm not against using public genome browsers. I used one today to visualize my data, right? So I'd be a hypocrite. It's just I don't pass off a screenshot of the UCSC genome browser as being actual work.
Yeah, I believe, because I have a couple of PDFs from him from the past. I believe he did make some papers and work in regards to this.
No, he didn't. I've looked it up. I've chased it down.
Really? Because there's one. Let me see. There's one out here called alleged human chromosome 2 fusion sites and codes on active DNA binding
That's
domain.
That's not a paper. It's not a paper.
Yeah,
What is
that's
that?
It's a
the
blog
famous blog
post.
post.
Yeah.
That's not a paper?
There's a difference. There's a difference between a paper published in a journal and just blogging.
Yeah. The
It's
Discovery,
So-
the Discovery
so you
Institute
guys
journal
are
is not an
basing it on
actual
it.
peer-reviewed
what-
journal.
So okay. So if it's not, because if it's in the journal, what is the benefits of having the journal? What is the whole thing to deal
Peer
with having it?
review.
Peer review.
and
People
it
go through,
allows-
look at your findings, review them, and find out if they're valid or not.
and respond to them or conduct their own.
So are you
experiments.
saying that Tompkins is incorrect?
Well,
Yes.
Okay,
Here's the deal. I'm not a scientist, but you guys apparently went to school for this and whatnot. Have any of you guys reached out to Tompkins and have a hangout with him?
Yeah.
Or discuss his paper?
Yeah, I've written to him several times. He's replied, and then I got responses. He won't discuss it. It's just that simple.
Yeah,
okay, well, let me reach out to him then.
Okay. Oh, that'd be good.
That would be fun.
Because the deal is that we're talking about these guys. They're saying, they're not valid and everything. And then we kind of, to be honest, we kind of go ahead and debate amateurs in this subject. Try to say that we're doing this. And I'm saying, well, if anybody ever on these hangouts, either on Steve McRae's, Magnuts, or Hogtie's channel, had any of these guys on here, I mean, do we have the David Berlinski? Do we have the guy who wrote Darwin's Black Box or any of those things? Has anybody made any attempts to talk to
They
them?
don't. I mean, they don't engage in these types of things, though. Like Steve has made a lot of effort towards these things.
Has anybody made an attempt to reach out to them for professional debate?
Wait 1 second. But also, here's the thing: is why by that same, if we're entitled to seek them out for debates, why are they not entitled to try to publish like every other scientist?
There's another thing that might be worth mentioning here, even though on some levels it might seem vaguely anecdotal on the surface, which would be the results of the Dover trial. Now, I don't mean the results in simply, what the judge came down with, but the results in terms of who actually showed up to defend ID. Because they had about 10 scientists that were initially supposedly going to go and testify, and almost, with exception of one, they all said, okay, I'm not actually going, and gave some excuse for not showing up. And that's kind of what we see in our community when we try to invite people to come in to defend their positions. The same kind of thing, like, yeah, we'll do it. No, we're not showing up at the last minute.
Yeah. No, a number of us have reached out to a number of them, and in different forms too. Like I know the Magic Sandwich Show has made several attempts to contact a lot of those people, and notably Jeffrey Tompkins. But again, I mean, let's not sort of lose track of what the point was. I mean, and I think we could have got past a lot of this a lot more quickly. Like Sam had asked the question, Kevin, do you are there any scientific findings that you don't agree with? And you said no, like you generally agree with science. And then now what it comes down to is you say, well, look, here's a scientific finding of common ancestry, and you don't agree with it. So I mean, why wouldn't your answer just be yes, there are some scientific findings that I don't believe?
Well, that's exactly what I said. I just said there are arguments on both sides. I didn't say that I will believe them. Or the argument wasn't that because they're making these claims, I'm not going to believe them because they're against my side. I'm saying you have valid arguments for common ancestry. You really do. You have some very valid arguments for common ancestry. You have valid arguments against common ancestry. What I'm saying is that does not solidify my opinion in it.
Well, it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to. But the thing is, when he asked you,
right,
if there were any you disagreed with, and you said no, that's what I find puzzling. Why don't you just say, okay, well, yes, there are some that I disagree with.
Right, I said that.
No, you didn't. I mean, you kind of gave that same.
Yeah, I did. I say I disagree because there are valid arguments as well on the other side.
An argument is not a piece of evidence in the science, like is not a finding, right? Like it is an empirical finding that.
But how is that deny the fact that I said that?
It is an empirical. It is an empirical finding that human chromosome 2 was the result of a fusion. At this point, we can say that, right? Like. I can outright say that. I don't have to provide very many citations in order to say that. It's accepted, right? Like, that's a finding. Now, you might have an argument against why you don't accept that scientific finding. But nonetheless, under, I think sensible criteria, we can say that's a scientific finding. And that's where, as Hogtie accurately pointed out, that's where the crux of my question is. If you just said, you know what, I disagree with findings from a significant amount of biologists, that's fine with me. Then we can have that discussion.
Yeah, I do. Like I said, there's not only just the dude that did chromosome 2. I mean, there's Douglas Axe, there's William Dembski, there's Stanley Jackie, there's like Michael Denton, like all these other types of dudes. I'm looking through my files right now. Like these are different papers that I have on significant arguments that counters a lot what's in the mainstream science.
People that were so sure of their arguments that wouldn't show up at court. Yeah.
Yeah. Could we not go through like sort of the naming of scientists, because it's actually probably physically impossible in the time of this hangout for me to name all of the scientists who accept evolution. So noting,
right, but again, I thought you wasn't comparing. Right, but I thought you said you wasn't going to appeal to the number of scientists that agree.
You're the one who's bringing up people's names. That's the point.
Right, but the reason why I did is to show that it's not just one person that I'm grabbing at. There's a number of
less than a fraction. It's a fraction of a percent. Like we're talking about.
Okay, I agree with you. It is a fraction of a fraction of percent.
Then let's not bring up. There are two sides. It's not two sides, though. That's the thing. Is it's not represented. One side is not represented in the literature. It's like again, like you do this tap dancing where you want to say it's represented in the literature because they don't publish.
Wait a minute. So William Dembski never published anything in regards to intelligent design?
Not in the peer-reviewed literature.
Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't.
Peer-reviewed article.
So you can't find any
peer-reviewed.
Yes,
Kevin. When these guys publish, they publish what they think are flaws in evolution. They never publish articles in intelligent design. But Sam and Hogtie, can I ask Kevin an epistemological question? You said you're a bodybuilder, right, Kevin?
I found a paper here. Stephen C. Meyer. Here it is. He says the proceedings as a peer-reviewed biological journal published at the National Museum of Natural History at the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, D.C.
That paper actually, I'm actually familiar with that paper. It actually didn't go through peer review, and the journal ended up rescinding it.
So it's rescinded.
It wasn't because one of the what happened was one of the review, it didn't go through the normal review process because one of the associate editors was friends with Meyer and an associate of his. This is a well-known case.
So it's been ejected from being peer review based on him knowing the guy.
It didn't go into peer review. If you know
Because
your
he knew the
reviewer,
guy.
if you have some sort of institutional affiliation with someone, and there are a variety of rules, but I would recommend people look up the Sternberg controversy. I'm very familiar with it, but basically the paper never ended up going through. The paper never. I mean, the short version is it just never went through the editorial process.
Okay, what
that
about
a normal paper would go through?
Okay, what about Michael Behe's paper, Experimental Evolution, Loss of Function Mutations in the First Rule of Adaptive Evolution at the Department of Biological Sciences in Lake University, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, which is in volume 85, number 4 of the Quarterly Review of Biology, December 2010. Has that been rejected?
I'm not familiar with that paper.
Okay.
Like I don't even know if it's a pro ID paper. Have you read it?
It is. Not all of it, no. I read it probably a long time ago. I recall printing this out probably sometime in 2013 and reading it on the bus on the way home from work. I don't remember the entire context, but it is for.
I mean, I'm basing my statement on the stated position of the American AAAS, which is like it's one of the most prestigious American academies of science, and they've said that there's nothing in the
there's another paper. Okay, there's another paper here.
Can you link these in the side chat?
Which is something I'm gonna definitely read this one. See here, I can't even get it open here. But like I said, there's a lot of papers that I've read in the past on my bus rides, and I specifically looked at it and make sure they were actually published in universities and in public arenas where they're peer reviewed. And a lot of these papers do argue for intelligent design, and they're up there for that.
The paper you just mentioned by Behe doesn't mention intelligent design.
Which is the point I made. These guys do publish occasionally, but it's always just to criticize something about evolution. It's never to put forward ID because they know they can't.
So are you saying on the basis that you can't find the word intelligent design in there?
I'm reading the paper right now.
You finished the paper already?
No,
he said he's reading it now in progress.
And there's literally no I mean, all of this seems to be about the modeling of evolution, with these types of adaptive experiments. It doesn't really seem to be about intelligent design at all.
Nah, bro, that's false.
I mean, do you have a quote that would refute what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can just look at the title itself. It says the experimental evolution, loss of function and mutations in the first value of adaptive evolution. So basically what Behe is arguing here, if you read the abstract, you can see what he's arguing.
Yeah, I can see what he's arguing. I don't see.
So is that
I'm not seeing any mention of intelligent design in the abstract. I'm not seeing any mention of intelligent
He's
design.
not mentioning intelligent design, but let me read it. Adaptive evolution can cause a species to gain, lose, or modify a function. Therefore, it is of basic interest to determine whether any of these modes dominates the evolutionary process under particular circumstances. Because mutation occurs at the molecular level, it is necessary to examine the molecular changes produced by the underlying mutation in order to assess whether a given adaptation is best considered as a gain, loss, or modification of a function. Although that was once impossible, the advance of molecular biology in the past half-century has made it feasible. In this paper, I will review molecular changes underlying some adaptations with particular emphasis on evolutionary experiments with microbes conducted over the past 4 decades. I will show that by far, the most common adaptive changes seen in these examples are due to the loss of modification in a pre-existing molecular function, and I will discuss the possible reasons for the prominence of such mutations. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Behe's stance and his debates, but he is for intelligent design. And a lot of the papers that
very familiar with who Behe is.
Behe believes in common descent, by the way. Behe subscribes. He's one of the few prominent ideas who believes in common descent, just so you know, Kevin.
But also, I'm looking at this article, and unless you can point to a section that proves me wrong, this seems to just be an overview of experimental evolution, scenarios. It doesn't seem to have any anything about intelligent design, not in the discussion, not in the conclusions. I mean, granted, I'm skimming it, but I'm free to be proven wrong right now. And I can provide you the link that I'm looking at. It's open access.
Right. IT proponents at some point to publish, actual science.
Yeah, I mean, it's a review paper, so I mean, granted, review papers have a little bit more relaxed peer review, but I mean, that's still an accomplishment. I'm not gonna, but again, this isn't a paper that's about intelligent design.
So
it's a
what
paper
about
published by an intelligent design proponent, which I don't deny happens.
Right. So what about are you familiar with AC McIntosh?
No.
Okay. He has he has a paper out there in an International Journal of Design and Nature of Ecodynamics, and he talks about the design of bird feathers.
Can you link that? Because that sounds like a fake journal.
Yeah. Yep, no problem.
This is something else to keep in mind, is that over the course of the last, how long has it been? 5, 6, 7 years? There's been a lot of journals, quote, quote, that intelligence design advocates, the Institute for Creation Research, et cetera, have been trying to make their own journals, which don't have they're not actual proper scientific journals, but they're making their own journals so they can claim, haha, see, we got published in a journal.
That's what Tompkins did.
No, I don't know about that. The name of the paper is Evidence of Design
Discovery.
and Avian Respiration.
That's what the Discovery Institute does, though, explicitly.
I don't see. The problem is, I can link you to the library that has it.
Yeah, I mean, I work at a university. I get past the paywall.
Oh, cool.
The presence of a paywall, right, is not a deterrent to me. I actually read references when people provide them. The problem is
I'll post the paper on the side.
But the problem that I often find is that the people who post the references, I'm not saying you're doing this, but they often don't actually read it because of the paywall, which ends up just being an embarrassing situation, as I'm sure you can imagine.
This paper by AC McIntosh, which is in the here, it says Evidence of Design in Bird Feathers and Avian Respiration. AC McIntosh Energy and Resources Research Institute, University of Leeds, UK. And it says here, the paper explores the evidence for design in living systems, and particularly it considers 2 of the mechanisms used in bird flight. These include feathers and the remarkable counterflow mass exchanger breathing system in the avian lung system. Both systems are example of principle of specified functional complexity, which occurs throughout nature. An example of this development experimentally, where the precursor information or machinery is not already present in embryonic form. Such designs features indicate non-evolutionary features being involved. And keywords, of course, is avian respiration, birds, design, evolution, feathers, lungs, and nature. So this is another paper. You want to click on that download there in the upper left?
I know how to operate. Thank you, but I know how to operate.
No, he was telling me because
sometimes these links look like advertisements, and I wanted to just inform you that that's an actual link that says download to get the PDF.
I thought you were telling me actually because screen sharing and presented so people could see what you were reading.
This journal looks fake as crap. But
well, here you go. Here's one trick.
Fake.
One trick.
What's the science of a fake journal?
I can tell you.
It's got a tiny impact factor.
Yeah, impact factor is one thing. Here's a quick. Oh, here it is. Authors submitted journal paper. This is one symptom of a fake journal here.
So I have their PDF page open right now on submissions. This just looks it just looks sort of fishy. I'm just kind of looking for the signs. I'm not saying it is.
According to Wikipedia, he's a young Earth creationist, and he's actually a professor of thermodynamics or combustion. He's not a biologist, just for you guys to know.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, that's... sorry, which journal are we looking at here?
While you're doing that, can I just ask Kevin an epistemological question? He mentioned bodybuilding earlier. So, Kevin, if you wanted to win the Mr. Olympia contest, would you ask Arnold Schwarzenegger and Lee Haney, or would you ask a 95-pound guy who, I don't know, plays...
What? I thought I heard Arnold Schwarzenegger. What did you say?
So, you're into bodybuilding, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you wanted to win the Mr. Olympia contest, would you consult Lee Haney and Arnold Schwarzenegger, or would you consult some 85-pound guy who, I don't know, plays World of Warcraft or Quidditch or whatever? Who would you consult?
It's funny that you mentioned that because I got my workout advice from a small dude.
So I said, careful. I said winning the Mr. Olympia title. So Lee Haney won it 7, 8 times. Arnold won it 7 times. Whom would you ask?
I'm sorry. I'm going to call that a bad question just because a friend of mine used to be a power lifter that could deadlift well over 1,000 pounds, and he now weighs about 120 pounds.
Okay, let me modify my question. We have to have a framework where we trust the experts, the recognized experts in the field. And I guess my point is, had this been any other field except biology, my guess is Kevin would trust the recognized experts in the field. We have to have some mechanism where we trust the people that publish the most papers in the most prestigious journals. That's what I was trying to get at. If you don't like the analogy, fine, I'll back off from it. But I still think it's kind of reasonable. But anyway, go ahead. And so, Kevin, how did you determine that the world wasn't 6,000 years old? Clearly, the scientific evidence overwhelmed you, right? So I guess what I'm saying is these guys are claiming, people who know far more about this than I do, that the same, even more evidence overwhelms them that chromosome 2 is a fusion site, or that we lost the Siglo gene is evidence in, what is it? What do you guys talk about that? The cytochrome C, or, we can name a million things now that support common ancestry.
That's a whole other discussion that I need to look into. But as far as the young Earth creationists, the Bible doesn't say how old the Earth is. It just does not. The Bible just says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness on the face of the deep. And then it gets into the 6-day creation. It's not saying anything about the earth being 6,000 years old. So the scientific evidence do show that there are significant amounts of information that shows that because of the decay rate of certain minerals, the decay rate of certain elements, when they break down into stable elements such as K to AR, which is potassium to argon. But then there are also problems with that. Like, for instance, New Mexico has a geological study that shows that K to AR dating can be not reliable. And there are other people who are in the secular world that actually say that some of these dating methods aren't reliable because of the way they're adjusted or So that to me, I haven't been in a dating for a long time, but I'm not going to say the Earth is 6,000 years old, though. The Bible doesn't say that. I have no reason to be pressed on that. So I'll just wait for more evidence to come out and see how we can accurately look at these things. Like, for instance, K to AR dating. If you look at some of the pillows or some of the igneous rock structures that we find from some recent lava flows, they actually give us dates of millions of years, although it's something that happened maybe a couple of decades ago. And the reason for that is because what we found is that there's a crystal, or there's elements or trace elements within magma that will trap what's called the excess argon problem, which is an excess amount of gas that is trapped within the formations. So when we try to do research to find out what is going on here, we don't know if it's an excess argon problem due to when the argon was created, or if it's actual decay from potassium into natural argon gas. So it's like problems like that. So that's one example.
Hold on, let me get back in that. Funny you mentioned that. So let's grant your argument. What about uranium decay, rubidium decay, and the other 3? There's like 6 different elements they use for dating, all of which dovetail nearly perfectly. So don't you see that even if we grant your argument, that still doesn't deal with how solid radiometric dating is?
It does. It does deal with it because, for instance, there are rock structures that have been dated using those methods. For instance, uranium-234, and this breakdown to protactinium, and then I think it goes down all the way till it gets to the point where it's lead, basically. There are other dating methods that actually conflict with the data that we find in that. For example, there was, what was that rock structure? Gosh, it's been a while since I read about this stuff. It was a rock structure that was dated using uranium-234, and its decay rate all the way down. They also use another dating method called lead-lead. And the lead dating method actually gave him significantly greater dates or different dates other than the uranium-234 dating. There was another dating method that was incorporated with that. Oh yeah. For example, there's a structure. I have to find it because right now it seems I'm blurred. I don't know if this is valid to say this or not. But there's a structure that has an animal in it. The animal was dead, and what they did was they did carbon dating on the animal. Carbon dating on the animal showed the animal to be about 8,000 years old or something like that. But yet the uranium-234 dating around the animal, the rock itself that it was encased in, actually showed to be much, much older than the animal that was encased in the rock structure. So it was like, okay, how in the world do we determine the dates when we're getting conflicting information from all of these different elements here? So that's the problem in the dating method. There's actually some different dates that we can get from that. So let me find the New Mexico thing first about the excess argon.
Where did Hogtie and Sam go? But
While you're looking at that for a moment, Sam's sidebar.
Yeah, I saw that quote.
Okay.
It
Does the editor's note? Yeah. Well, where we went,
it looks a little. I mean, the process of the journal looks a little fishy to me.
Yeah, it did more than a little bit with that quote.
And a lot of people are, and it seems like, you know, there are some people that do question whether it's peer reviewed, but I don't know.
Yeah,
from looks of it, it's really not. They just want to promote people discussing alternate viewpoints. Is kind of what I'm getting out of that.
Yeah, I mean, and just to clarify where we went was, we said, well, where did Sam and Hogtie go? Because, you know, he's given us something to look at here, so we're actually looking at it instead of just sort of dismissing it hand wavy. I'm a little.
And also, I'm not a geologist, so asking me to comment on dating methods. Some of what he said seemed kind of like I've heard the claim somewhere, but I just don't really remember it, and that's just not my.
Or you know the counter because it's not your field.
It's not my field. Yeah. So
yeah,
I'm not.
It's not my field either. I just want to add to Kevin. Kevin, are you aware that in 1998 they discovered something called dark energy, which upended really a lot of the scientific paradigm, and they've had to incorporate dark energy into everything they do. So much so that it's 71% of the mass energy of the universe. So what I'm trying to say is, if radiometric dating weren't reliable, you don't think we'd hear about it?
If what now?
If radiometric dating weren't reliable, don't you think we'd hear about it? Like, so a common creationist ID claim is that there's conspiracy scientists to keep out controversy, but nothing could be farther from the truth. Because again, look in 1998, these guys won the Nobel Prize. Dark energy is now one of the most difficult mysteries in science. They upended the whole paradigm. My point is, if they found a problem with radiometric dating, wouldn't we know about it?
No, first of all, on the claim about dark energy, there are actually some studies that show that it may not exist.
That's fine, but it actually doesn't negate my point that it upended the scientific paradigm and people were happy to incorporate it into the knowledge.
Okay. But again, it's now being debated if it even exists.
I don't think it is, though. I mean, to my knowledge, it's pretty unanimous among physicists, right? It's that we can calculate the amount of energy within a given galaxy. I mean, the traditional way that dark matter was found is that we can see how fast a galaxy is moving, and we can calculate the mass with some precision based upon the number of stars that we see. And what happens is the galaxies are spinning too fast, and so we conclude that, well, we're missing a significant amount of matter that we just can't detect, and we don't know what it is, and they call it dark matter.
Yeah. Well, either our sorry, I have a comment about this journal too, but either our understanding of gravity on very large scales, that is gravity of extreme amounts of mass or over very large regions of space, either our understanding of gravity at that end of the scale is just wrong, or there is dark matter. The second observation that's particularly impactful is gravitational lensing, to where you have these regions of space that light can penetrate, and yet the light passing near those regions is distorted. So it's not that there's something in the way that conventional matter, when it's in the way, light is light's affected by it. But there's clearly something gravitationally profound, because light that goes around it tends to bend, just like there's a black hole. Right? As sure as we are that black holes exist, we're that sure that dark matter exists, even though people don't really know what dark matter is.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be real, man. I'm getting tired. Like I don't know what, man. My mouth is actually getting sore. So much cry. So,
Kevin, can I make one last comment to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
You cited some scientists. Look how assiduously Hogtie and Sam are looking at your claims and treating your claims with respect. You hear me? Not everyone.
I don't have a problem with them doing. They've done that in the past. I don't have a problem with Sam. I don't have a problem with Sam when it comes to academia.
Okay, but hear me out. What I'm claiming is, and I've watched these hangouts for a long time. People on your side of the aisle, when these guys give them lessons and try to help them, they don't. It's in one ear out the other. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're pouring over the papers right now. That's a sign of respect for you.
Well,
right, but you're trying to saying like, see, they're good guys. I'm saying that I never had that issue with them in the first place.
I think there's another thing is I'll say that most of the time, I will actually criticize Kevin on this, and I don't mean this as a personal thing, Kevin, so please don't take it that way. But a lot of times people get super excited about trying to explore some of these topics. And the truth is that, and Hawkeye can verify this because he's actually seen me do this, is that what you realize is the more and more you learn about things, like I used to think like sequencing data was amazing until I've actually dealt with sequencing data on my own time. And I can say that now, having dealt with a lot of sequencing data, not that amazing. It's actually quite messy, and it's hard. And so I think that there's a level of the level of appreciation, not necessarily of what you know, but of what you don't know and what you maybe can't know. And I think that oftentimes that's kind of missing when people are a little overeager. I mean, I completely just fucked up that description of dark matter for the most part, because I just got excited because I find it interesting, but I don't know anything about it. So I think that that's another worthy thing. And I don't want to be critical to say that, maybe it's a personal defect or they're not listening. I think with some people that is the case, but I think a lot of times it's just sort of overeagerness. And that's what I thought.
Sam, I got a question for you. Do you have another YouTube channel?
I mean, it's linked off of this account. It's Scientist Sam. I don't really have any videos up on it though. I have one hangout.
You think he sounds like somebody you know?
Yeah,
everybody says it's Sam.
And explains things. You sound just like the dude on YouTube named Armor Skeptic.
No, I get that all the time. I don't know who he is.
Far from.
Armor, we know.
My ex-girlfriend is far less attractive than Shoe on Head. So
Shoe on Head's awesome.
Yeah. Okay. We know. Just before we start kind of closing down or wrapping this up too tight, I found out something about this WIT group that did the publication on that. They publish for £50 a page.
Oh, they are paid. Okay.
They're paid for print.
Okay, well, that's one thing I was looking for when I was screen sharing, and I said, well, here's one symptom of a not real journal is when they make you pay, and you can normally find it when you're looking at a thing and you're like, I'm not familiar with this journal. Look at the instructions to authors. If they tell you how much money you have to send with your submission, then it's nothing.
Sorry, €50 per page. Sorry.
Yeah, well, Wessex is not a great or not bad institution. It's not like but there it looks like it's set up to sort of encourage discussion of a variety of ideas, and they're certainly not a hard science journal. But why don't we put a pin in that? Because I mean, you say you got to go, Kevin. So I kind of want to. There's two bits of advice I want to put forward, and I hope you take it recognize where it comes from and take it seriously. I'm going to mention, in giving this advice, I'm going to mention disease rates in homosexuals. That's not to open a big argument about that. It can be something that if you want to talk about it, we can put a pin in it. We'll come back to it another time. But so anyway, I'm just warning you ahead of time. Here's my 2 bits of advice here. Take it for what it's worth. Number one, you should have a bottle of water when you come to do a hangout, because I think 3 times I've heard you in hangouts and partway through you just go like, man, this is killing me. This is grueling. My throat is dry. you always think I'm going to be in a hangout for like 20 minutes and it ends up being 4 hours. So I always stop and grab a bottle of water and go for a pee pretty frequently during hangouts. But the other thing is, I mean, I'm reflecting kind of on when I had joined, and I was agreeing with the point you were making about sexual morality, and then it turned ugly really fast. And I admit to a lot of frustration over how the hangouts get kind of my side, your side, and it really turns heated and turns really ugly. I get frustrated by it. I was frustrated by it tonight because we were discussing some specific scientific things when, in fact, your major point is really more a spiritual and ethical point. And we didn't discuss it here. You guys didn't discuss it yesterday. We get derailed into, well, now we're going to talk about the science. And then people want to jump around and not talk about the science. And it ends up getting away from your point. Well, then we don't even get to talk about the science, because now we're going to have a 25-minute discussion on what Hogtie said, you know, when he was reading something. And that's it. That argument had to go to its death, right? And to this minute, I'm sure that GCon is still convinced that he won that $100 bet. That he went back and played it. He's sure he heard it. So whatever. I'm miring too much in that one specific example. As you join these discussions, I really want to encourage you to not get too much in the our side, your side thing. Certainly don't put a lot of stock in what you hear from, you know, G-Man and True Empiricism about how, you know, like, for example, about me, it's often said that I'm two-faced, which is the exact opposite of true. Because if you're being respectful and I'm enjoying the conversation with you, I'm very polite and respectful. When you're being a dick, then I'll just tell you you're being a dick. The reason that people get two modes from me is because I'm reacting to how I think I'm being treated by you guys, right? By anybody. I don't mean like creationists. I mean like anybody in these hangouts. I don't know. This sort of went better in my head when I started this. I think I sort of meandered a little bit here, but I think part of what happened with the science thing, part of why a lot of us are sensitive to it, is that we encounter quite often, I said I was going to mention the gay thing, so we quite often encounter people who come in and say, well, I'm going to speak out against homosexuality. I know there are people who support same-sex marriage, but I'm against it. In fact, I think we should try to encourage homosexuals to not be homosexual. And I have several reasons for this, and many of them will be scriptural in nature. But then they'll slip in some science, and they'll mention something like about the horrible disease rates amongst homosexuals. These lesbians are just riddled with disease, and how homosexuals tend to be pedophiles, and all these other things. And then we'll point out, well, that's not true. Now you've made a not saying you've done this, but we have this happen all the time. Is that you're trying to make a point that's really more spiritual and ethical. And then for some reason, you guys will want to pick up a bit of science, and you'll get the science wrong. It is not true that lesbians have more diseases than other people. It is not true that homosexuals are pedophiles more than other people. But this is something that gets dropped at our door all the time, and we're quite willing to argue about that. We'll listen to what you have to say about the ethics of homosexuality, same-sex relationships, and sort of take on board how you inform your opinion scripturally. But as soon as you start telling us science and you get the science wrong, well, now we're going to argue about the science. And I got to say, I'm bringing it in for a landing. I see you unmuted. So I love that point that EO made a long time ago, where he says, if no amount of science would convince you otherwise, there's really no point in bringing up the science, because you're not really talking about the science. And I think a lot of what happened tonight was arguing about science and then arguing about what people were saying about science and having to go back and play out something back through a hangout and that sort of thing. And I want to encourage you, like I try to encourage everybody, that like, can we try to speak more in a climate of, let's get enthused about the fact that we can exchange ideas and information here, and let's try to drop our enthusiasm for being dicks to each other.
So often the actual controversies that we run into is over somebody's interpretation of words and what they feel those words are alluding to, without even necessarily trying to investigate what the other person wants. A lot of time in these kind of hangouts, discussing things from a more neutral position generally ends up help the flow of conversation.
Yeah, and I think any time that as you get to meet more people who are creationists, or really hardcore evangelicals, they're going to use this phrase. They're going to say, well, the atheists do this. You got to watch out. because the atheists will do divide and conquer. The atheists will always mute you in their hangouts. The atheist this, the atheist that. Very, very rarely, if ever, has any sentence that's from those guys when they say something like the atheists do this, very, very rarely is that actually true. And I find it very frustrating.
And alternately, when we're in a room that's predominantly atheist, the majority of statements that Christians do this or Christians do that are wrong, if for no other reason than they're broad generalizations and don't really capture that.
Well, I want to be careful with that. Actually, I got in an argument with Brojo about that tonight. He was saying, oh, well, you're saying Christians do this, Christians do that. And I had to tell him, no, I don't even think that. When people say Christians as a criticism, they're actually, and that's why I don't even use that term. That's why I keep saying evangelicals, because the vast majority of Christians that we encounter don't do the things that we complain about. They're like General Han Solo. I mean, he's incredibly gracious and generous and respectful. Fiona, absolutely heart of gold. The people that we have problems with are like G-Man and True Empiricism. Like you people keep throwing it in your face like somehow it's your fault. The True Empiricism made this comment about 1.5 years ago about DNA falling apart in water. And it just never goes away. We still argue about it. He's simply wrong about that observation. And he was making it as an observation to something to do with abiogenesis. We don't know because he's never actually made that point. But he said that DNA falls apart when you put it in water. He's been told that he's wrong about that. He's argued about it forever. He then claims he changed his mind about it. Then he claims that Fiona agreed with him, and Fiona says that he was right all along. And Fiona, and he screen shares a comment where Fiona is telling him that he's wrong in that comment. And then he's come out and changed what he claims to have said 1.5 years ago. And then he's gone back to it and says, well, I was right all along. And it's just like, what the fuck are we even arguing about anymore? Because we're not talking about DNA in water. We're not talking about abiogenesis. We're not talking about there being a divine creator who set this whole system up because he has a plan for you and a plan for me. And salvation is available through him. We're not even having that discussion. We're talking about who said what about when about certain covalent bonds. And it's just like, why are we still talking about this? I do appreciate your patience while you listen to me rant about that.
Yeah, no problem. If you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It comes down to we just want the conversations to be meaningful, and a lot of this stuff just ends up bogging them down in stupid minutia that nobody really cares about.
Yeah, but you have Chewbacca and a squirrel fighting Nazis, man. What's up with that?
Hey, man, he was there. Prove me wrong. I got photographic evidence.
Yeah, right. Yeah, man. Yeah, well, I'm about to get up out of here, man. You know, I've been here for a minute. Hey, G-Con, unless you something you wanted to come back and say or whatever.
No, I was just listening to him.
Yeah,
I think that it goes really both ways. I mean, as I stated before, as far as when you arguing and debating with atheists, and also not just atheists, but with anybody, it goes on how they interpret the information and whatever the case may be. I think that that's the problem. It's almost more like a versus thing. So, I mean, it is what it is. One people may think that they're right, and the other one think that they're right. So,
well,
I think
no, I'm going to resist that. I mean, I think that if you make a general sort of apple pie statement, like we could all do a bit better, we could all be more respectful to each other, I'm with you on that. I mean, there's so many things I see people on any side of the discussion. I mean, I see, Christians of one stripe arguing with Christians of another stripe. I see atheists arguing with atheists, and we all could. This hangout format is potentially toxic, as many just really toxic hangouts we have, and we could all do better. But if you say, if I'm pointing to a specific example of a behavior that I really don't like, it is not a two-way street. And I'll give you an example, is the lying about other people. This is something I've been on for more than 1 year now. I am sick and tired of the ease with which somebody will say, oh, don't trust, like what's been going on the last month, don't trust Hogtie because he's a racist. There's no foundation for that. Don't trust Hogtie because he snipes hangouts. Don't trust Hogtie because What was the other one? Oh, he's a doc dropper. If he ever gets your phone number, it'll be all over the internet. What the fuck is that based on? That's one guy who lied.
So he said people called you. They called you a racist and a what?
Doc dropper, and a hangout
Somebody that gives
sniper.
out somebody's personal information is what that means.
Yeah, and the hangout
Right.
sniper means you go into someone else's hangouts and then you start kicking people out of the hangout, even though you don't have the authority to do it. There's a technical way you can do it, even if the owner of the hangout doesn't give you permission to do that, and you just
Right.
go in and vandalize someone else's hangouts. And
I
I've been accused of that.
understood, but I think that when it comes to our conduct in these hangouts and things of that nature, I believe that we can say things that can be misinterpreted by the person based on their experience with racism and things of that nature. So let's say, for instance, you're not a racist at all. And I know a lot of friends on both sides. I have a lot of friends that are from my neighborhood, and we have a certain way that we speak, colloquialism about, within us. And then I went to a Catholic school, right? I wasn't a Catholic, but I just went there for the education. And there's a totally different environment and how you interact with people. Like I work in corporate America, I'm in IT. Like the people that I deal with on a daily basis are from all over the world. So there's a certain way they speak. So the interaction between the two, it may seem racist, but it's not. It's really cultural. Like say for instance, me and G-Con can be talking about something, right? And the way that we're speaking about it is kind of like, you guys will look at that, well, that's not proper English, or what are they saying? Or you guys will make fun of the way we say things. So to make fun of that, it will appear to be racist to us because it seems like you're attacking our culture and how we speak, because that's the typical thing that we get from a racist. Growing up, that's the typical thing that we get from a racist.
I know where you're going with that. I hate to interrupt, but I know you're going with that. But let me draw this distinction. And let me first start by agreeing with you. There are some people, and notably from the UK, who will make fun of G-Man because he says, "Let me ask you a question." No, I don't like when people do that. I've even quietly told them that they shouldn't. They shouldn't do that because that's really more of a cultural thing that in some ways is tied to race, and that they shouldn't be doing that.
I've defended G-Men on that too. It's not, I don't even see it's a race thing. I mean, it's a New York thing. I mean, they make fun of it in Futurama in a way that isn't really making fun of it. Everyone in the future in Futurama, because they're in New York, says "ax" instead of "asked."
Yeah, and I'll give you, just to clarify, just so you know where I'm coming from, Kevin, on the race thing. You know how a lot of, I'm a white guy, a lot of white guys will prove that they're not racist, but or attempt to prove they're not racist with the following line: "I can't be racist because some of my best friends are black." Well, let me tell you this, Kevin. None of
that
my
is
best
actually
friends.
why I can't be racist. In case you guys are
Yeah.
wondering, and
I'll
just
tell
in case, Kevin, you can say that you're not anti-Semitic, because you know me and I'm Jewish. G-Con, we're working on it. you remember what you said last time, motherfucker. You remember.
But I'll tell you.
I said that you was a sellout to your people. That's what I said.
Oh, let's not get into it.
Oh,
We've
that's
got
terrible.
you as playing.
I'll tell you-
Leave it that as it is.
Yeah, I'll tell you, because I want to get back to the lying thing, but I'll, just to get the racism thing out of the way here, I'll tell you how much. So some people say, well, I'm not racist. Some of my best friends are black. This is how racist I'm not. None of my best friends are black. And the reason I say that, we're just meeting each other. You might not know this. You might have suspected it, but I'll admit it. So I'm Canadian, and I'm not just like Canadian, like I live in a Canadian city. I am from the North. I don't have black friends because there are no black people around me. I didn't grow up with any. What's that?
No, go ahead.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
No, go ahead.
Oh yeah. So I don't have the same cultural connections to the American history of race relation problems, right? That my culture is not at all with that. I mean, like New York to me is like Narnia. These people were talking about being on the New York subway today in an earlier hangout, and the New York subway system to me is like a fictional land, right? Because I've never been there, so I don't have those connections to race issues, and I'm more sensitive to things like that. I don't like people making fun of acts. Again, so pardon me, I am getting to a point here, but there was an incident a while ago where somebody had made fun of G-Man by saying, well, it's like he's on crack. And some people really jumped on that because, well, wait a minute, because he's black, he must be on crack. And I know what you mean. I'm agreeing with you, Kevin, that you got to be careful. Sometimes if somebody makes a wise crack about fried chicken, all of a sudden, well, wait a minute, was that a racist thing? And I understand sometimes it happens by accident, but here's the difference. This is the important difference. If somebody told me, so sock account just came in the room here. If somebody said, well, sock accounts are racist, and I said, well, why do you think that? Well, because sock account was in a hangout the other day and he made a wisecrack about fried chicken, and it was pretty obvious where he was going with that. Well, at least there would be a story there as to why somebody inferred, either correctly or incorrectly, that sock accounts are racist. Here's the thing. There is no such story about me. There's just one guy who says, well, you can't trust Hogtie because he's a racist. He doesn't have a story. He doesn't have a justification for it. It comes completely out of nowhere because I don't have any.
Who said that anyway?
In all fairness, I love fried chicken. It's awesome.
I do.
I think I get what Hogtie is saying. Sock account is racist. I got it.
I think we're getting at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
well, I can't be racist because Drake's one of my friends.
Yeah, but even like so with the sniping, right? Is it there's nobody saying, well, Hogtie sniped a hangout. Drag was hosting a hangout, or True Empiricism was hosting a hangout. Hogtie got the link and he sniped it. There's no such story. The guy just says, oh yeah, he just snipes hangouts.
There's a bad pattern within varied groups of people, and it's individuals within the it's individuals within these groups that just go around defaming people, and that's just crap.
Right, and that is okay. I'm going to get to my point here. Is that is not a two-way street, right? That's not the Christians that are doing it. It's not the atheists that are doing it. It's one particular group of people who are vocal evangelical apologists, and they will lie about people at the drop of a hat. They don't even have specific stories. They just go, yeah, well, that guy's a doc dropper. You don't trust him because if you give him your phone number, it'll be all over the internet. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. It's a small group of people. It's not the Christians. It's just a small group of people that do it. And that's not, so like when GCon makes this sort of statement like, well, it's a two-way street. That's not a two-way street. That's them doing this. And
what I mean by two-way street, is I mean the disrespect, on both parts. It's that's definitely there. We as Christians, we try to do it in a lighter manner, but at the same time it's still point taken to where it's disrespect.
Well, you made that point to me before, G-Man, or I'm sorry, G-Con, I'm sorry. And you know what, I disrespected it tonight because you would come into a hangout I was hosting about these problems, and you pointed out, along with Carlos, you said, you guys will call us moron and idiot at the drop of a hat. And I did it to you tonight, even though you talked to me about that. And I even made a Google Plus post where I said, G-Con made a good point. We call these guys moron and idiot at the drop of a hat. And yet I did it again tonight. I apologize for that. That was wrong. So if your point is we could respect each other more, I am as bad at it as anybody else.
And I definitely agree, and that's what I mean by that. I'm not saying that, when I say, because I know that, like I don't know. I think I probably know what you're talking about already. But it is what it is. And like I said, I disagree with that. If somebody is saying, well, this person doc drops or this person is a racist, and they don't really, have no for sure statements. But so I take it to where there is some things that's there that need to be worked on between both parties. And I stated that, don't make an argument that it needs to be a more stronger claim. And I've watched some people make some arguments about some things in relation to someone lying about something, and it wasn't really a strong claim for real. But, I stayed out of it. But claim, on some things that I stuck with because just, what I stuck with for us in that situation that happened between Antonio and Fiona, this and that, which I already told y'all where I made my claims. And, and I didn't stick with their claim because I felt like that it wasn't strong enough, that they was making. Should have made a stronger claim. So I definitely agree that there's some things that need to be looked at there on both parts, between you and G-Man or what took place to what happened. But I know, you've talked about it and he's talked about it, and we tried to work it out, whether it was online to where you defended your stance. And, so I did hear a lot of that. But as a whole, that I think that we can respect each other a little bit more to where we can have more conversations, but better conversations. But some people don't view that as that. Some people be like, "Hey, that's just who I am. I'm just a hole," you know, when it comes to being online. And
Well, I think more often than not, when people just like, well, you're shut up, you're a moron, and this kind of stuff, it's just that they're getting frustrated.
That's my
really intended.
Yeah.
and we all get frustrated, but
I just
you
let it
know,
roll
but
off personally.
and that's just, I mean, that's the whole thing, man. Is we need to respect each other a little bit more, and I think that some of us is learning that, and some of us is not, and some of us need to be examples to the people that don't have that self-control. Because in these hangouts, when you look in the chat, you know, your chat, when you monitor, you got people that's in there, that's moderators, and they just letting people say all types of crazy stuff. And you know, I had to tell Antonio that, you know, you just can't have people in the chat room saying crazy stuff and nobody really not addressing the chat room. That has to be addressed just as well, because when you get to
I'm going to have to argue a little bit on that, G-Con. I've ran a shit ton of Hangouts, and some days the chat's kind of slow, and some days it's rushing by. The problem is that when you're moderating one of these things and you're watching the chat, you have to sit there and watch it constantly and can't actually participate. It's damn near a full-time job. You'd almost need a set moderator that goes through it. It's miserable.
You really need somebody who isn't in the conversation. It's a lot easier if you have a couple people that have, they call it spanners, have the little wrench thing. Because I know I'm terrible at it. Like, I'm awful at hosting a Hangout and watching my own live chat.
Right. Now, you know, I think there's BS though, what you both said. Here's why I think that's BS is because that's probably what you think, but in reality, let's just keep it honest. If I post something in the chat, everybody gonna look at it. Oh, G-Con doing this and that, they gonna delete me or block me. But one of these guys post something, you know, you don't take notice, but you take notice to what I posted. And I even got screenshots on it to where if I posted something and then someone says something crazy and nobody says anything about it, but let me post something, they own it. So I think that's just BS. I just think, you know, at the end of the day, when we keep it honest, people just got their way on how they do things, you know, and it's the first thing, you know, this is a proponent. And so because he's that, you know, let's focus on what he's doing. Let's not focus on the whole chat room overall. So I'm not making no excuses. I wouldn't even make no excuses when what's his name? Antonio. How he lets Darwin Deity he just lets him just nuts up and he nut up in there, you know what I'm saying? And he doesn't really check him. He let him kick people out and all types of stuff. I seen that, you know, and I told Antonio that. I said, hey man, you just gonna let this dude consistently do this, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm not making no excuses for
that dude Darwin is wild, dude.
There's no excuse. And Antonio, he lets him do that. And I'm cool with Antonio, but I had to check him. So I say, hey, man, don't let him do that, man. Because he can come in the room and we'll have a conversation and he controls the whole conversation, saying the same thing over and over again. And it's just time to move on now. So that's what I'm saying. That's just BS. If anybody posts something in that chat room, you got moderators that's there. They focus on everything else, especially if I write something, they on it. Everybody's on it. So therefore, they need to be on it like that when somebody is in there saying certain things that they should not be saying. And matter of fact, when I mentioned to them, I said, this person just said this, go back and scroll up. They still playing like they ain't seen it. So bottom line is, it's just two parties of people. There's a lot of immaturity that is there that has to be addressed, and there's no excuses for it.
I agree with that.
So I'm just being honest. I recognize BS when I see it, and it's just BS, you know. And I think that as Christians, you know, we shouldn't do that. As you know, human beings overall, if you're an atheist, you shouldn't do it. You should have some type of natural affection. You know, when you start doing crazy things and acting childish, it begins to seem a little bit inhuman. It's like you ain't got no type of human affection that's going on there a little bit. That natural affection, then I don't know what else to tell you. You I mean, you off into another species now. Then evolution is real.
I have a question for you, G-Con. There's about a dozen different channels that I actually do have mods on in terms of the chat, including this one. And when I'm participating in channels, I don't mute anyone. I don't silence anyone. Have I ever gotten rid of one of your comments?
I don't believe you have. I don't really even know who you are on if you have or not, but I don't think you have.
Yeah, I don't, because it's too much fucking effort to keep an eye on that while I'm in here, and that's what I was indicating.
Right. I know that's what you was indicating, but you know, that's just not the case when in these hangouts. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm 35 years old, and I know that a lot of you brothers probably older than me, and some of you guys are younger, but I know we all here are adults. So, you know, let's just act like it and just stop playing games and just really look at this. Yeah, there is some things there to where people notice some things more than others, and when you're willing to make that and not cover that over, then that's a sign of maturity. And I don't think that there's a lot of people that's in these hangouts. They be older, but they just immature. Like, they kids act older than, you know. When we talk about social science, is how we relate to people. You know what I'm saying? How we observe and how we look at characteristics and study people. That's something that's very important. You know, and I don't think we don't look at that. You know. So how you deal with people and how you relate to them, you know, outcome, you know, whether it's war, whether it's peace, bad communications, always cause, you know, problems. Keep it honest here. Just be honest. When we are honest to each other, then we can get help. You know what I'm saying? To say, well, this is the thing between atheists and between Christians, you know, because we're definitely guilty of it, and I'm guilty of it. Like I said, I go on my rants to where, like I did with Fiona, hey, it just felt good. It felt good just to release, you know. But I came back and let her know, hey, it is what it is. Apologize about that, but some things you wait all day to get some get back. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you be like, I'm just gonna leave it alone because I don't want to really be, you know, going there. But
now, to get my attention enough that I'll actually ban you, you need to like have to start drawing swastikas in the chat or something. Otherwise, I'm not even going to notice it because I'm too busy dealing with what's going on in the room.
All right, yeah, but I know other people notice it. I don't know you, but I know people. There's too many mods in there not to see certain things to go on. And mainly, if you got somebody besides, I don't know, because Antonio didn't used to have a chat because, you know, because of the very thing. But I noticed that other Christians, when they had chat, they were like, hey, be like, this person, whether if you was a Christian or whoever you was, look at that chat room and monitor that chat room. Or if you a Christian talking crazy, or if you an atheist talking crazy, you're gonna get blocked. You know what I'm saying? Because we can't have that in the chat room, because what happens is everybody it's contagious. Attitudes are very contagious. You know, it doesn't have to be, but it is. If my wife walk in the house talking crazy to me or certain things, it's gonna give off. And I can either respond and say, well, you know, I'm not gonna do that, or I can you know, just be like, hey, we're gonna go ahead then. You know, I got to get the last word in, or this person get the last word in. So this stuff can flare up, you know, in these chat rooms, and different people can be, you know, feeling some type of way about it. So ain't no excuses to that. And that's why, you know, we gotta understand it. You know, we can't be blind to that.
Every channel does have its right to set its own moderators to have more or less or what have you. But I think in terms of the person that's in charge of moderating the hangout, that you need to at least acknowledge that they need to focus more on what's going on in the room than outside the room.
Right, but what's the point of having moderators in the room if they ain't doing their job?
I'm a moderator in the room.
Like I don't like it just listen, like what I'm saying is ABC 1-3. That's just simple, man. You know, if you can't relate to anybody on the level, you might as well decide, because if you know science and then you don't know how to relate to people, you just gonna be a destructive force. It's just bottom line.
No, I think you make a good point.
Just
I mean, it's
simple, baby.
Yeah, all 13 things. I think in some hangouts you have more moderators on the outside, and I mean, you're saying they could do a little bit better job cleaning it up. Although, G-Con, I don't know how our sound is for you, but you're breaking up a bit, and it's that robot-y thing that happens when you need to reset your connection. Are you on a computer or your mobile?
On this hold on, let me go in and come back out. I might get
Yeah.
just like internet. I'm actually at the key. Hold on.
What an actual lull.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
So it's Dragnet's Hangout. If it's seen
Yo,
that we
Drag,
were-
wake up.
Drag's gonna have to wake up. Yeah, go ahead. Say something. Say something profound.
Is it a little clear?
Not really. We'll see how it goes though.
Try a little.
Sometimes
Try a
it
little.
stabilizes.
We'll see.
Yeah, because I'm on this hangout over here. I'm at this line of and
Yeah, we're losing you a lot.
Yeah, I can hear him okay.
Okay.
Just well, if that's a lull. Hey, Seth, I noticed you were in the Hangout. Who was it? Antonio who hosted this one, or was it True Empiricism? But you had gotten into a discussion with them about an argument that hinged on the notion of the maximally great creator. Do you remember that one, Seth? Maybe Seth's not with us. I might be with us.
Can you guys hear me all right now?
That's
better.
That's
quite good. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's well, here you go, right here, Seth.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. We
Okay,
got
there we
both
go.
you and G-Con in nice and clear.
So yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was nuts. I was actually going to put up a post afterwards offering my help to those guys. The argument you presented, I'm wondering if you had seen anything wrong with it or what there would have been a decent apologetic rebuttal to it. But I thought there was a couple of fairly obvious ways to go about it. And yet it's like I wanted to put up a post that said, hey, if you guys are ever dealing with Seth or that argument again, you can feel free to call me for help. Because
Dick move, dude. Dick move.
They
Yeah, that's. I mean, I've told them a few times. I can at least imagine problems with this argument, at least the way that I'm presenting it. I just don't. I mean, all I was really getting from them was incredulous stares, and it wasn't. It's not like I didn't even bring up the argument. I just was in the room and they were talking about the name of that argument and trying to refute it by its name, which was I wanted to tell them that's not what the argument was about.
Yeah. I thought you did a really good job in the conversation. You were talking with them about the argument. You weren't saying that their worldview was stupid or calling them names or shouting. And also I liked that you made explicit the point that, like, you would go through the argument. Here's premise one. Here's premise two. Here's a conclusion, and the response would be, "That's a bad argument."
Was that the hangout that I was in?
Yeah, it was, Kevin.
Yeah, I found the argument and named the premises. I found it, and what Seth was doing was basically supporting it from that point on. The argument was specifically in the response saying the Christian God, and so what Seth was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Seth, is that your version of it is that you're not going to really append any type of God to it, which is God in general.
Any God that has all great making properties.
Right,
Should
and
be the Christian
I was saying, is it right to make such an argument without knowing in context what the argument was, or what the Bible is saying about that power of creation and whatnot? I don't know, and that's from that point they were arguing it, and they got to some personal stuff or whatever. I don't know. And
It did, and they started referring to, well, don't worry about Seth. Seth is a troll. And
I was
Seth,
kicked out.
Yeah, and you got kicked out. Yeah, there are a couple of things that I want to say. I think you did a really good job with. I think more of us need to do this. Is when somebody just says, "Well, that's a bad argument." As like you pointed out, you said, "Well, I don't even know how to respond to. All I'm getting is incredulous stares." And at one point, it was just literally laughter and incredulous stares. And I found it just a very odd experience, because it wasn't even like you were really fighting with them about it. You were just saying, well, I'll explain the argument. And they were just saying, well, it's a bad argument. And they really weren't responding to it. And then they just started going to attacking you personally and saying, well, he's a troll. You don't have to worry about it. He's a troll. And then they kick you out. And I do think it's good to point out explicitly when they're not really addressing the argument, but they're doing these other things.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a good argument. The main thing I don't like about it is, I think that the conclusion is arguably non sequitur. I can't remember if Christian God is specifically mentioned in the premises, but
in Cheever's version, it is. Yeah.
It is okay. Well, if there's an argument that has premise 1, premise 2, and the conclusion is the Christian God does not exist, then the Christian God must have been mentioned at some point in the premises.
Correct.
Right.
And
I believe he does mention it in the premises. I wasn't really going off of Schieber's argument. I was kind of just defending a version of it based on what Kevin found on the internet, which was Schieber's version. It wasn't really formal. I didn't have the argument in front of me. I was walking around, but I was just kind of defending a version of it.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was a pretty straightforward rebuttal to it, was to say, because the argument turned on a particular definition of a maximally great creator God. And it is a sound argument. So we take out the Christian God part of it, but we just say, if you have those premises about a maximally great creator God, then the conclusion, that is when it's worded that way, so it's actually a valid argument, the conclusion is that such a maximally great creator God could not exist. And it wasn't merely a valid argument, it was sound, because when there were funny moments, like who had said to you, well, you're incoherent, and you said, okay, then point out the inconsistency. That was true empiricism. He said, well, you're incoherent, and you said, oh, well, what's the inconsistency? And he wouldn't tell you. And at one point you're like, well, no, you're saying I'm inconsistent, because he used the word incoherent. And I don't think he sees, I think incoherent means that you're babbling like a mental patient. I think that's what he thinks the word incoherent.
I think he used the word inconsistent.
I listened to it twice.
No, I think he said incoherent.
Yeah, well, I listened to it twice, and the whole, because I thought that was kind of
right. I remember it differently though.
Yeah, well then he did say, well, you're being inconsistent, and then the second time, and then you were like, well, where's the inconsistency? And he goes, well, that's what I'm trying to find out from you. Like, don't dodge the question. That was just madness. Like, what was that? But it was just a lot of weird moments like that, where they would just declare things like, well, you're being inconsistent. But anyway, so I do think that the argument is not merely valid, but it's actually sound. In that, when they would say, well, it's not a good argument or not a value, and you would say, well, oh, I remember Antonio said something odd too. He said, when you were stating the premises of the argument, you listed the first premise, and he said, well, that's just an assumption. Well, wait a minute, you're arguing from an assumption. Well, that's what an argument is. You state expressly what your assumptions are, and then you show reasoning towards a conclusion. And the person either can say, well, no, that conclusion doesn't follow from those premises, or in the case where the conclusion does follow necessarily from the premises, that it's a valid argument, then they put you to the proof of your premises.
Yeah, and it was an assumption that all of them in the room held, even though Antonio wanted to challenge me on it. This is why I directly asked him right afterwards, okay, so is God maximally great? And he said, yes. I'm like, okay,
yes.
Then we could agree.
Yeah, that's just an assumption, but it's one that you grant. So, like, you can't have an argument without assumptions. That's what the premises are. But then, when you, who was it, you or somebody else had challenged him and said, well, like, do you not agree with that assumption? Oh yeah, no, I agree with the assumption.
I asked him directly, like, okay, Antonio, is God maximally great? And he said, yes. I'm like, okay, then.
Right. There's nothing wrong with the assumption at all. If I recall the argument correctly, the first premise was, what was the first premise? If the Christian God existed.
I have it in front of me.
Yeah.
Don't read my thing. I was just being obnoxious for the sake of the folks in here.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, he put it in the side chat, and it's
no. That's not what they were discussing. That's just me being a troll.
He's just being, it's funny.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember the premises. It was that not compelling of an argument. But I kind of took exception to the definition of maximally great. One of the properties of a maximally great creator is that they would create, they would make maximally great creations.
Right. So, yeah, I think that's along what I was saying. Because I think I heard William Craig William Craig Lang actually explains a maximally great being and the premises and that. But the thing about it is that when you say that God, the Christian God, is a maximally great God, just off the assumption alone, when you say the Christian God, then I think it's fair to follow the narrative of what the Christian Bible says as far as this God, concerning this God.
Yeah.
So if you're just going to simply say the Christian God is maximally great, therefore he created everything with his maximally great power, I forgot a second premise goes, but just paraphrasing or from what I remember, God is maximally great. Therefore, anything he creates is maximally great. Therefore, if this, I think the argument was, therefore, if the second law of thermodynamics occurs, or if there's a decay in creation, then
That wasn't
maximally great God does not exist. I think
that wasn't a premise. That was me defending a certain premise. Well, at one point, somebody asked me, is the universe not maximally great? They were assuming that, God did create something maximally great. The universe is maximally great, and I proposed that can't be true because we have a being that you hold on real quick. We have a being that you think is maximally great, God, and he doesn't suffer from entropy. So anything that suffers from entropy isn't maximally great. Or you have to agree that God isn't maximally great.
No, that was me, and I didn't say that. I wasn't agreeing that the universe was maximally great. What I said is that we know that the universe is not maximally great because it's breaking down. There's the second law of thermodynamics, which is that within a system, energy cannot go backwards. Basically, it cannot. The second law of thermodynamics cannot obstruct the first law of thermodynamics, which is the conservation of energy. It doesn't use neither to create nor destroy, but change from one form to another. The second law of thermodynamics says that it'll eventually break down, but it can't go backwards in this form. So what I was saying is that in the universe, we notice that there is a breakdown of things, and that is constantly thermal entropy of energy. So then it was, well, if the universe is breaking down, then how can a maximally great God create a breaking down universe? And what I add in was, well, if we're dealing with the narrative, if the first premise is talking about a Christian God, and if he's maximally great, then can't he within his maximal greatness decide to make it break down?
What I find striking is, so after I rewatched the debate, the discussion with you guys, I find it really odd that all of you were willing to abandon the assumption that a being with all great making properties that is maximally great wouldn't always do maximally great things. It's almost like you guys expect the world's greatest race car driver to lose races all the time because, well, he's just the world's greatest race car driver. There's nothing about being a great race car driver that assumes that you're going to win races. But that's exactly what it means to be a great race car driver, is to win races. Just like what it means to be a maximally great being is to always do maximally great things.
Right, but I think the definition of maximally great needs to go hand in hand with the fact that he's a person. It makes decision-making property. It has decision-making properties. For example, if you're going to say, just like, let's say like a value of 1 means true, then it always has to be true. But the Bible doesn't say that. It's just, it has a choice. It could choose either 1 or 0. It could say, God doesn't, just because God is all great and all powerful doesn't mean that everything he does has to be to the standard of, well, it's never going to break down and never should deceive. If he makes a decision as a person to say, well, I'm going to decide to do this, that is within his bounds to do that, whether he's maximally great or not.
Right. It is the decision of a race car driver to take a turn a different way and lose a race. But right, he wouldn't be a maximally great race car driver if he lost races.
Well, well, right, but for him to make a decision to lose a race does not question his inability to win races.
It does not his ability, no, right. But if he's a maximally great race car driver, what it means to be a maximally great race car driver is to not lose races. Would you agree? If he lost a race, he would cease to be maximally great.
Right. So that's where I feel like it's kind of off, because the premise starts off by saying the Christian God. So that's what I mean. If you're going to say the Christian God, you must also take into account that he makes personal decisions. So if you also take into account that he makes personal decisions, then you cannot append his maximal greatness to one.
Can he make a personal decision to lie?
Well, no, don't go to the line things. That caused so much confusion before, but it was a good point. But I think well, okay. The thing is, what I find odd about how that conversation went is that it is a sound conclusion of the argument that the Christian God, the Christian God is not maximally great in the sense that maximally great was defined in this argument. Like that to me is the most obvious rebuttal that's out there. But I think that really dedicated believers find it hard to use those words. The Christian God is not maximally great. The thing is that in the context of the argument, the term maximally great was defined rather precisely to be this thing that, like, well, a maximally great being would maximally great creator would only be creating in a maximally great way and wouldn't do things like create things that don't have maximally great properties, such as a universe that suffers entropy. And a person could just say, okay, well, I accept the conclusion of the argument. The Christian God is not maximally great as maximally great as defined in this argument. Because even Scripture tells us that the Christian God is not maximally great in that sense. And then just go to Scripture and say, okay, well, yeah, that's not what Scripture says about the Christian God. So great, right. You prove the Christian God isn't maximally great in that way, but it doesn't mean that the Christian God doesn't exist. It doesn't mean that the Christian God isn't,
or even the
most great thing. Yes,
just not maximally great.
Just not maximally great. Exactly. Or alternatively, you could just say Seth's a troll and kick him out. That's another way to win that argument. Like, that's what I found weird. There was an obvious rebuttal, and
I had when I had bounced out when Hawk, not Hawk time, my bad, but when
Seth.
No, Seth came in. I don't have a problem with Seth.
I question whether a maximally great driver would be capable of losing.
Name. It's Ronnie. Yeah, Ronnie. When Ronnie came in there, and he started arguing and everything, and then Antonio started going at it. It was like, all right, this room is kind of crazy. I'm tired anyway, so I bounced out.
We get the rest of that. Yeah, we get under each other's skin. I think what's funny is that. And I don't want to use the term friendship. I mean, there's a weird friendship arc that happens, right? Like as we meet new people, there's weird sparks because we don't really know each other, and then we kind of settle in. But then there gets to be a point where the wounds are still too fresh. Like for example, you mentioned Ronnie. I mean, a couple of years ago, I'd tell you that, oh yeah, we argue on air. In fact, I've said this in Hangouts before. I said I think it's funny that people think he and I don't like each other, but we're actually friends off air. We talk on Skype, you know. I wouldn't make that claim now. I don't feel like we're friends at all. And I think we're taking a good extended break from ever being in Hangouts together because it's really gotten ugly, and I don't like it. I think he brings out the worst in me. I think I bring out the worst in him. We are not good people when we're in the same room. So I think we're just not going to take breaks. We're not going to do Hangouts for a while. We're just going to take a break from that. For my point there was.
Ronnie is not a disrespectful person, though. I never heard.
Oh, he's terrible. Yeah, he is. He's
really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never heard Ronnie was like tell people shut up or you know.
If you'd like a fair case in point, quite a number of years back, there was a show on here on YouTube called Line Ghost Show. And I would host an after show. Actually, it was technically an after show because they had a regular after, then they had the after. And I'd do the supplemental thing beyond that. And we were sitting there and we were just hanging around and we were throwing around hypotheticals off air and we were having a lot of fun with it. And one of them was one of these kind of what would you expect to see if, you know, the world really was created thing. And we're joking around about things like animals respawning and respawn points and, you know, just stuff like this, just goofing around. He comes in there and immediately starts turning this into some hardcore attempt at some creationist argument. And we had just finished this long, like 4-hour discussion with this guy called Johann Ratz, who's this quantum woo pain in the butt. The entire universe is sentient. We're all neurons in God's brain thing. And none of us wanted to put up with a serious discussion. And we're like, dude, come on, just go with the flow. And then he attacked us for refusing to deal with his arguments. And we're like, dude, we're trying to relax and calm down after a show. He then spent the next 3 weeks going around making videos about how dishonest I was when he ended up ruining the recording as it was.
Yeah. Well, maybe we need to explain that. What we would say, well, he's not disrespectful. I have never never seen true empiricism talking with somebody and call the other person a stupid asshole. You know, he's not disrespectful in that way. He doesn't, you know, call down people based on, you know, handicaps or the color of their skin or anything like that. He's not disrespectful in that way. But I think that there's other words that I find more harmful and disrespectful. I mean, my particular beef with him is his claimed mind reading ability, where, you know, he'll quite often you'll say something and he'll get a clip of that part of the hangout and he'll play it in his hangout, but he'll announce by like, you need to listen to the intent behind his tone, and what he's trying to do here is this, and he will like impose the most nefarious, evil, twisted motivations on other people, and I find that very disrespectful. What's that?
We're talking about True still?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but
my
the last
first
one, he has some very valid like okay, when you guys were saying that he was lying about the DNA breaking down,
Not lying, but
he
I
actually
think
had a
I think he
clip.
believes it.
Okay,
Go ahead, sorry.
My bad.
No, go ahead. No, I think I know what you mean. Because he kept changing his story, but I think that he's honest when he says those things. Like he honestly believes that. But sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted there. Go ahead.
I mean, he had a clip on his channel with the conversation saying these things break down in water. And the dude actually said, you hear him say it, and then like they're like, no. But then like the scientists that came on Steve's channel, they asked him, the dude asked him, they said, what happens, does DNA breaks down or does it degrade? And the dude was like, it degrades. And I'm like, okay. So it's like, where's the lie? I'm having a hard time trying to
I can help you with this. Yeah. Okay, because if you watch the clip, that's on True Empiricism's channel, you see them ask him this question. The vibe. And remember, the guy they're asking is a marine biologist, so he must have at some point learned something about molecular chemistry, but the sort of intro stuff, right? He studies more like whole body, more morphology and anatomy. He's not a biochemistry expert or whatever. They asked him this question and he kind of answered like he was on a game show. Like, so he went degrade, like he was, you know, answering like on a game show.
So was he wrong?
Yes. Yeah, he's wrong. And then they told him like, oh no, and they told him that he got it wrong, and then they talked about it and he goes, oh well, and he had a response to it along the lines of, well, I thought you meant like if you just threw DNA into like modern water, like threw some in the ocean or put some in some tap water where there's lots of enzymes around that are gonna break up the DNA. But if you're talking about taking DNA and putting it in nuclease free water, or like, you know, pure distilled water or something, then no, DNA is actually surprisingly stable. Oh, okay. And then they went on to talk about something else. So that clarification was given literally within seconds of them asking him that question. So Ronnie had taken that clip and he only played the first part and didn't play the part that happened seconds, not minutes, seconds later, where he gave that clarification. And you need to keep in mind the reason why people jumped on it is because this game came on the heels of a similar incident happening just a few weeks before, where the same question was asked of Hugh Ross, who's an astrophysicist. And Hugh Ross says, well, I don't really know. Why don't you ask the biochemist in the room? Because Dr. Fuzz Rana was in the room, and he's actually a biologist or biochemist or whatever he is. And but Hugh Ross had said, well, I think those two words mean the same thing. But why don't you ask the biochemist in the room? Or he says, I don't see much of a difference. And then the biochemist went on to explain, actually, those things are quite a bit different, and so on and so on. And what Ronnie did was he took the clip where Hugh Ross had said, well, I don't see much of a difference. And he played it over and over and over again for like 2 minutes of his video, instead of playing the part where Fuzz Rana immediately said, actually, there is a big difference. And in Ronnie's narration, hold on, it gets worse than that, because in Ronnie's narration, what he does, so what happens in the actual video clip is they ask Hugh Ross this question. He says, I don't see much of a difference. And then he starts talking whatever, and Fuzz Rana starts nodding beside him, which is an academic's way of cueing another academic. Please wrap up your point and let me speak, because I need to address this. So then Hugh Ross did in fact stop talking, and then Fuzz Rana said, well, no, actually those words mean different things, and blah, 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 and gave that clarification. Ronnie plays the clip like this. He goes, he plays the Hugh Ross saying, "I don't see much of a difference," and then "I don't see much of a difference." He plays it back at different speeds and really sort of hammers the point home that this is what Hugh Ross says. And then Ronnie puts his own voice in to say, "Did you notice how the other scientist is nodding in agreement?" When in fact the other scientist was nodding in disagreement to cue Hugh Ross that, "No, you don't want to say that, let me speak." And then he gave that clarification. So where Ronnie could have played 30 seconds of that conversation to show the honest answer that was being presented by those two scientists, one of them saying, "I don't know because I'm an astrophysicist, for fuck's sakes. Why don't you ask the other guy?" And then the other guy giving the proper answer. Instead of playing it that way, he played the clip of Hugh Ross over and over and over again. So this isn't, I mean, I'm just giving you two examples of where he takes a clip and intentionally cuts off the clarification that comes and instead adds in his own narration about what this really means and what their intents were. So what you need to do is, and maybe we should make it easier by providing people the links, you need to look at the actual original Hangouts and see what was said, and then put that back to back. You Pepsi challenge it with the clips that Ronnie put up on his channel, where he claims the scientists agree with me word for word, because they don't. They're saying exactly the opposite.
Wow. Okay. That's a big deal. I'm gonna have to talk to him about that and see what's up and see if that's true. But wow.
Now,
Hey, let me ask you a quick question because I may change subjects here, but I was trying to see how to get in contact with Jade because the last time she talked about magma testing, and I don't know if she was talking about lava or either magma because I've been looking for or trying to pull up some information. I had asked her for that information about them testing magma, and I don't know if she was meant to say lava when it when it's surface or just magma when it's intruded in the earth in the crust of the earth. I don't know what she meant by that because I've looked and I've tried to search for magma testing and I can't find no information on that at all. Do anybody know where's that information at? Because she said that you could test magma and see if there was
is currently offline.
Okay.
Well, are you asking like how to be in touch with her? Because I know if you, I know whenever I push just like plus Jade space West, it always goes straight to her thing.
Okay, so that's what it is, Jade West. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Here, let me. I can even do it this way.
All right, Jade West, because I was trying to.
The problem is she also has like 7 different IDs, so who knows which one she's ever on.
Well, this is the most common.
She'll get it eventually, but it could be weeks.
Yeah, because I'm looking, I'm like, hold on for a minute. I didn't know it was West, but I'm looking at Jade, and I was like, I need to find out which cut, because I've been trying to search for that information and trying to see, if that's just the case. And I think I'm thinking like that she meant lava. I don't think she meant, because she kept getting it twisted up and she kept correcting herself. But I think she meant to say lava because I don't see anything about magma. Do you guys know anything about that? About them testing magma?
I don't even know the context of the conversation.
I'm not even a geology guy. In fact, when you said something about lava or magma, I had to go, what, is there a difference?
That was my first thought too, honestly.
I remember hearing at some point, I think magma is before it comes out and then lava is when it hits the air or something.
Right.
But it's like literally, I know that little of geology that I had to stop and think, I think I remember hearing that. Something like
All right, because you got your extrusive and then you got your intrusive. And so the intrusive is dealing with the magma deep in the earth to solidify and cools and cause your granite be salt, I believe. And then the extrusive deals with the I think pumice and what is it, slate or some other stuff, I think, when it comes out.
Well, here I just put up just put a plus on post because you're in my circles and she's in my circles. So if I tag you both, it's really easy for me to tag the two of you. Whereas if you might find it hard to tag her. So this way I just put up a post on there. You'll see it in your notifications and she'll see it. So if you type your question on that thread, then she'll definitely get it. No excuses.
Okay, I'm gonna follow her right now. Yeah. So
no excuses,
I think,
Jade. Don't run away, Jade. No excuses.
Okay, hang on.
Right. So one of the things I was noticing was I'm hoping you guys, and I said I want to try to get in touch with some people, but I really want you guys to really talk to some of these people we've been talking about. Like I know you say you've been trying to reach out to them, such as Michael B., William Dembski, David Berlinski, Stephen C. Meyer, some of these dudes out here. Like, you know, I really would like to see some of those dudes or some of the major proponents.
Hang on 1 second. Kevin's a little quiet and G's a little loud. I'm going to adjust y'all's volumes to compensate.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
You were saying about and probably I forgot his name now. Jeffrey. It slipped my mind.
Tompkins.
Yeah. Tompkins. Yeah.
Yeah, like, you know, bring some of these guys on.
The problem that we've ran into is what will happen is people have sent out invites to these folks and they're like, oh yeah, sure, I'd love to do an interview. And then they find out that there'll be other scientists in the room and one of their secretaries will suddenly rescind their acceptance. This is a pattern that we see over and over.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of annoying actually.
So you send it to their offices?
Well, you have to contact them through wherever they work. You know, it's not like these people are necessarily giving out their personal email addresses. So you contact them through their people and they make all the arrangements, and you do sometimes end up talking to them somewhat directly through email, but then they'll have somebody else send you a little form. I'm sorry, but we won't be able to attend message. And that's kind of them giving you the brush off.
All right. I think that because like I'm starting to see that a lot of guys that are making that are trying to address these guys, you know, they don't have any peer-reviewed papers out of any of that. So I think that they're not even going to address you unless you come out with some type of peer-reviewed paper that they can look at and then address it. Because I was talking with Steve, and Steve was talking about Gentry, and he was talking as if Gentry, you know, wouldn't address their claims, but Gentry actually got on his page that if you raise a claim, that he will address it, and he has addressed other you know, objections to his claims. So I think that if you really want to really do that, then, you know, get put together and get some peer review work, and they'll address those claims, because they got on their pages and they put out to the scientific community, you know, to address their claims even about radio halos, and no one has been able to refute that. Like, they lied on him and said that, you know, he didn't present this and that, and that's an outright lie, because he got his pages and stuff posted what all that he measured, and he refuted one of those objections that Steve had actually used, you know. And then when I went to the page, I'm looking at, I'm like, dude, here's the objection right here, and then here's the refute, what he refuted right here, and showed his information in his page, in his books and stuff, showing you what all did he presented and what all did he observed and he tested. So I think that if you can put together some type of paperwork, maybe that'll work.
Actually, the hangout that he was invited to had a peer-reviewed scientist that had already torn apart his work previously, if I recall correctly. You'd have to double check with Steve on this, but if I recall correctly, one of the scientists in the room was one that had already gone toe-to-toe to him and pretty much dismantled his work. And we're talking about somebody that was peer-reviewed, etc. And he then went, of course, he's going to go put on his page, yeah.
Oh, so would you mind if you don't, you know, posting that information?
I don't have, like I said, ask Steve about it. He knows a lot more pertaining to that than I do. But what you have to keep in mind,
that's what Steve said, and I've looked at all the objections to it, and I went to his page, and
well, hang on though, you got to keep something in mind. His page is something that he manages, so he gets to control the dialogue on there. Now, this isn't simply, you know, me sitting there talking shit about Gentry or what have you. I make the same kind of criticisms against people that are, you know, not necessarily scientists or what have you, that have books that they're trying to promote. Like, for example, Mr. Intelligent Design. He's not going to sit there, and even if, no matter how much you correct him, he's not going to go against what's in the books, because he has a financial gain in trying to control that dialogue to some degree, to try and make sure that he can still try to sell those books. And that has cost a lot of people their integrity, quite frankly, and it's one of the hazards of printing.
I just want to point out that Gentry is a Seventh-day Adventist as well.
Right. Well, that's fine, but that's besides the point. But anyways, Yeah, it's really about addressing the argument, and I think that I've heard Steve, and I've seen his presentation. I hope that he wasn't getting his information from the guy who he brought on because he didn't address the main issues actually, and that's what I was stating to him, and and I wanted to read some of them articles so he can look at it, and he didn't address those issues properly. He never talked about the kneeling point. He never talked about how well, I think he knew about the Radon 222 for as how it has a fleet existence just as well, to where, it's like 3 days or something. And so even though we see that there, he never talked about it being on the same, the alpha decay being on the same biotype flake, you know what I'm saying, in the same layer. Like, that's just, too much right there. Like, you got
So
two radio centers on the same biotype flake, and you have a existing of radon, quick existing of radon 222, and also dealing with the polonium 218, 214, and
There you
210.
go. Sorry, I
And
lost my
so,
mic for a second.
yeah, so there's some problems with that, and he never addressed those things.
I
Like,
think they technically were. Now, keep in mind that what you're talking about is essentially something in a gaseous state. Once there's a fracture in the rock or what have you, so the halo wouldn't be formed in the same place because gases can move even through varied kinds of stone fairly easily. When they did what was it? That geohabitat thing. They had a huge problem with it because they had, the oxygen and the carbon in the air and this kind of stuff, and they also had stones within the environment, and the stones sucked up enough of very different chemicals in the environment that they ended up having problems with their carbon sinks, and they ended up becoming unlivable at a frightening rate because of all of the oxygen and whatnot that was being absorbed in the stones. So things in a gaseous state can move, and that's going to affect which halos form where.
right. But that's the problem, because even though radon 222 is a gas, we know that it was moved by hot thermal fluids. Because you got to understand, in order to make a radio halo, it takes about 500 to 1 million. I'm sorry, 500 mil to 1 billion alpha particles or alpha decays. So in other words, it's not just shooting out one decay and it makes this.
I seem to remember him addressing that in the Hangout.
No, he never addressed that, because and that's what I was telling him. Why didn't he address that? Because I heard it and I've listened to it over and over again. In other words, what happens is you got these alpha. In other words, you got these alpha decays, right? And these particles are steady shooting out these different energies, mega electron volts, and they're making this discoloration within the biotype. And so when you look at it, you're not just getting one or two just making this discoloration. No, you have to have 50% of that polonium in 50% of polonium in that radio center to even produce a radio halo, to discolor that fragment. I mean that granite. You can't have just
But without,
probably like.
But without gassing, what makes you think it would necessarily be in the same place, especially if there's a fracture in the stone or something
It's
like
on
that?
the. It's on. That's the thing. He never talked about it being also on the same biotype flake. In other words, that's like a sheet of a book or whatever. A sheet of a book. You see that there's different sheets of it. Well, this polonium halos and the radio center of the uranium halos 238 was on the same sheet of the biotype flake. So that means that it had to form at the same time. And what we find out is the granite produces hydrothermal fluids that flow through on that same biotype, in the same biotype sheet on that flake. And so you have to have a transportation of those of the radon 22 producing also the polonium radio halos, and it has to carry 50% of that to produce what we see a radio halo, because remember there has to be 500 mil between 1 billion alpha particles being transferred in order to produce that discoloration within that halo. He never talked about that. And remember, radon 22 only lasts for like 3.5 days. So if it's lasted for like 3.5 days, then that means that it has
Would
to
that be
be.
enough time for it to even form a halo?
That's
Are there
that's
other examples where it has?
exactly. So that's what I'm stating to you. In other words, it has to be transferred fast. because we see that the source of the polonium halo is right there.
Is the argument that there was a halo or wasn't a halo? I'm not really understanding the argument
Yes,
here.
there's definitely was a halo there. There was polonium halos 218, polonium 214, and 210 that was there. And so Gentry is making the argument that these polonium halos had to been formed at the same time, because when
Wait a minute, wait. So you have these halos that are in one location, and it goes through, and the 218 turns into 217 or whatever, and then you have however much time for the 217 to turn to 216. I don't remember the actual chain of what turns into what, so excuse me that. But you have let's just say that the 17 turns to 16, turns to 15, turns to 14, etc. And each one of these, depending on time, would be making a different halo. One would have to make the halo, and then the next one would have to make its halo, because it transitions from one of these isotopes to the next. That much I do remember from his thing, is that it transforms from one, that after it's done going through the phase of the first one, then it starts the phase of the second one.
Right. Now here's the thing. Okay, you have uranium-238 halos, right? It produces 8 rings, and I understand that he talked about how radon-22.
Wait. If I remember correctly, it doesn't just produce 8 rings. It does these 8 rings as it transitions from one isotope to the next. So as the first isotope, it creates the first ring. As the second isotope, it creates the second, etc. And of course, there is the possibility of overlapping rings in some cases as well. And from what I do remember from what Steve said, the imaging equipment he used was fairly poor.
Right. Now here's the thing. This is the argument that Steve made. You have uranium-238, right? And so when you look at radon-22, it's a byproduct of uranium-238. When you look at the radon-22, it has the same mega electron volts almost just as one of the polonium halos, which I believe is polonium-214, I want to say. And when you look at the mega electron volt that it puts out, it's like it would have created like it would have created from the radio sensor the same. It would have went to about the same diameter from the radio sensor as one of the polonium decays. Now, and I don't know if you're thinking like this. In other words, you probably thinking like that this thing only spits out one atom at a time. No, it's spitting out like two. That's how it's spitting out. It's spitting out like that, and it's spitting out these different energies, and it's making these rings as it consistently decaying down. So I don't know if you're thinking it's decaying like in a sense to where
I don't wait, hang on. I don't even know where you're getting the notion that I'm thinking one way or the other. I'm just saying, if this thing decays and makes rings and transitions from one isotope to the next, what makes you think that they would have happened all at the same time? That doesn't make sense. This is talking about, if what we observe is this one is slowly formed, and then this one is slowly formed, and this one is slowly formed, then what would make you think that they had to be formed at the same time? That's where you're
No. This is what I'm telling you. Okay, listen. Okay, it does take uranium-238 to break down into, I believe it's what is it? I believe it's
I don't know. I already told you that.
Okay, all right. So listen, it does take uranium. There is some alpha decays. I think there's about 8 alpha decays or 6 beta decays. So it's going to break down. It's going to cause these different with the alpha decays, is going to cause these different energies to be looked at, and that's what Gentry looked at. Now, it takes half of radon-22 should be gone in 3.5 days, I believe. It has a 3.5 days.
8 days.
Are you looking something up or what? Because
hang on one second. Let's see now. Let's try that. I don't know. I never understood why people. I never understand why people run into Hangouts and like, I'm going to start talking to you about something that you don't know fuck all about. I'm like, whatever.
Okay, well, you spoke on it. I thought you would have known something about it, but since you don't know something about it, then
well, I listened to his Hangout and I vaguely remember a few things mentioned in it. That's about it.
Right now, take in mind that um, there is examples that Dr. Andrew Snellings, he did went and tested certain different metamorphic rock just as well, and also sandstone that we see where we can see some radio halos in, but we see polonium, and we see this always associated with some type of hot thermal water or some type of hot thermal fluid where the granite produces. Once it cools down, it solidifies, it spits out this hot thermal water, produces hot thermal water, which could have moved to radon 222. Now he said that he said, now understand the
Yeah,
radon
okay. Well,
222
G-Con, I have a question. Have you discussed this with him?
plenty of times, and you know.
Okay, because I'm going to explain to you what I'm hearing right now. Okay, what I'm hearing right now is blah 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 blah, and it has as much meaning as what I just said to me.
Okay, right, yeah, and that's fine, yeah, because you spoke as if you knew something. So okay, well,
I remember a couple things from him discussing it in the Hangout. I don't know much of shit beyond just a vague recollection.
Yeah. But to be honest, man, you was kind of talking with him like you knew what he was talking about. You was trying to refute what he was saying.
I've heard. Well, the thing is, I've heard the argument before, and honestly, part of it is I know there's an external chat. I know there's viewers, so I'm trying to keep it vaguely engaging because otherwise, it's a fucking monologue.
Yeah, I mean, this is all physics. I have no idea. Like, I have nothing to contribute to this. I mean, I remember a couple of the objections were brought up with the methodology in which Gentry went to test these things. But I remember there was 2 points that, or 1 point that was brought up was there's a certain kind of criteria of the halos that they're testing there, that they have to be from rock from a certain age, and that because Gentry doesn't believe in the the kind of the time frame that we're talking about here, was that there was nothing really distinguishing between halos that were formed pre-Cambrian and ones that were formed more recently than that, and so there was some inconsistencies within that. But I mean, I think what it comes down to with these questions here, G, and is that do you think that this is enough? This piece of evidence alone is enough to say that the world is young. When you have so many sciences and so many different things that work and rely on a model of an old Earth, and then you have this one thing that let's say that Gentry's got a point here, and this is we can't really explain this. Weird, whatever. Does that really disprove every other field of science, especially things like geology, that give more than ample evidence for an old Earth?
Well, what it does is it shows you that there can be some type of there can be what is it the rate of decay did not remain the same. It wasn't consistent, and that's what.
Right. No. I mean that's fine. That's fine. But it's still the question with with like I said, the different fields of the science, whether it's whether evolutionary biology or other aspects of geology or whatever. Or is this one fact alone enough to topple the overwhelming weight of evidence for an old Earth?
I definitely think it is, because that's one of the tools that they use to present their old Earth theory model. And also you made a statement about whether it was in Precambrian or whatever type of sediment, whatever type of igneous rock or layer that it was found in, but that doesn't really matter, because you still have uranium-238, a radio halo, and we know already that to produce, the half-life on uranium-238, and when it breaks down, so that wouldn't even matter. You still have it in this rock, uranium-238, and we see that also that it's breaking down, having these alpha and beta decays, and radon-222 is a byproduct of that decay. And so we see that in that granite, or in those zircons, there still is polonium radio halos. And so we see that the rate of decay had to change there due to the fact that we have these polonium radio halos that would have had to been made within a quick one of them is microseconds, because I believe
Out of curiosity, do other scientists agree with this guy? Has he been
Well, no,
cited?
Well,
but this is the.
that's let me respond to that's the thing about it is they haven't nobody haven't came out with a peer review paper to even dispute his claims. Like if Steve said that he's that's something he need to do.
Was his claim published in a scientific journal or just in some book that he wrote?
Yeah, it was published in a scientific journal, and he also went up before court, and he had a discussion. I mean, he had a they had a basically a argument about it and about his claims. It was in a scientific journal. He posted it also in his book, and also they know about it. And then it was a major nuclear physicist at that time that said that he doesn't know, that it's a mystery. He doesn't understand how can this be this polonium radio halos. We noticed
Do you remember Steve citing somebody that had torn apart the argument, and I thought that he said that he didn't get it published in a journal, just in a book. I don't really know if that's the case because he's not here. Once again, you're sitting in a room with people that don't know fuck all about what you're talking about, which I guess kind of gives you center floor and makes it sound like you know what you're talking about. But when there's no one here that can counter anything that you're saying, it just makes it sound like you're just giving some speech about whatever the fuck.
You know what?
And it turns into blah blah blah.
It's only midnight where Steve is. Somebody call him up.
Yeah, somebody call him.
I already tried sending him a message.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it was a renowned geologist. His name was Dr. G. Brandt. I don't know how to say his last name, but he was he was a known geologist at that time, and he said that it was his quote. He says he proposed it as to be a little mystery, a tiny mystery.
Hang on a second. Just one quick note to the chat.
Okay.
Obaid, I don't have you on my list. I tried sending you a Hangout message. I don't know if you know fuck all about this, but
is Obaid around? I was going to say it's only there. It's only midnight. Where like you trying to get a link over there because I can send it. But
yeah, send it if you can because I can't.
Okay. Yeah, I say it's only midnight there. It's a little bit later for me. I have stuff to do tomorrow.
Mine did the Hangout invitation sent to Obaid. I was going to try and invite him in here because maybe he knows what the fuck this shit is because I don't know jack shit.
Yeah.
I just know I just have vague recollections of listening to that long ass fucking boring fucking Hangout discussing it.
Are you talking about Steve's?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Steve's long fucking thing about the Palladium fucking Hangout.
Trying to say
whatever the hell they're called.
Yeah, but has any scientist or has any geologist actually wrote a formal response to Gentry?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't. I mean, I'm assuming so. Like, here, give me 30 seconds.
In that, I'm going to say my goodnights. It's getting pretty late. But GCon, that thread that I started there, Jade had actually about 15 minutes ago said that she actually remembers. She said, "Oh, I know what it's about." I said I was going to send him a video for something, and then about 5 minutes ago, she actually posted a link to an article, and it's definitely something lava related. So I looked at it. I don't know if it actually addressed what you guys were talking about before, but
So is it lava or magna? But I'll check it out.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue was, but I'm just saying she's pretty good about. She's got so much information. A lot of times she'll say, "Oh yeah, no, I'll send you something," and then she may or may not remember. I know she sent me lots of interesting stuff about dinosaurs because I got one kid that's like really, really into dinosaurs, and whether or not there were feathers on the Tyrannosaurans and stuff. So she sent us like 5 different things, within a day of me asking about it. So anyway, aside from that, good chat. Always good seeing you guys. I'm off to bed, so have a good night.
Peace, Hawkeye.
Good night, Hawkeye.
And the external chat for this, somebody put something in there. Apparently somebody does something. I don't know jack shit about this crap, and honestly, I don't care.
Yeah, I looked up, and even from the Talk Origins pages, there's a list of a bunch of different people that have offered rebuttals to some of Gentry's points.
But, when you're sitting there and you're the one running the page, you don't have to, you can sit there and claim that nobody's responded to it.
Right, but I think that, like, and that's the thing, because I seen also when this when Matt Delontley, or however you say his name, he was asked the question, and what these guys did was, the guy talked to him about this stuff. What he did was he Googled something went straight to the Google page and said this has already been refuted, and didn't know that there was already an objection to that, and the dude had refuted that. And how it was brought to my attention was because I read something in
Okay,
the comments.
G-Con, hang on. I'm cutting you off right here. Just listen. Dillahunty and all the folks on like Atheist Experience and all this other shit, they're not physicists. They don't know this shit. So the
Right,
best
but
they
that,
can do is look it up on Google and say, oh, this site says it's been refuted. I mean, expecting them to even get into these conversations, which
right,
frankly are pretty irrelevant to the whole discussion, especially.
right. But hold on, I'm glad you just said that, because you just proved my point. You just proved my point, because that's just what the other guy just did. You Google something, and then when you Google it, you said there's some objections to it, but you don't even know the argument. So
Oh
you
no,
just
no,
said
no! Whoa. I mean, just in all fairness, you just asked whether or not there was any rebuttals to it, and I said, okay, I'll just do a quick Google search. Yeah, it looks like there's rebuttals to it. I haven't read anything on this stuff, you know. So
I know I stated that, listen, people have tried to rebut it, but it's been already refuted, because they stated, oh, well, he didn't provide this or he didn't provide that. But then he shows you his work, what he provided, and also them putting it into the scientific journal. So somebody's lying here. And so if you don't go and you don't look at his work, then you'll believe the lies that's out there, and people are editing information. So people Google for results, and that's just not the case here, because his work was in a scientific journal.
According to what I'm seeing here, Gentry's hypothesis has not appeared in any peer-reviewed journals, and the scientific consensus is that Gentry's work is not by the facts. But this is just looking
actually,
up.
in all worth, in all fairness, yeah, Shadow. I have found he has published some works here. Like, you know, there is some stuff that Gentry has published.
You're playing the game, man. You're playing the game. Listen,
but we're talking about that specific hypothesis. I don't fucking know, and I don't really care.
That was from Wikipedia, Shadow.
Man, come on, dude.
No, dude, listen. No. Are you willing to sit down and learn physics just for the sake of what, being able to respond to one argument?
Shadow, we understand that. You made that, you drilled that point in enough. It's like
Thank you.
2 inches into the wood. We know that. Now, here's the thing that I'm saying. Now, the basis that you said, LaRon mentioned these atheists that probably pulled it up on Google. He said, well, these guys aren't scientists. Yet, you guys are Googling stuff and trying to use that as your point to saying that Gentry's been refuted. I don't get
No. I think you misunderstand. Is that I'm not saying that the stuff that's out there is definitive refutations of his work. What I'm saying was that you asked the question whether or not there's any materials been put out there that calls into question Gentry's methods or some of the results that he has. And I don't have to read the whole paper to come up there and be like, okay, well, here's somebody that has offered something. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's good or not. I'm not saying that therefore Gentry is wrong. I was just addressing the claim whether or not, because if there's an actual if there's an actual state of affairs where Gentry's put his work out there and nobody's come out of there and offered anything or looked at it or whatever, then that's G's point. But the thing is that people have put some stuff out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So some people have put some stuff out there. Yeah. So there is some stuff that's out there. Unfortunately, in the last 10 minutes, I haven't had a chance to read over Gentry's work yet, or read over the refutations of it. Plus, like I said, I'm not a physicist. I have no idea.
Right. Here, brother, you're saying a lot of things that's already obvious, and we know. See, LaRon has already stated that there is responses out there, but nobody has been able to refute his work.
But here's the thing:
what you're doing, you're making a straw man by saying, "Well, let me look and see if people actually made responses." Yeah, people see people actually made responses. That wasn't what he said at all.
The thing is,
he did say that
responses refute his work or not because we don't know enough about it. That's the point.
Yeah, Kev, I understand what you're saying, man. You're right. The first claim the first claim that G Consciousness put out there was to say that nobody's been able to offer a refutation of it yet or offer a rebuttal. That was it. That's the part that I addressed.
May I say something?
Please, Seth.
When G was describing what about Gentry's work, the dude Shadow was going toe to toe with him to prove LaRon wrong that this dude was refuted in Steve's Hangout. But when it got to the point where I feel that Shadow was kind of losing touch, like, okay, I don't know much about this. Then he went for I don't know anything about this, I'm going to stop talking about it. I guarantee you, if Shadow would have made this point and LaRon fell back like, wow, I don't know much about that, Shadow would have claimed victory and said, yeah, you don't know much about that. So
I don't know what.
No, there's no.
No,
man.
Wait a
Shadow,
minute. Hang on, please. I'm going to defer to somebody else for a moment here. Seth, you've known me for a while. Could you describe my character in terms of such accusations?
Yeah, no, not at all. The 13's not one to really go toe to toe with someone and put them down in a debate style argument, and that's not how I saw the conversation at all. Which I was about to say. It seemed to me like 13 and G-Con were having a conversation about polonium halos, and 13 was asking questions about what he knows about it. I didn't see anything more than that.
No. 13 was not. What 13 was saying was that in Steve's hangout, he was successful in refuting what Gentry was saying, and he was saying basically like, no, that's already been disproven. So what LaRon was showing was that no, has not been disproven. You're not right. So they were debating on a topic and what occurred in that debate, and in that hangout.
It's
it wasn't as though 13 was sitting there asking LaRon basic questions just to gain understanding. He was contending with LaRon as though LaRon was wrong.
I get what you're saying, and I understand your point of view on this one. I think that I watched that boring ass hangout as well. God, it was so long. It was so bad, but at the end of it, it made sense. I didn't retain anything from it, but I didn't walk out of there thinking just like, you know what? I don't think that any of them made their points or anything. I think that Steve was pretty good at getting his point across. Now, if the argument is that Steve strawmanned or misrepresented Gentry's positions, then I'm sure if G wants to have a conversation with Steve about this because he's much more knowledgeable on the topic, then I think he should. I think that would be probably an interesting discussion. But you're not going to find the same interesting discussion here. I can tell you that much.
No, but as a moderator, it's my job to try to keep things conversational instead of just having somebody monologue for 45 minutes. Yeah. That's kind of my task. And unfortunately, due to my tone of voice, I tend to come across sounding authoritarian even when I don't intend to.
The other thing is that I don't have and I'm pretty sure, I know Shadow doesn't either, so we don't actually have like a little chalkboard set up beside us with like Internet Arguments 1. You know what? I will if it makes you feel better, or whatever. I know fuck all about polonium halos. You probably know a lot more than I do, and I really have nothing else. The only thing I have to offer was the question of whether or not you think that this is substantive enough to disprove every other old Earth theory out there. And you said yes. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, there's really nowhere else to go from there. All right.
However, if you'd actually like to ask me as what my actual intention was, you're welcome to. I guess I'll take that as a no.
Wait, what?
I said, if you'd like to ask me what my actual intention was, I'd be more than happy to answer, but...
Hey, my bad. I was in the bathroom. What was that?
I just said if you'd like to actually ask me what my actual intention was with even getting into it at all, I'd be more than willing to answer, but nobody tends to ask that.
Yeah. You can go ahead and say it, but I'm saying the conversation as it went, it seems as though you are arguing that Steve was successful in refuting what was stated by Gentry.
I think what? I think he was. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
It seems that when you were going back and forth with G-Con and the information, it was as though you understood the context of the conversation.
Actually, I was parroting the few things that I remembered from the hangout in terms of what they were saying about it, and I probably misrepresented half of them anyway.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if you caught it as well there, Kevin. Like what I was saying was that when I watched that hangout, I thought that Steve did a good job. At the end of it, I thought that he did a good job of refuting the arguments that Gentry put forward. Now, I mean, if G's position is that those weren't, his actual arguments, or there was things that Steve neglected from there, that's a conversation that G can have with Steve. But from the material that was presented, I thought that he did a good job at showing where Gentry's argument had kind of failed.
But frankly put, part of my goal was to try to see if I could shift the conversation because I'm fucking bored. Oh my god!
Here's a question, and I love this one because actually it's kind of, this is kind of a sidetrack there, but I watch the Atheist Experience occasionally, and you see these people call in, and the Atheist Experience is ask an atheist a question, ask them a question about why they believe this, or question about what is the value of life, with no God or anything like that. You could ask those questions. But the people that call up and ask some very specific scientific questions, I like the responses that they give. It's like, why don't you call your university? Why don't you call a physicist? Why don't you call a biologist? It's almost like people think that the reasons why someone who recognizes an atheist holds their position is because of overwhelming scientific evidence. That's not why I hold my position. Like, if even if we were to show that there was some things that couldn't be explained through science, it probably wouldn't change my my theological position at all. My theological position is based on other things.
So what would y'all consider a scientific journal or something like that?
Let's see now, Jade or Sam would be a better one to ask on that. I mean, the problem is that there are a lot of reputable scientific journals out there. Most of them have a paywall, so you even have to pay to get access to actually see what the hell's on them. There have been recently a bunch of what I refer to as fake journals that have popped up recently that are funded by people with a very specific agenda. You'll see this in things like, even things along the lines of like anti-vaxxers have their own fake journal out there that they claim promotes their shit. But there's no peer review. There's no real scientists involved. It's just a bunch of people sitting there wanking each other. And I really don't have any respect for that.
Neither do I.
I mean, that's kind of the thing is...
Right, because you mentioned one, and so I was trying to find out, someone said something about scientific journals, so I'm trying to find out what scientific journal would you consider to be,
I don't read the journals, honestly.
Right, because someone said they talked about a scientific journal. I don't know who specifically it was, but who just throwing it out there. What do you consider to be a good scientific?
Kaiser Cube just on Wikipedia. Apparently, there's a list of scientific journals. Cool, that'd be a good starting place.
Okay, Wikipedia. Hold on. So
normally, when somebody shares a link to some article or what have you, what I do is I try to figure out what the page is about, because if they link some article and it turns out to be on something like The Onion or College Humor or something, right away that okay, this is not legitimate. But if it's from like the National Institution of Health, and then you can say, okay, sure, fine, I'll give this some credence. But then as you look down, you'll see, the paper, you'll see the extract. It'll be written in a certain fashion that tips you off that this is an actual journal submission. And then it will have little links down at the bottom giving you other papers you can go to that were cited over the course of the article. And this is generally a dead giveaway. But when it's something in some paper that doesn't have the attributions or any of these other things, it's highly suspect.
Or if it just leads to a blog post, you get that a lot too.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to, make sure that we be on the same page. So, because this is.
There's just a certain methodology involved in trying to validate that your source has, some degree of repute to it, because otherwise you're going to end up on one of these freaking crystals pages where they're claiming that this has been scientifically shown to blah blah blah. You're like, yeah, give me one certification, please. Give me one reference to any study that's ever been done, because you'll find out all place. Incidentally, I deal predominantly in woo claims, not Christian claims these days. And if you were to go through the woo material with the same vigor that a lot of people go through when they're trying to prove creationist, you'd be believing all kinds of weird shit like ancient Jews from space and nonsense.
I love space Jews.
I prefer space juice personally, but hey. But I mean, this is the thing: is the internet is kind of a cesspool of bad ideas. They're all over the place. You know, we have now people claiming the Earth's flat, all this other nonsense, and every conspiracy theory that you can possibly come up with. So you really have to go through all these extra steps to make sure that what you're reading has some degree of legitimacy, and it becomes a quagmire of crap.
Right, but I think there's a difference between extraordinary claims such as flat Earth and things of that nature versus a geologist doing a study and producing a work and saying that something that he is proposing has been found. That is something more specific and more in the realm of academia rather than just like for jest or entertainment. I mean, I think so. I wouldn't even equate it like that.
Well, when you have somebody making claims like that, that's where I start going to people that actually know something in those areas.
Well, so do you honestly believe that Gentry and Snelling, who are both respectable geologists, got their education and everything, the claims that they're making based on the observations and studies are something along the lines of a flat Earth claim?
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. First off,
absolutely not.
You
That is
throw out a
so
name
crazy.
and you say that they're respected. The first thing that I would start doing is looking to see if they actually are respected.
No, not at, okay. So these are respectable individuals who have educated, who are thoroughly educated in their field, who are doing tests and running analysis and doing studies on things that they are experimenting with. And you're saying that's the same as somebody saying the moon launch was fake,
Kevin,
NASA
please.
is lying, the Earth is
Hang
flat.
on, Kevin.
Really?
What I'm saying is when somebody comes to me and says a respected scientist has found X, my first thing is to look to see if they actually are a respected scientist.
Right. I understand when it comes to pseudo stuff like scientists say that eating bananas every morning will make you like just something outrageous, or crystals or things of that nature. I understand.
Hang on,
but,
G, can you take the phone out of the toilet?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, when you have geologists who are educated in their field, who have done tests, studies, written articles and papers about what they have studied and what the things that they have found, does not equate to flat Earth theories, like people saying NASA lied, the moon launch is faked, the Earth is flat.
Let me try to give you a case in point with this. There is a movie that's going around on here that's about this thing that the Wootards keep citing. It's called Law of Attraction. And in this presentation, they have people that are doctors, that are, physicists, that are quantum physicists, and all this other stuff. The first thing when these claims come up and they start talking about these people is I look to see if this person really is A, in the field that they claim they're in, and B, if they actually are respected.
A lot of them tend to be chiropractors, which is the hilarious thing.
Right, but okay, this don't you think that claim is way different than someone who actually is accredited from a university and studies in the field of geology to talk about certain phenomena in geology with detail?
If they legitimately have those
I mean, come on.
Can I? Hold on, Shadow.
They have the credentials. Go ahead.
Shadow.
So you're saying
hold on,
Gentry does not have
Kevin.
the credentials?
No, that's not what we're saying at all. Okay.
Okay.
Can I answer?
Oh, dude.
Well, let me answer the question.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. The problem that I have is that I don't think that religion has a place within science. It's that you shouldn't have to have a religious viewpoint in order to come to a conclusion on something. So the question was something like Gentry's work there. Was he a young Earth creationist before he did this work, or was he or does his work reflect the fact that he's a young Earth creationist? And that's an important question right there. Because a lot of the times you get these, people that will they try to shape their work so that they can come to the conclusion that they want. And this is what you see in flat Earth science. So you see it all over the place.
But now what you're doing is you're shifting it. So
no, it's not necessarily that I'm shifting it. It's just that if this work was so profound, that any single person can test it, then how come there aren't any young Earth creationists or young Earth atheists out there that can recreate this work and come to the same conclusion?
Right. So here's the thing. Now the argument has changed.
Actually, there are young Earth atheists.
Oh, okay. Like scientists that are publishing?
Yeah, I got about like 50 to 100 of them that I can read out to you. You want me to grab a book?
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see what young
Right.
Earth
So
young Earth atheists out there.
all right, right. So the argument has shifted. We were saying the claim that Shadow was making and you were that there are a lot of things on the internet that are suspect. I agree with that. Like there's the flat Earth theories, there's the wacko like scientific theories, like crystals under your bed does this scientifically. Scientists have said, type of as seen on TV infomercial type of information, right? And we can agree that's out there. However, I would not equate Snelling's and Gentry's work as being anything of the like. Like, for instance, these are guys who actually have degrees in geology, who know what they're talking
No, they
about.
don't.
You said what now?
Sorry, Gentry has a degree in physics, not geology.
Well, physics. Okay, my apologies. But this guy has a degree in physics. Snelling has a degree in geology. And these guys have done work in their fields and actually did the studies and experimentation to kind of argue what they're saying. I don't think that's on the same table as these outrageous claims that we see made by such as flat Earth theorists.
Well, it depends on where you are. I find that any. Sorry, I find it.
Right. So then, in your explanation, you shifted it. You said that when someone believes in something, they shouldn't use that as a basis to say that this is how I should do my science.
It corrupts the
research. You're somewhat correct.
Let me ask you a question though. Is that why do you think that the flat Earth claim is so outrageous?
You said what? Why do I think that it is?
Yeah. I mean, because you're insulted when you compare them, and I'm just wondering why is it that you think that the flat Earth theory is so outrageous?
Because the flat Earth claims aren't really rooted in much of, say, scientific inquiry. What there are is that a lot of flat Earth claims in societies out there, such as forums of people who believe in it, their basis is that NASA are liars.
Okay, so if I was to tell you that I don't think that the young Earth creationists' work is grounded in science at all, then you can see why I hold that position.
The problem is
No,
when
not at
enter
all.
into
Because-
any kind of experiment, already thinking that you know what the outcome is, already planning on proving something very specific because of an agenda, whether it be because you're an anti-vaxxer, or because you believe the world's flat, or because you don't think global warming is a real thing, or whatever.
Okay.
Global climate change.
Let me ask you a
That's
simple question.
going to
How many-
affect the output because you're not going into it as unbiased as you can.
Okay, then how about this then? How many geologists, physicists, or anyone in the field of natural sciences have ever wrote a paper with detailed information in regards to their observations and their testing, arguing for a flat Earth?
So, Kevin, can I jump in
hold
here?
on, answer my question.
No, just a second. This,
No, dude.
No, G contacting Kevin. Hang on. The Wikipedia article claims the polonium halo hypothesis has never been published. Is that true? If not, can you cite the paper? So I think we're arguing about nothing. Like, the reason you guys keep saying no one has refuted this, very few people are aware of it. It's never been published. Do you dispute that? Is the Wikipedia article wrong?
Right, that's your argument. I'm not arguing about anything being
No, wait. You've been spending the last 10 minutes saying that he's a famous geologist. Granted, he's written books, but this particular thing that you've been touting and that GCon talked about for half an hour, it's never been published in a peer-reviewed journal. And not only that,
it's in Nature actually, and I just posted in the back chat.
So the Wikipedia article is wrong.
Wikipedia can be edited, so it probably is wrong. I just posted.
That's beside the point.
Oh, well, hold on. I just posted in the back where you can look at where all he has published his work at, and where is it at?
The polonium halos hypothesis has been published according to Wikipedia, and I think I checked this out a couple years ago. It has not changed. It
Well,
says,
you need to check. Hold on. Wait, before you do that, check out the back chat. I just posted a link back there. You might want to click on that before you keep on embarrassing yourself.
excuse me, I was very humble. I said I'm quoting Wikipedia. I didn't make any assertions.
All right,
So
no,
go
hey,
to the
that's
back.
not a problem, bro. That's not a problem that you're. The problem is this: this guy is a professional in his field. He's done tests and other experimentation with his education to determine the information that he has published in the sources where he has published them. If you're going to go to the basis of, oh, they've never been published, so he's never been refuted, is not the argument. What they were trying to say is that the foolery and the pseudoscience that you find on the internet, such as the Earth is flat or that crystals bring health benefit to your body, is they're equating that to Gentry's work and Snelling's work.
Yeah,
I feel that's
not exactly.
That's an unfair.
Okay, so I'm going to stay out of that argument, but I did check out what's his name, Gicon's insult notwithstanding, he didn't. I don't see that the polonium halo hypothesis is in there, and the Wikipedia article stands up. I didn't make any assertions of that. I'm going to stay out of this particular argument. What I'm saying is it plausible to you, Kevin, that the reason no one's refuted this is that very few people have heard of this hypothesis? Is that even possible?
No, that never was a claim or argument.
No, I'm asking you a separate thing, man. I'm talking to you man to man. Is that possible? Do you accept that as a possibility?
Well, no, I don't think that it's a possibility because, for instance, the dudes just admitted earlier that there are some who responded to him. He just talked about an article on Talk Origins that people trying to respond to him. So to say that it's never been heard of and no one's been able to respond to it because it's never been no one heard of it is foolish because people haven't.
Talk Origins isn't a peer-reviewed journal.
Attempted to respond to it. So no, I don't believe that. People have heard of it.
Talk Origins isn't a peer-reviewed
No,
journal.
I
He's
know
talking about.
that,
But he specifically talked. Hold on, Kevin. But he asked you if it's possible that other scientists haven't heard of this, and that's why there's no peer-reviewed articles that are. Hold on, that's why there's no peer-reviewed articles that are responding to it because no one's heard of it.
Right. Kevin, you said that other people have
Kevin, you're bringing up Talk Origins doesn't help you in that because Talk Origins is not a peer-reviewed science journal.
Right, but I brought up Talk Origins to point out that people have heard of the arguments and are making refutations.
Right, but those people aren't necessarily scientists.
Kevin, I'm going to defer. Kevin, I'm going to defer to the geologist here, and I've had a fun time talking with you, man. Thank you. You've been civil. Thank you.
What geologist?
Professional
I don't know
geologist. I'm not qualified to discuss this. So
Neither
I'm
am
gonna
I.
defer.
Okay,
All I
no
can do is
problem.
try and parrot shit that I heard from a hangout.
Right, cool. No problem. But my response is that I don't think that we can put these. I think you guys understand my point. I don't think we could put these guys on the same level as, say, a crystal health person.
Okay, Kevin, let me try to explain to you what I was trying to say earlier. What's Gentry's first name?
Robert.
Robert. Okay. I don't
I was
even
gonna say
know.
Bob.
I don't know what the hell his name is, but anyway, I've never heard of this guy before, and as such, if I were to investigate this, the first thing I'd have to do is see if his credentials are what he claims they are. The second thing I'd have to do is then look to see if he is respected in his field, if he's been cited by other people and this kind of stuff, and that would require me tapping on the shoulder people that are friends of mine that do have access to the peer-reviewed journals to see if his work has been cited, to see if his work has been published. It's an entire process to try and validate these things, which I have done none of.
You asked what Gentry's first name was, and I quickly tried to come up with a pun, and I'm late, but I'm going to give it anyways. His first name is Wrong Way No.
Okay.
Which might make him heterosexual, Gentry, we'll see.
Yes.
Right.
But I mean, that's the thing is the first thing you always have to do, are they actually a scientist? Okay, great. They're a scientist. You have that down. Okay, now next step. Are they actually respected? Have they been cited by other people? Have there been counter arguments? The fact that somebody has counter arguments, they may or may not be valid. I don't have the credentials to really evaluate that.
I just looked up Robert Gentry's Wikipedia page. So his highest degree is a master's degree, or his highest level of education is a master's degree from the University of Florida. He did enter into a doctoral program, but then he was refused permission to work because he decided that his dissertation was going to be about the age of the Earth, and he is a young Earth creationist. So that didn't exactly bode well with the faculty.
Does it say whether he's had anything published or not, or?
Yeah, he's got his name on some publications related to.
I find it interesting that we were talking about his education and his level of education and where he is, and yet the work that he's put out there, and that
Yet you guys are saying, I think Osaka, if correct me if I'm wrong, you said that you feel that Steve did a good job in refuting what he's saying. What is Steve's education?
You asked, Shadow asked whether or not the guy was an actual authority, and the answer to that was Fraction was just giving the level of education that he has. I think that he's got a master's in physics. Great, awesome. I don't see what the point is. I'm not knocking him for having a master's degree.
I was just wondering if it said whether he had anything published or not.
Well, I just put it. Listen. I just put it in the back chat. Why are you not looking at it?
No, I am looking at it. Yeah, he's got a bunch of stuff here on Big Bang cosmology. He's got a couple things on some radiation, radio halos and nuclear waste.
Science 169, 670. Published papers. He has also published papers in Nature. I'm saying, which is a well-known.
The papers that he's the papers that he's published. How many of them conclude with "Therefore the Earth is young"?
It doesn't matter. I still say that he has radio halos there. The information is in there.
No, that's fine. I mean, there's guys like there's guys like Douglas Axe that have peer-reviewed stuff. William Lynn Craig has stuff that's published as well.
Right, that's fine. But Saka, when you gonna start trying to refute the information I was talking about earlier, which you didn't know anything about?
What I already told you that I'm not going to refute that information.
Right. So
because I have no idea.
I need to talk about this now.
Actually, no.
What? So wait. So we're bringing my qualifications into this?
I'm just saying, you stated it out your own mouth, or it came out of the own horse's mouth earlier. Right?
I just wanted to say that.
I'm not sure what your. One second, sorry. I'm not sure what your point is, man.
Damn, Gentry has a lot of papers out there.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
He has a lot of papers.
I was just looking at his
But this brother just looked
website.
at Wikipedia and said there's nothing out there, and I said, listen,
I
you
didn't
might
say
want
that.
I never said that.
That was not what was said.
You're misrepresenting what I said. The Wikipedia page said that the specific hypothesis that you're touting has never been published, and you still haven't refuted
Right.
that.
Well, I still have refuted it. Look, he got many topics about radio halos.
Okay, first of all, your source is his website, and Wikipedia.
That's
man, God.
Wikipedia. Hold on. You want me to go to Nature then and look at it? Look, you want me to go to Nature then? You can go to it and look on there. And then
that's actually that's what I'm saying. Geez, show, bring me the paper that concludes that therefore young Earth that's been published, and I'll take a look at it.
That was right. You might want to go check out some of those pages he got, because he got the page numbers and also the go check out that.
Here's okay.
Let me ask you, let me say this real quick.
Oh my goodness.
As much as you did research on a old Earth, and you go hard with that, and you looked at this, you might get somewhere with this guy's work and might look at it so you can refute it.
Hold on a second. Let me respond to that one point there. Is that listen, there are a lot of young Earth creationist scientists that publish work. There's a lot of people out there that do put the even guys like Douglas Axe have who's a huge intelligent design advocate, have work that's out there that's published. But the point is that the work that they generally publish, while it's relevant to their fields, never really concludes therefore intelligent design is true, or therefore the Earth is young, or anything like that. They publish a lot of things that that might even be cited, or might even be, like really good pieces of scientific literature. I'm not disputing that. And I'm not saying that Gentry hasn't published any work out there. No.
Excuse me. Hey.
Okay. The point was the point was that if you could
the guy say something fraction.
No, I was saying I was going to say let Sokka finish because you were interrupting him, and that was rude of you to do that.
Come on with that, man.
Yeah, that's not necessary. No, I'm just saying it's like, I'm not saying that he doesn't have any published work out there. I'm saying how much of his published work concludes therefore the Earth is young, because that's the stuff that I'd be interested to reading. That's the stuff that I'd like to see whether it was cited or whether the rebuttals are there.
But I find that interesting, though, because you guys already stated, reading his Wikipedia, that he's a young Earth creationist. Why would he produce work that will conflict with that idea?
well, because not every single work, it's not a, see, you can actually put work out there that is not related to the age of the Earth at all. If it's just about, recognizing patterns or how to do, such and such, that works out there. If you're out there, if you're studying like things like, if you're a biologist and you're putting out a paper about,
Man, you ain't read one of this dude's paper. You don't even know if it said young
I haven't. Oh my goodness, G, hold on a second, G. I have, okay, let me tell you what I have said. I have said that I know pretty much nothing about the topic. I don't know anything about the work that he's put out there. And I've told you that if we were to have a discussion about this, I'd have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Like, I've admitted to all of those things. Now, the question that I'm asking you is...
You said, how does it say young Earth on that?
Yes, that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you because you have read these papers. You've read every single paper that Gentry's put out there, or at least I'm assuming most of them, or at least the one paper that's concluded that therefore it's impossible for the Earth to be over, the X amount of years old. Those are the papers. I mean, if you have those ones, pointing towards those papers, I'd like to see them.
G, here's the thing. Do you know the difference between making a claim and asking you a question?
Say it again. What you just
said? Rhetorical question. It was a rhetorical question. I just said, do you know the difference between making a claim and someone asking you a question?
Yeah.
It's a rhetorical question. I'm not expecting an actual answer. Because Doc, I asked you a question and you said, you're making a claim. I'm like, well, it's not a claim, dude. He was asking you an actual question.
Yeah, man. Y'all check.
Right. Well, he made a claim before. So
I'm sorry. What claim did I make? Because I might want to retract it then.
I don't know if it was you. It could have been the other guy, but one of you guys said that he has no published or any of this and that. So then when I show you the published, now you tell me
that was the other guy in the room, EO.
I didn't make the claim. I said that's specific.
Didn't,
No, so hold on. I think we're talking past each other, G-Con. I'm going to defer to your Steve to the debate.
Then you said I still haven't proved
wait.
wrong, so
Hang on, just a second. I had an epiphany. I read the paper. I mean, I read the abstract of what you said. He may have published his findings about what happened with the rocks and the alpha decay, etc. But he didn't. His hypothesis would have been the Earth is young because of that, and that has never been published. So I think we were talking past each other. Clearly, he's published some scientific papers. I've heard of him, and I look forward to you and Steve's debate. I'm going to defer to you guys' debate. I don't know enough about this to say whether you're wrong or right.
But when he initially said that it wasn't published, he was quoting Wikipedia.
Oh man, whatever. This is tomfoolery.
According to Blank, this is the case. I don't know beyond that. Okay, this isn't a reasonable answer to you?
Oh man, this is listen. You can play these games if you want to. I ain't trying to hear none of
Yeah,
that.
What was said before basically was there's a lot of crazy things on the internet, so we can't believe everything on the internet. That's not really the case with Gentry. The dude actually has published work. So I'm saying you can't equate Gentry and his work to what you guys find on the internet as far as being foolishness, such as the examples you made, crystals and the flat earth thing. Then it turned into, well, if EO, what he found from Wikipedia, well, if he hasn't published his work out there, or if it's been peer reviewed, then how do we know scientists aren't aware of that?
This hypothesis, this specific hypothesis, don't misquote me, man, please. I said this specific hypothesis. I was aware of that he was
fine. Yeah, fine. Okay. Thank you for the correction. So this specific hypothesis, and I'm saying, well, that does not matter because there are scientists that are aware of his arguments in that hypothesis. There are groups and forums that are aware of that matter in that hypothesis. Steve has been made aware of that. Why would he make a video if he wasn't aware of that? So I think to some degree, scientists and geologists are aware, or physicists are aware of the arguments that he is making in that paper. The question is, has anybody made a suitable refutation to what he has said? And that's something that's still a different question.
To answer that.
Right, exactly. Okay, fine. So now then it turns into, well, does the dude really know what he's talking about? On that same point of where does he get his degree? Do we need to validate that he knows what he knows? So LaRon put out there a site showing all of his publications. And then now Saka is saying, well, there's nothing in those articles that's really saying that he's arguing for a young Earth. And then that's kind of crazy because the dude is a young Earth creation and he came to that conclusion based on his research. So I'm saying if it does not say that in the papers, which I grant you that, let's say it does not mention in the papers, wouldn't his own research lead you to the conclusion that the Earth is young?
Actually, I thought
Well,
we already
here's
concluded that
here's
he didn't come to that from his primary research. That he made his dissertation was about young Earth creationism. Doesn't sound like his primary research led him to that conclusion. It sounds like he had that conclusion before.
Sound like he was trying to lead back to his assumption. Yeah, it sounds like that, but I don't know.
Yeah. Again, you're right. No. I'm telling you.
Well, everybody.
It's like everybody seems to know everything. And then,
that's how science starts off sometimes.
Science doesn't start off with somebody assuming a conclusion and then trying to do your research to prove your conclusion.
Yes, it does, man.
Yes,
it does. Stop that bull.
Regardless if that's what it does or not,
straight
that's
BS,
not the point I'm making. I'm not
Well-
saying that's not how science is done. What I'm saying is, I mean, Kevin just said that he came to the conclusion of young Earth creationism from his research, and I remember something said in this hangout that contradicts that, and I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, I think that
I'm gonna lay it down, man. Peace, y'all, man. It's been good. But...
all right, man.
Time for me to lay it down. Peace.
Kevin, there was one thing that you brought up is like that's how we do science, and I would argue with that is that I don't think it is. I think that you come up with an idea of a hypothesis, what you expect, and then the goal of science is to try to falsify it. You know,
I know what it is, man. I know what it is.
The scientific methodology exists so that we know that we're not being fooled. You know, so this is what you
Right,
believe.
So what are you telling me this for? What are you telling me? I already know.
Oh, okay. Because you said that you people.
Actually, I think G might have said that. I'm not positive which one said it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I think G said that. You come up with your hypothesis and then you try to prove it, and really it's you come up with your hypothesis and you see what can you do to falsify it. It's a nuanced difference, I guess.
Yeah. But in any case, it's kind of frustrating when this kind of shit happens because ultimately, what happens a lot of the times is some believer will come in the room with an argument that knowing that the people in the room don't know fuck all about it, and then we're kind of shoved in this position of having to try and counter it or at least keep a conversation going so it doesn't turn to somebody trying to give a lecture for hours, especially when Drag doesn't seem to be near his keyboard so we can tell him to end the fucking hangout. So yeah, that was annoying. And
they both, they got, okay. Wow. Yeah, that was getting irritated too.
I don't see what like I understand what they're saying. Like we brought up a lot of points there, but I think the interesting one was that you can be a young Earth creationist, you can publish work out there. My question is how much of the work that's published was based on young Earth creationism.
They were being flat out obstructionist, regarding you asking them that question.
Yeah, and so and then the point that Eel brought up is that all these points have never been refuted. Just like, okay, well, what's the paper that needs a rebuttal to it? Like, what's the paper that concludes therefore young Earth creationism, and there's no rebuttals towards it? And this was one that Eel was going into, where the theory that he's putting out there, based on that his particular work on polonium halos that concludes a young Earth, has never actually been published. Maybe he has works that he's written on this, but what you need to refute on it, if it's not actually put out there as some type of peer-reviewed paper that people can offer rebuttals to, what needs to be rebutted? So that was the question. Is that okay? So show me the paper that concludes therefore young Earth creationism, and let's see if there's any rebuttals out there.
And
Okay.
Sako, we were talking about this earlier with the intelligent design. There have been papers published by ID proponents, but none of them say this is why ID is true. All of them are attacking some aspect of evolution, and this was brought up in the earlier hangout before you got there. And yeah, that amplifies your point. It's one thing to say, okay, young Earth creation is published, but exactly what you pointed out, they never conclude with thus young Earth is true, or thus we can prove there's a young Earth. And I feel bad. I think G-Con and I were talking past each other, but it's fine. I'm sure there's going to be a hangout with Steve, and this will all get hashed out.
I don't think it is.
Maybe.
The thing that always gets me is it seems to me just inherently dishonest to go into a room where you know nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about just for the sake of anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was dishonest. I'm not. I don't levy the dishonest label as quickly as some people do.
Yeah, I do.
Dishonest.
Okay, but I think that more interesting would be the point that was brought up. It was just like, okay, so you have this one scientist who has come to this conclusion that Plutonium Halos somehow proves a young Earth. What is it about this theory that makes it so substantial that it disproves the overwhelming weight of evidence that shows that the world is not young? Like, why is this like the one thing? Like, just like, okay, we know that everything else says, the world is old, but hey, this one point right here somehow falsifies absolutely everything across every other field of science. I don't see how they get to that point.
Hang on a second.
Right. It's like you're looking at a murder scene, and the person that the suspect has DNA all over the place, and the murder weapon in their apartment, and the means and the motive. And there's a video of a guy that looks like him at a mall across town during the time of the murder. Well, that's evidence against him being the murderer, but it could also not be him. And all this evidence.
I'd take it a step further. I'd say that it's more like there being a mall video of somebody that looks like the victim walking around an hour after the murder and then declaring that the victim isn't dead.
Yeah, that might be better.
Yeah.
Actually, a better example, yeah.
Hang on a second. Drag, one more time. You there, Drag?
Dude, you gotta be louder than that.
Drag, I'm letting you know right now that I'm about to snipe you out of this hangout so he can take the fucking thing offline.
Yeah, he's out.
I'm nuking him out. Sorry.
He's MIA.
There we go. I'm going to remove Drag, and we'll just have to play patty cake for a couple minutes while it puts itself offline because I'm not babysitting this any longer. I'm fucking tired after that shit. Hey, it didn't work. Damn it.
Kind of came in at the tail end of it, but yeah, that it just seems like it's the same episode night after night. I mean, maybe there is a value to talking to people about this stuff, but I mean, it just seems like most of it is just setting ourselves up for keyboard banging all night long, just because we're gonna get frustrated because you're talking to people who really have no interest in hearing what you have to say, and they're just going.
I'm okay with keyboard banging. My keyboard's hot.
Well, I mean, this is kind of the thing, though, is you end up in certain discussions where somebody's just sitting there, and whether it's they're trying to preach for too long or they're babbling about whatever the hell it is, and you're just, and you've kind of had enough of it, and you can't let them just be the only voice speaking, so you're kind of forced in this position of having to do something.
Yeah,
And inevitably, you end up doing what I did, which is, I'm kind of shoving my foot in my mouth. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just faking it. I don't have any delusions otherwise, but hell.
You did a good job. You had me fooled for a while, Shadow, actually. I thought, wow.
I had
Shadow was a lot
no
about
clue. I
geology.
was just parroting shit I remembered and not well.
That's pretty much my strategy, too.
Can I say that Kevin was very civil, though? I have to say he was very different than everyone else. I thought he was pretty civil throughout, though.
Yeah, Kevin was fine. Of course, G consciousness can't, not yell and scream and carry on like a.
Until
Anyway.
the end, Kevin was kind of instigating a lot of G-cons, just annoyed and incensed that we insist that the question, like, it wasn't a leading question, and Kevin would kind of goad G-con into being upset when we insist that it wasn't a leading question.
Yeah, I mean, I just really had the feeling that G-Con was kind of taking advantage of the fact that he was in a room with people that didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. And that irritated me, quite frankly.
So,
And
Shadow,
that's why I
you
referred to it as seeming dishonest.
Shadow, you're here from the beginning. Am I wrong, or did the original argument, did he kind of shift the goalpost from? Seemed to me he went into the monogamy thing really quickly, or I could be wrong. You tell me.
I can't even remember back that far. I hit my cognitive wall about an hour ago. I've been just waiting for this fucking thing to end.
Well, thank you, Shadow. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for reining me in earlier, but I enjoyed it. I thought I made some good points. So Hogtie seemed like them. So
I'm just waiting for the external to fucking end. It should be in another minute or two, but I just got to babysit this fucking thing because I'm a moderator and that's my job. But yeah, I because of the stroke damage and this and that, I can only go so long before I hit a cognitive wall. And about halfway through the discussion, I just completely lost track of everything that was being said. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on in here anymore.
Spiders once saw that life. I think that they actually.
What you watching, Prudent? Come on, this damn thing go offline. God damn it.
I was explaining to Pillbox and Arcane about the Cavendish gravity measurement experiment. And because Eve was in there, and I think Eve might even be reachable. I don't know, maybe not. And
I don't know. Eve, whatever
she
Eve
made the-
believes at any given moment seems to be dogmatically held. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, she made the claim that gravity, the claim that gravity works, whatever, gravity itself, I'm not exactly sure what she means, but I kind of assumed a meaning that gravity can't be falsified. I said, sure it can. She's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I mean, the Cavendish, torsion experiment, right, where he measures gravity, a lot of flat earthers would say that results from static electricity. And that's a really easy thing to control for. You use non-conductive wires to hang the torsion bar. You might even, I mean, if you want to think that it's radio waves or something interfering, then you might want to do this in a Faraday cage. You can insulate it electronically. And if you do the experiment and it doesn't, it doesn't work the same, there's no attraction between masses, for example, well then that would be pretty damning for the claim of gravity that all masses attract, and that force is called gravity.
We got a great one the other day. According to their claim of how gravity works, if you need air basically in between things for the item to be pushed down, or space rather between